fuck you with his with one of his teeth as the U in you. And then like this fucking cam rip is just in fucking Russian. Because they changed it to be like some fucking Cyrillic alphabet nonsense.
Other language nonsense.
Quick, I gotta make sure that I change the thing to not say it's the first stream of the year.
You did it
Yes.
last
there it goes. This is in real people speak.
Why is this not working? What's going on?
Like this gamer move, I'm gonna roll a con check. Ooh, nice.
Why is this not working?
What's up, Alec?
I don't know. There's something. Tailspire's not loading.
Oh, it takes ages to load sometimes from the main menu. Is the bottom just saying?
A board, but we couldn't find the specified board. Is that on my end? Because I'm getting like my internet is like having a spaz attack over here for some reason. It keeps cutting
You're
out.
very clear on the microphone, so I don't know if it's what might be. Adam might have to summon you or something. I don't know.
Well, usually I get sent to the.
Rewatch wanted.
The GM tried to summon us to a board, but we couldn't find the specified board. Is that everyone, or is that just me?
I'm outside. You know where we put Billy in the alleyway?
Okay, I'm gonna
Yeah.
close the game and then try again to load it, because that's weird.
Are you actually Alec?
Understand?
Imposter.
You pay all this money for Verizon.
Now is the time to switch to AT&T. Something,
No,
something,
don't do
something,
it.
something.
Adam, I saw something very
Please.
funny yesterday. You know the scene we watched yesterday where it was like Aragon was explaining what like the Black Riders were and that, and
Come on.
it was getting to the bit where it was like, and they follow the ring and what they hate and love. They love following it, and then it goes to an Applebee's advert because it's like full of Joe. I'll try and find the actual wording. They amass the ring wraiths, neither living nor dead at all times. The presence of the ring draw them to the power of one.
Alright, let's try this.
They will never stop hunting. Applebee's. It's just got a picture of the fucking chicken wing spinning around.
Even though I don't like The Lord of the Rings, I actually liked The Hobbit. Reading that was pretty fun.
Actually, like The Hobbit.
Not the movies. I don't like
Oh.
The Lord of the Rings, the books, because it's all about describing things, and I really don't care. Shouldn't say
To
I
be
don't
in the
care.
scene. Nice.
No, it's that I can just picture a lot of this shit without needing to be told how many hand lengths a fucking wall is.
It was about 4 hobbit legs wide. I get you.
Well, I also feel like part of it is just because or I shouldn't say every, but a lot of fantasies kind of are cribbing off of Tolkien. So it's like in the same way that Dracula is kind of reading it is kind of boring, because it's like, yep, the vampires, the same vampires we've always seen. It's like I feel like the same thing with the Lord of the Rings, maybe, whereas like The Hobbit is more lighter in tone and it's just more about, hey, let's go fucking adventure with the
Yeah. Oh, Henry, the name for the item is very cool.
I don't know. I didn't come up with the name. I
Everything
only
else
came
is,
up with A and C.
C is cool. You've been playing Bloodborne recently, mate? Yeah.
No, actually, I just thought about it when I was
It's
thinking
sick.
about it. And I'm like,
Got like a
oh, what
switch
happens if
weapon.
I use a shield? And I want to use a shield
Yeah.
sometimes.
Cool. I like that a lot.
And then B was all Adam.
Alright, whippersnappers, get in line while I tell you a tale above my time that my life got turned upside down. I'd like to take a minute to just sit right there, and then Chris Pratt comes in as Mario, and I don't know.
That's for me,
He's
Chris
the new
Pratt.
Bing Wahoo.
Look, I've made my feelings known about what the proper Will Smith media franchise is.
Indubitably a good sir.
Men
That's
in
all I'll
Black,
say.
fuck yeah.
I will accept Men in Black. That's fine.
There's no love. There's less love. Love less. You will.
As a wise sage once said, "Don't start none. Won't be none."
Wickedy wild west.
If I'm seeing this correctly, only Dan and Alec
What gives home fries?
did a recap for
Oh,
their thingamajig.
but you meant you could only see Dan or Alec.
No, what? Oh,
Like
on
on
the
the
thing.
Just
No.
play a campaign. You guys are all actions. Cool.
Okay, well, we only have 2 people to read from so far. Hold on, let me check my lighting. Did I put my ring light on? No, let's put my lamp on.
Look, the dragon person had snake things to deal with. Okay.
Yeah, you had to fucking stop an iguana from breaking into your family house or something.
Alright, let's go with Dan's recap first. So this is for 104. Today we're on 105. As is tradition, numbers go up one at a time.
Unless you're counting by twos.
104. Quote, you got assassins, you got ties to the past, forget about it. Andrew's not going to be in on the joke. Everyone else can high five and laugh about the funny inside joke, but you know.
He'll be brought into the fold soon enough. Don't you worry.
When in doubt, give an NPC a funny name.
First point is from worm to worm, spelled as in earthworm to worm as in the dragonoid. We followed up on some leads to a long-time supplier of the Stitch and Barter, the Fuggin Crystal Spark family. Next, we visited Igith, the magical item shop proprietor here in the upper class district. They dropped some lore on the League, sprinkled in a few buckos our way for good measure. The lore goes into decent detail, so just saying lore is a pretty broad statement, but
Yeah,
goes
I knew
into-
that Alec was gonna talk about him. So.
well, let's not spoil
He was
Alec's
psychic.
thing.
Yeah, exactly.
And last one is an old tally chart somewhere in Raja and Locke holds the words Coffee Cart 1, Criminal Scum 0. I don't get that one.
Well, I don't know how far Andrew's watched the thing, but you explained that the assassins got caught up in a coffee cart.
I told him that.
Right.
He told me the gist of it.
Yeah.
But where I got up to in the VOD was Henry was moonlighting for another company, which is probably against his contract. I'm just saying.
Next is Alec, 104, Age of Fug Prelude. The League takes productivity to new heights as they explore the upper class district. Igith regales them with tales of local dragons, both real and rumored. Kalos gives Siegeworth an opportunity to clean up and get some answers. Varys, who a year ago had never had a traditional job in his entire life, now gets ready to start his second. So that's everyone's recap out of the way who did it, so just you guys for this week. I was honestly thinking that you guys were paralyzed with fear or something about bug, and just couldn't come up with a thing or maybe something, or who knows. But either case, let's go ahead and open up a little bit of thingy-majig for what I have for you guys. We have, of course, Master Igith, the magic shop owner, who is also, you realized, is the cousin to the alchemy store here in the same district. His cousin Citier is also relatively close by, and they kind of pass customers back and forth between each other when their needs are magical inclined, but are not necessarily something that can be imbibed through alchemy or worn like a magical trinket, or vice versa. What else? You met with the Crystal Spark family in their in Enupolis headquarters. They have been trying to essentially, I say they, I mean you guys, not they, the Crystal Spark family, you guys have been trying to essentially clean up Laszlo's dirty laundry in the form of getting some assassins off your back, like a monkey with a knife. In any case, it turns out the Crystal Spark family did indeed confirm your previous accusations, which turned out to be the truth. They did indeed send an assassin to kill Laszlo's old boss, and he was more or less caught up in the crossfire. And as a witness to this honor-bound assassin, he was essentially marked for death by just being there and having seen their duties fulfilled. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on who you're looking at, as the assassins escaped, they crashed into what is essentially one of the local stands, cartoon villain style, and got caught up in the burlap canvas that they use as a roof, and they got caught by the authorities. They were then imprisoned for 50 years, and only got out relatively recently, and held a grudge against the person who was still a sole witness to this crime. And that's why it took them so long to get here. And by here I mean within your company, in the small span of time that you have joined the league. What the fuck? Grunk, you're late.
Say the line. Please say the line.
Rip it and rip it, come on.
Grunk's joining in.
Rip it and rip it.
It's your boy Gork.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Woo!
You got your character sheet ready?
We just saw 100% spike in viewers.
What's
No.
100% of
playing
one
Blind
is
Eyes.
2, so that is a possibility. Well, let me check the users in chat. That's a bot.
It counts. It counts.
It doesn't
Wait,
go
hold
up. It doesn't make the viewer count go up. Because some of the bots are used for, like, if you want to... I'm not going to get into it. Server knows more.
Dude, YouTube chat's going crazy.
Is it just... Oh, no, I don't have that open on my restream thing. Is it just fucking Andrew posting something?
No, I just joined in.
Is it a bot? Let me shoot him.
Yeah. Don't shoot me, it's me, it's me. Peter, it's me.
Let's see what we got. What do we got?
What are the views like on your Twitch versus your YouTube? Because whenever I watch it on YouTube, but then like you don't. I'm curious.
It's,
You don't-
well, on YouTube it's just you guys, and then on Twitch it's where I get the randos and the bots. Because
All right, so
discoverability on YouTube is, like, non-existent.
So it would be better for your like SEO to watch it on Twitch.
Technically speaking, yeah. Only reason I have it on YouTube for the most part is because it's more convenient to have the videos there, because on Twitch it's a 30-day thing before they get scrubbed. And then on YouTube, on Twitch, it's, wait, it was, on YouTube it's indefinite until I delete it or something, so, and they're not making any money off of me, so I am using their server capacity like a fucking parasite to host all of my 7-hour VODs.
This is Google we're talking about, though. They're making money off this somehow. They don't count them out.
Wait, why am I not Prime Gaming anymore? Do I need to like?
You're not Prime Gamer.
You set your thing to listening only. You can only have one badge at a time.
Why did I do that?
I don't know, because it's funny. Haha, I'm not looking at your stream.
Oh no, because I'm blind.
Eyes.
That
You're
was
Smith
nice.
Sheetrock here, though. You're not blind eyes on this.
I'm like
Smith
cross-
Sheetrock.
Well, that's
love
why you
that.
can't see.
One of his
Yeah,
other names.
He's got a sheetrock in front of his blind eyes.
That's my. I've been locked out of my Blind Eyes account because I forgot the password, and so I'm just making a new one name.
Wouldn't you
Okay.
just be able to reset your password?
I am not
no.
a smart man.
I used to have an AOL email that I'm locked out of, and then the recovery on it I also don't know, so I'm just kind of permanently locked out of anything associated with it.
Damn.
Anyways, back to the recap. So, assassins, prisoned, they got out, held a grudge for 50 years, came to find Laszlo /
Why that
Seasworth.
guy scared him. That's what.
Failed miserably because they got actually fucking, as people in 2002 would say, epically pwned.
Did they initially? They fucking whooped my ass, but then we whooped them back.
Well,
That's because you were alone.
Yeah.
in either
Never go
case,
shopping.
most of them are down, with the exception of their handler, who is the one who wears the Furious mask. For the most part, you guys found out that the assassins were in fact the same guys that Laszlo saw 50 years ago. They don't exactly, tell other assassin cells what's what, and it was kind of a personal thing within their own cell to make sure that Laszlo was no longer alive, even though, realistically speaking, if he wanted to, he could have done anything that he wanted in those 50 years regarding the crime, and they couldn't really have done anything about it. So, honestly, it's just a grudge for
He
the
could
sake
have
of it.
cleared their name.
Yeah, basically. But really, it's just a grudge for the sake of holding a grudge for 50 years, and if I know dwarves, they can hold it, even though none of them are dwarves. That's a grudge.
I feel like dwarf
Is that a Lord of the Rings
That's a
reference that I'm
grudging.
not picking up on?
That's a Warhammer thing. if
Doing
anything.
something. That's a grudging.
In either case, so those guys are dead. They're not coming back, and their masks have either been destroyed, confiscated, or otherwise. It turns out that your new employer, I'm getting ahead of myself a little bit, but you guys essentially went to the Crystal Spark family, found out that yes, indeed, they did send the assassins, and went essentially to the big man himself, who is not Fug.
He is the real boss. He's like.
but the
He's
real
the real boss.
the head, the current head of the family of the Crystal Sparks is Baruti Crystal Spark. He is the grandfather to Thito, whom you've also met.
I should write some more of these names down.
So you have Baruti and you have Thito. So Baruti is
But none of them
grandfather.
matter because
Thito is the grandson, and
Fug
Baruti
is
is the
the
grandfather.
king.
You did meet.
Well, I don't need to write down Fug's name.
it's built in.
It's P. If anything, let's see. So Baruti is the grandfather, Thito is the grandson. You met the mother, never got her name, but she was like present. So you went to Baruti in his office and told him what's what, in the case of the assassins and everything else that's happened in between. Baruti, being a very business-oriented man, not only saw the fact that, alright, well, business was conducted a long time ago and has nothing to do with them anymore. So that is more or less cleared up in that regard. He also saw how decked out Kalos was and realized, oh shit, I need to get this guy on board. And then the rest of you guys kind of come on his proxy. No offense, I guess, but
Henry was the gateway.
Hangers on.
The non charisma boys went in there and did business.
Yeah, fucking we suck ass. The worst fucking.
Yeah, I was gonna
roles.
say, like, I
The-
did catch the part where you guys are like slowly drinking shot glasses of coffee and like,
That's
yes,
liquid
I
courage.
see. I see silk. Yes, we need.
The roll
Here's the
made.
thing, we
I made
lost-
the roll.
Session 2, we lost our sorcerer. Session late. We lost our warlock later on, and then we lost our bard. We only have the one charisma.
We had to facilitate, you know.
Our only character with any charisma
Doesn't use it.
Actually, well, to be
That's
fair,
not in character.
Why did you roll?
All
actually
my
no.
books-
I do have a positive charisma score, but it's
Wow.
not. It's not by
Look
I
at this
much.
guy.
I think after the session,
He's got a winning
me and
spot.
Kalos have got a higher.
I might as
All
well
I'm
have
saying-
it. Though, every time I've tried to use it, though, I
25.
might as well have a negative one because I feel like
All I'm saying is that from that one session, we got bumped up to 10. At
You
least
know,
we're
check
not
this.
negative.
Check this roll. You know. Riz. Oh, fucking
Jesus
roll.
Christ.
Fuck.
Trying to show off your funny app, and
Well,
then
no.
it just
It's
falls
not
on his
about
face.
having high charisma. It's about cleaning
Well, if
up
it's a
well.
no. If you get it, don't remember you're an elf. You get advantage if it's a save against being charmed. So
Well, you can't, as he says, riz someone up if you're dropping the spaghetti on the floor. So,
Yeah.
People find that charming.
I find me one person who doesn't just like point and laugh, and then you're just that Pepe meme of him on the floor with the
Ooh,
tray.
Pick up your sketty, bitch. I don't know.
Okay, so there is a very, very interested man in Kalos. Not that way. I think that he saw that Kalos was decked out in Dwarven Berserker armor, essentially, and all sorts of magical runes across his person, the weapons included, and also the fact that he has a magical construct with him. It's very evident to anyone whose eyes are working properly that that's not an actual boy, not a real boy.
he's just a tabaxi with a metal plate in his head.
I thought you.
What do you think I'm talking
Tabaxi
about?
in the cradle.
Krios himself or Kalos himself. He's not. He's not. A
He's not a
real
real boy.
He's not a real boy.
I'm 37. I swear.
But
God, I wanted
look
the
like I'm
age.
27. In either case, so he sees great potential in Kalos and offers him a job by essentially bolstering his own company's name and showing off how cool Diamond Quartz is, to the extent that Kalos is sitting there essentially salivating and is more or less drawn in to the dark side. In either case, it ended up leading to you guys all getting new jobs, some of which are the same as your previous title, as bodyguards essentially, and others are in the research division for experimental diamond quartz weapons. Diamond quartz, for just a quick thing, is a very, very comparable to uranium, but without the radioactive radiation that can cause cancer-causing stuff. And
Yeah, I also wanted to mention that. So now you guys are like double nuclear, and I'm also. This is the second session where I'm not bombarded by nuclear radiation.
well, its diamond quartz is still technically has radioactive capabilities because the soil around it does become essentially magically radiated, and it does deplete over time to the extent that depleted diamond quartz is basically just used as light bulbs. But when it's in its fresh out of the ground state, it's an extremely valuable and important to magical, honestly, anything you want to do with it. You can use it as a catalyst, you can use it for enchanting, you can use the item itself as essentially a volatile grenade. If you really
How familiar are you with asbestos, Adam?
I've never eaten it, so I don't know what it tastes like.
Well, the boss eats it as well. He's like Norman Osborn.
Well, they said the same thing about asbestos in the 40s. It's like, this is the miracle substance. It
Well,
does
here's the
everything
fun
you
thing
want.
about being in the experimental weapons division for something that is essentially medieval magical uranium. We don't know what's gonna happen. By that, I mean we. I know.
I'm immune to disease, so I'm good.
Well, Zen can do whatever the heck he wants, I guess. The rest of you can get cancer and something. Sorry.
Me?
Not me. I
sorry.
am literally.
Sorry,
holier
not
than
sorry.
thou.
So, that's that. You guys got hired. You met with some of the members of the research team over here at the Crystal Spark family. They were very, very, bunch of nerds in a room, essentially.
My people.
But they were all very
Bar
nice in
one.
general. For the most part, you're gonna go ahead and basically just do whatever you want with the experimental weapons, as long as you write down a very detailed report that can be gotten to the research team and by proximity, Baruti, your employer, within a fashionably, precise time. It can be either in person, or he's also giving you what is essentially a buffed up version of a sending stone, where rather than having a 25 word limit, you can speak for up to a minute and the audio will be transmitted in that way. So you can have as many ums or likes as you want mixed in there without having to worry about eating up the word count. Because technically, does eat a word if you're doing sending.
You also
Anyways,
got a magical circle, right?
you also
access to
have
that.
yes, you
You
do
got
also
it.
have access to a magical teleportation circle. This one does not require as much security as some of the other ones that you've used before, and then you can kind of just pop in relatively unannounced. They won't try to
Yeah.
stab you as soon as you jump in. And
Princess is something, right? It can't be seen.
yes, the only
Yeah,
stipulation
yeah.
is that if you are teleporting with Princess Hualong, that he asks that she is disguised from public in any way possible, so that the association with the Morjamoth family and the Crystal Spark family doesn't cause any kind of weird rumors to spread seeing her exit from their building. So,
They don't get along too well.
So, you met the research division. You met your boss, his grandson, his mother, the secretary, and then finally, Thug Daril, the quartermaster goblin, who is responsible for giving you guys your crystal, diamond quartz, experimental weapons, and all sorts of other duties that he has. The funny thing is, we just got his name, never even spoke, and he was immediately the favorite NPC of the whole
Here's a
session.
hit. Well, I got a quote here. An instant hit, Alec, in reference to Fug. Okay.
Well, that's a pro tip for aspiring DMs. If you ever like want, just give your NPC a funny name and
And
Make
if it's
sure
a
he's a
goblin,
goblin.
that's like a ×2 multiplier.
yes,
Everyone loves gobos.
if they're little and they have funny names.
Did you get the thing off of Henry, or did you not follow that up?
What thing for me?
No, never mind then. It was if you had free tokens for Hero Forge.
Oh, do you want one?
Oh, right.
We made Fug. Weapons
Oh, you made
straight-
fuck? Bro,
Yeah.
fuck yeah, I'm gonna give it to you.
You mean
Send me the
Fugia?
link.
Okay.
I'll buy it for you.
You got the test. I
Anyways,
sent it to Adam, and he made just.
so yeah, we got all of those new players on the board. And I guess most importantly, on top of all this, being employed by the Crystal Spark family, Baruti promised that he would look into this assassin business. He is a man who has his threads of influence in the seedy underworld of less than reputable markets. And he has prior dealings with assassination companies before, specifically the same one that was used, because he's the one who hired them out in the first place. So, he has promised to protect you from the lone member of the cell, who is, of course, the guy with the Furious mask.
It's a little disconcerting that he's like, yeah, I've hired lots of murderers.
Well, you're
Well, he's
under
a
his
businessman.
payroll and protection now. So, he also boasted about how, essentially, even if you did come to the public about him hiring underworld assassins, he's got enough money and influence in this town that he can just silence anything
They'll make you go away.
He's
and
like
make
Al
you go
Capone.
away.
He's
So
like-
it's very much the "you better work for my gang, new guy" kind of thing.
I mean, he says
Just fog
that.
around and find out, bitch.
yeah.
He says that, but I myself am somewhat familiar with the fuck around and find out.
He didn't say fug. All right, well, this guy needs to be
Well,
incorporated.
now it's the.
He
it's
hasn't
the
been here the
lexicon.
whole time, so I don't know where they are. They're not here. I
Well,
don't think you'd be seen in this building. So
of course
I
you
don't-
wouldn't. You would be at somewhere like the bunkhouse because you're not allowed back into your family estate until you get that dragon blood. Or at least go to the family estate with the dragon blood so you can hand it in.
Blood for the blood box.
You also did find out that the ceremony for the dragon blood thing is sometime next month in July, which is apparently the month of your father's birth. Your birth father, as all along, not your other birth father that you might have had from your other bodies that you've had.
At least two others.
Correct. So
We're
let me
getting
just
there.
whip out my whiteboard. Let me see what we're looking at. We're on the 18th of June, and judging by the fact that your father's birthday is in July, no one gave the exact date yet. You have at least 12 days. Minimum. Wait, is June 31? No, not 31.
30.
10
June is-
days. 10 days, because this calendar does not follow
10
real life.
days.
This calendar in this game does not follow the real life calendar, so June is not that many days.
Right.
All of them are 28.
Well, we can't get one of them because they have blood. They don't have bones.
Right, you did get from Aegith the lore on a couple of dragons that are well known on the east side of the continent. Anything on the west side he doesn't know about because he's kind of a recluse and doesn't get out of the house much. But he did give very valuable information, such as Xiphos the Dracolich, who lives on the Spire of Arrogance, who is probably not going to have as much blood as you would like. You might be saying, DM, I can scrape out his bone marrow. That's not the same thing as blood.
Do like Hannibal Lecter, like suck out his marrow with some lima beans.
Well, it would probably be very necrotic also, so it wouldn't be blood, it would be marrow, and it would probably be very, very infused with negative energies.
But he's also a lich, so it probably won't do much because his focus is just somewhere else.
Next is Xiphador, Champion of the Blue, which is an adult blue dragon whose entrance to his lair is hidden at all times of the year except for directly after the giant sandstorm passes over it. This means that, of course, you can only access it at certain portions of the year, and according to Igith, that is generally about the 9th month of the year, which is September, and it's currently June, so if you want to find this dragon, you gotta wait 3 months. Otherwise, his lair entrance is completely hidden by sand, which in theory, you could try to find it if you just all got a bunch of shovels and started digging.
We ain't seen shit.
I got move earth. I might be able to move some stuff.
Well, that would be logistically very, very cumbersome. And realistically speaking, you don't even know what quadrant to look in, even though it is generally a very large swath of land. You'd be scrubbing from one side of the mountain all the way essentially far going east, and you need to grid out that whole thing. And that's several miles and miles of land. So I don't care how much move earth you have, you don't even know how deep the entrance is either.
Oh yeah, that was the other criticism I had from watching the VOD. You guys didn't know which direction to go in, and instead of taking the old chestnut out of its case, you decided to ask for directions. Excuse me, we're all of a sudden we're too hoity-toity to roll dice and guess.
Next was Starchild, Gargabemnon, the adult dragon, who is somewhere around... Sorry, young adult. This one is relatively young, and is very not well seen, but is known for having a scorching breath. Victims that were alive to tell the tale essentially said they were blinded, as if staring at the sun for too long before having their skin scorched by some sort of fiery breath weapon. There's not much that can be said about this individual, also known as Starchild. But in either case, and the last dragon that Igith taught you about was Chikatiden, which is Lady of the Desert. She has some sort of weird hero complex where she only appears to single individuals who are dying out in the middle of the desert. And is probably the only one that was mildly described as a benefactor of some sort, and not just going to murder you and rob you blind for all your treasures. He also did tell you that you won't find any paper currency in their lairs because that is very degradable. So most dragon treasures around this country are going to be in cold, hard magical items, trinkets, and sometimes gold stolen from people who are from overseas. Because paper currency would not sit well, because it kind of just crumples or like folds on itself, and if a dragon is lay on top of it, it's gonna get all compressed and stuff. And it's not good for the look.
Not comfortable either, I'd imagine.
It's paper.
Yeah, but then like if they move around, right, it's just gonna, it's just not comfortable.
Well, I've
Not a
had
good night's
people
sleep.
who use crumply paper as the lining for their pets' cages, and it only makes a lot of noise.
We'll hear them before we see them.
So, that is a huge recap on everything that happened last session. Specifically speaking, your deal with your new employer basically says that your assassin problem will be taken care of off-screen, and may come back to you in the form of this report from your new boss, saying that, well, job's done, you don't no longer have to watch your back for assassins, maybe for corporate espionage, but who knows. Either way, you are essentially now able to focus on other activities. You don't have a specific time frame on when you have to get reports of using these field-tested diamond quartz weapons, because you don't just, I choose to fight now. I mean, you could do that, but that's a murder hobo mentality.
This isn't a Bethesda game.
I go down the block and murder everyone.
DM, I quick save and go ahead and do a
Never expect
rampage.
move.
I'm gonna place buckets on everyone's heads. Rob them blind.
So, hey, I didn't get the thing for Fug, if you want to get him.
That's on... where's that? Hero Forge, users, campaign linked. Am I missing it?
I sent it to you on Discord, and you You that was left with you. So
Maybe it's processing or something. I'll let that load for a bit. Anyway, so currently the party is slightly split, with Princess Hualong Dauntless is at the bunkhouse, not allowed in the family estate, and didn't come to the Crystal Spark family for an introduction. The rest of you are still at the Crystal Spark family. You got through with a meeting around 4 p.m. with your new boss, and then everything kind of settled down after meeting and getting all your new magical items from Fug. Now, just for a quick thing, some of you guys got your magical items. That would be Varys, Laszlo, and Kalos. And in the meantime, Zen gets to pick from 2 mystery boxes.
Oh, loot
Two
box.
mystery boxes.
pick them both.
Okay, so
I picked both.
I pick both.
Eat one. Eat them both.
Alright, so if anything,
Cerulean lens. I'm gonna put that here. Next to my two.
so as you go to the quartermaster over in one of the warehouses here in the Crystal Spark family, you of course meet with Fug. He is wearing denim overalls and seemingly nothing underneath that. He's kind of he could be freeballing.
Oh, my man.
He has no hair, and he has this look about his face that constantly looks like he's squinting. You're not sure if that's just his resting face or he always looks like he's squinting. As you approach him, he has a clipboard and a pen made of charcoal that is currently used to scribble in inventory of all the items that can be found in his warehouse. They're very meticulous, and you notice that the stack of paper on his clipboard is probably at least 50 pieces of paper, all stacked onto this one portion. He flips through them really quickly, and begins to put little check marks, jot down numbers, and does so with lightning efficiency of someone who probably is on the spectrum.
Imagine a charcoal clipboard would kind of suck.
Not the clipboard is not charcoal, the
Pen is
pencil.
a shark.
Either case, he distributes the magical items that suited your fancy in the form of the really big axe, also known as the Azure Limb Splitter. A great axe goes to Kalos. A very fanciful circlet with a lens goes to Varys. A gauntlet imbued with crystal knuckles goes to not.
It's Laszlo.
Yeah, let's see. I'm gonna
Not
just
Work now.
just not the other names that you made up. I'm gonna call you Laszlo, I guess. I gotta put that monkey from the
Laszlo.
cartoon on the. Gonna keep forgetting.
Oh,
And then when it finally comes to Zen, your resident quartermaster comes up to you, begins to almost do a profile on you in the terms of like, all right, what does this guy want? The other guy had an axe already, so I gave him an axe. The other guy uses a bow, so I gave him the thing that enhances vision. The other guy is like a magical fencer guy, so I gave him a dueling gauntlet. He looks at you, and he presents 2 potential objects.
what are they?
So the first one, Fug goes over to a relatively low cabinet. It's about your shoulder height and his almost bridge of his nose in terms of height. And goblins are shorter than dwarves. He retrieves it and kind of blows a little bit of dust off of it. And the size of the box is the size that you would probably assume if you ever gotten a belt buckle gifted to you in a gift box, it would be about that size. He comes over to you and presents it in such a way that it's mildly ceremonial, kind of like bringing it, holding both hands extended towards you. And he opens it to see a teardrop-shaped pair of carved diamond quartz stones that fit into the palm of your hand. They contain a magnetic metallic core transmuted into the stone by powerful geomancy. Fug takes the stones out of the carrying container and tosses them into the air before catching them in his palm. As these stones are tossed into the air, the stones are pulled together by magical and magnetic forces, causing them to create a loud noise similar to that of a rattlesnake. Have you ever had one of those magnet toys in real life that you do those things?
Yes.
You mean a Zoid?
That is not even
What?
remotely close to what I'm talking about, Dan.
Zoids.
No, Zoids are like Gundam. Dude.
Zoids are animal-shaped robots.
Yeah.
They're like bootleg Zords.
Hey, don't
hey.
you fucking call them bootleg, motherfucker, alright? I
have-
preferred those. Prefer Zoids over everything.
They were cool, man.
They were fucking awesome, especially the saber one. Fuck yeah, that was.
I-
I meant to drop the Z because it's Oids.
Oh.
Oid vase.
Yeah.
Wow.
Sorry.
That was a very British sentence right there. In it.
Back to the stones.
These bad
Now,
boys.
unfortunately, Fug cannot exactly demonstrate what they're supposed to do because he tells you. All right, well, let me see.
Yes, always.
Oids?
Sweet.
The fuck?
I've waited a whole week.
Or you had
Oids,
those.
toy
They're
retromagnetic
tiger-shaped.
toy boxed.
Yeah, they like zap together. They go when they go together. They're magnets.
They've got the ability to.
I don't
pull.
know if they ever had a name in.
Did
I don't remember
Have
them
you ever
having
had
a
these
name.
things?
I had
No, we,
them.
we
Yeah.
had them, but I don't think they ever had like a branded name. We just called them like the rattlesnake
Funny,
magnets or something like that.
funny man.
Oh,
funny- or the
two
things that got
magnets,
immediately
yeah.
confiscated in school.
Oh, because they're fucking really strong.
They're
They're
really fucking loud. Anyways. I decided I'm going to, for Fug's voice, just ham it up with the, Eastern American man who is very distraught about you getting in his way when he's trying to walk.
Oh. Got it.
So he holds the items in your hand. There's a little paper tag on it that apparently has the key phrase or for activation word. He doesn't show it to you yet. Kind of has it folded up between his fingers. Now these make a big boom now, friend. I can't just hand it to you all willy-nilly. It's not exactly something that, is specified for one type of person. It was made by the boss man within probably the first 15 years of experimentation with this nonsense. I'm not in the research divisions, but I know my way around diamond quartz. It's loud and explosive. Not like a fireball, but more like a, if I clapped really hard next to your ear, or screamed next to your head. And that would amplify that by like 10 times. I'm a kind of a loud guy, but not that loud. It'll blow your eardrums out at your asshole. Plus, they make a lot of noise even if you don't use the activation word, so if you want to make a racket, it spouts, have at it. Specifically speaking, I'm just going to speak out of voice for a moment. The activation word is spoken, and the stones emit a high-pitched frequency, significantly louder than the normal non-activated version, and can be thrown up to 30 feet, or used as ammunition in a sling to create a powerful thunderous boom at the target impact location. Creatures within 10-foot radius of the impact must save on a Constitution saving throw of DC 16 or take 5d8 thunder damage, and be deafened for a minute. Creatures that save only take half damage and are not deafened. Creatures that can not hear are immune to the deafening effects, but not the thunder damage. Creatures can repeat the saving throw at the end of their turn to end the deafened effect early. These can be then picked up and retrieved and used again, but they only can be used X number of times before they're depleted for the day. The number of times is 3. The thundering effect also is audible for upwards of 1,000 feet, unless blocked by very strong sound dampening effects. Or the silence spell. Also, if you throw this into a field of silence, it will not work. So you want it? You haven't seen the other thing.
Well, yeah, I'll see the other thing first,
All right.
obviously. My man.
Alright.
That's too much of a civil right.
Alright. So let's go ahead and
Cam
break
levels
these out.
higher.
How about this? I am to understand that you, sir, are a man of hitting things.
Yes.
You were not hired as one of them research big brains, so you're gonna be
Yes.
hitting things. Now I noticed that you got a couple of weapons on you. You
Quite a
like
few.
do you like fisticuffs?
Yes, I would say that is.
All right, now hold out your mitts here and let's see how these fit.
Did he just subtly call you retarded?
That's
I don't think so.
you
I
know,
didn't get that.
offense is taken, not given. So if you want to take it like that. Okay, so these are the ones that Bob came up with the help of, I think, Bing.
Oh, you using Bing Chat
use
GPT?
chat. This is crystal fist wraps.
Crystal fist wrap.
These these magical fist wraps are adorned with shimmering crystals of diamond quartz that seem to glow with a faint inner light. They are imbued with their own crystalline essence. While wearing these, the wearer gains the following benefits. Their unarmed strikes are always considered magical for the purpose of overcoming resistance and immunity to non-magical attacks. You gain a +2 to attacks and damage rolls with unarmed strikes. Once per day, you can activate a crystalline dragon's breath as a bonus action, which deals a total of 6d4s piercing damage, unless the target succeeds on a dexterity saving throw DC 16.
Where does the breath come from?
It's
You.
Hamehameha. Oh.
Oh,
I just figured you'd like put your hands together.
After which, this ability goes on cooldown for 24 hours. Not dawn, 24 hours. While wearing the fist wrap, the wearer gains +2 to armor class versus ranged weapon attacks. And whenever the wearer lands a critical hit with an unarmed strike, the crystal wraps flash, causing the creature to force a Constitution saving throw or be blinded for 1 minute, and can end the effect early by repeating the Constitution saving throw. DC for this one is also 16. However, there are drawbacks to wearing these fist wraps. The fist wraps themselves are heavy and somewhat clumsy, making it harder to perform delicate tasks. They have disadvantage on dexterity checks that involve their hands while wearing the fist wraps. And this last one I'm gonna over it because the GPT thing thinks that crystal damage is a thing. But that's the downside of these things.
disadvantage in.
Dexterity checks that involve your hands.
What if he needs to make a zoot suit quickly?
I mean, I have only 2 issues with it, but the biggest one is just that he's doubling down on his fists are magic for.
Yeah, I already have that.
The question: how difficult are they to take off? Are they like they're
Yeah.
not cursed or anything? He could take them off if he needs to make.
Or he's
if
attuned.
he needs to pick a slot.
These are indeed attuned, and it's not cursed, it's just the downside of having like 5 pounds of crystal on your hands.
So the other one is like you can get a crit that is technically 10d8 thunder damage.
No, 5d8, right?
The damage on the...
Yeah, if you crit, like yeah.
Could you just post them, Adam, so I can read them, or
Sure.
they're written down?
Here's the quartz rattlers, which is the rattlesnake thingy. And the one from the chat GPT, don't take all of this, just the ones that I read, because some of the item descriptions on this thing are a bit too much. I also need to put this into multiple parts, I think. Because unless you have... Wait, I have Discord Nitro. I can post huge blocks of text.
Oh,
Thanks. Thanks, Bob.
Wait, you can just post huge blocks of text without Discord Nitro, can't you?
No, you have a limit.
There's a cap limit. Yeah.
You could just post multiple things.
Yeah, but I couldn't just highlight the whole thing and put it once.
Adam's gonna have the longest
on.
recap in history.
So,
You had to do recaps.
you can either take the quartz rattlers, which are just the grenades, essentially, or the crystal wraps.
Another.
Now, some of the things you might want to ignore in that thing.
5d8. What?
Oh, there is a fucking limit.
is the damage on the breath weapon is not as it says there. Should be changed actually. I can edit that actually. It's supposed to be 4d6s.
Okay, 4d6. Oh,
Because if you'll notice on the thing it says wondrous item legendary.
yes, it's a legendary item. And it's a monk item despite having a redundant ability.
Well, don't blame me, blame Bing. I guess. I guess I should have edited some prompts, but Bob was the one doing
I
it.
mean, that is +2 though to those strikes. So it's like
That
it's
is a
not
+2.
it's not redundant. It is
+2 to
it's-
hit and
it's
+2
additive.
damage.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
+2 does. +2.
But
and
you've got
plus
those
eight.
daggers, right?
I have
Sometimes
lots of-
it's one or the
throwable
other.
daggers
Like
and-
my bracers for archery, they're only +2 to damage, not to.
Hmm.
Plus the +2 AC versus ranged is also just in there as well. Not a redundant feature. And the crit blinding effect is on the target punched only, not in an AoE radius, so it does not need to worry about blinding your friends by accident. Although that could be kind of funny. Me.
Funny, haha, not funny, hee hee.
Well, it could be useful if like we're being charmed or something.
Oh, then Zen just punches you and prays for a crit.
I'm just saying.
crystal damage.
Yeah,
Does the
ignore
first
that
item
one.
I know.
does the first item require attunement?
The quartz rattlers? No, you just chuck it. It's grenade.
Bro, yeah.
That sounds fucking
So that,
dangerous
that
to have
might-
on a
I don't know
rogue,
what his
I've-
attunement Zen's attunement slots look at this moment, but that also might be a factor for him.
The quartz rattlers, do they like return to your hand or you gotta pick them up?
You gotta pick them up. They don't return to you. What's not posted there is that they have 2 charges a day.
Well, you could attach string to them and like just long distance them.
You
on
to
the
have one on
explosion.
each, though.
Like the string will just get fucking like clackers. Like
Yeah, well, what I'm thinking is like,
Gotta, you have a paddle ball? Just,
ding, 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 ding. That'd be cool.
well, I'm thinking like you could. I'm thinking of the practical uses of the rattlers. Like you could set it up as like a fucking trap essentially, where it's like
you need to keep the keyword though, or else it just makes noise though. So not
So
exactly.
he can get sneak attack on this as well. Think of the damage. Setting Zen up for a fucking home slice.
Well, I'm thinking
killing,
like you have a doorway, and then you put
Okay.
like 2 pieces of string that connect like at the arch of the doorway, and then you
Mhm.
just kind of like loop them up. You could prepare like a trap.
Traps with it.
Yep.
Dude, Home Alone meets Zen. Like, yeah, it'd be kind of brutal.
Well, I think I'll go with the Rattlers because it makes kind of a JoJo character.
Oh my god.
As is the goal for everyone. in this
As is,
campaign.
I was just about to say.
Everyone's
Yeah.
character next campaign is just
A
JoJo
JoJo
character.
character.
Jojo character.
Metrosexual punch go.
So you mean our failed Dark Souls 2 run?
It's not failed. It's just on hype.
Now we can be transsexual punch ghosts in the new part.
Oh, bros, we're all gonna be transsexuals in the new campaign. Dan used to be
We
a
following
lizard
Critical
man.
Role's path.
yeah,
like,
everyone's just gonna.
Dan
have
used to
fucking
be a
wheelchair,
lizard
too.
man. Oh yeah, fucking battle chair. Fuck
Yeah,
yeah.
there's literally no reason not to use them, even if you're not crippled. So
Doesn't it give
stupid.
you advantage on dexterity checks or something?
You have advantage on being knocked prone because you're just sitting. You can magically enhance them to ignore the fact that you need to go. Because normally, if it's mundane, I think you have half speed or quarter speed going uphill, but double speed going downhill. You can have them have magical treads to ignore the uphill version. You can technically use it to be considered your mount for the purpose of mounted combat feat.
It'd be a cavalier on. Yeah.
Now, explain to me, is this a sort of thing where, like, they push it along, like, pull it, like, you know how in, like, real life they, like, move the wheels themselves? Or is it just, like,
You can-
controlled with a joystick?
You can, if you have enough money to spend, or you're a magical caster or something, you can essentially upgrade it. So it's either
So
money
wait,
or...
are you trying to talk us out of creating like an artificer or
I'll just
wizard?
be Urgot.
No, I'm
that
saying
lives-
that if any of you
sits in a
come into my
wheelchair?
new campaign and you have a wheelchair and you're pulling out the fucking stat sheet of like, okay, DM, I want this upgrade, this upgrade, this upgrade, I'm gonna kill your character.
What if
I
my
kind of want to
character-
be one now, just to see how far I can get. Like,
Right? That's
I
what I
want
was
to see
thinking. I don't mind
everyone.
going in a-
First
I don't-
'Cause
character
frankly,
will
this-
be goblins.
It's basically just a mech suit.
I don't
Armored
mind-
core.
Disguised
Let's
as
do it, guys.
inclusivity.
Well, the
I
thing,
don't mind
honestly,
going an artificer
suit.
again. I can do that.
There's no reason not to use it though, even if you're not crippled.
Well, see, that's the thing. I would do the wheelchair thing, but I'd also play as a panhandler.
So you admit your fate.
Yeah. Then I feel the challenge would be trying to stay in the wheelchair at all times.
Well, that's easy. You just have a fucking belt around it.
You could have a phobia of touching the ground, like
well,
that.
okay. If I were to do a panhandler, I would also I would want to work it out with you, Adam. We're doing.
It would also have to be screaming.
performance checks. No, like routine performance checks. So it's like I actually pretend to be crippled, and people don't just get really mad at me.
Why you want to pretend? Why don't you just be crippled?
Because I don't want to be crippled. I just want to
Because-
pretend to be one.
Because I'm already.
Yes, I would want to be a panhandler.
You can
Well,
do that.
that's
without,
next
you can do
campaign.
that without a wheelchair.
Well,
And a screaming.
The only
skeleton,
cool
okay?
thing I thought, you know that breath attack?
Hmm?
If I flavor text it, with instead of being breath, it was bee.
I mean,
Crystalline bees.
crystalline bees.
Crystalline bees! Pick up crystals.
Purple bees.
Well, I
Is that against your lore, Adam? Is that a hard
bees-
no?
I mean, you'd have to like open your mouth so that you have little crystals in
It's
there.
a breath weapon anyway.
Oh,
and
holy
the and the
shit!
bees just go into your mouth one by one, pick up a crystal,
Wait.
and just throw it at the guy
Well, why don't they exit through my mouth? They're inside me
with
anyway.
violent projectile speed.
I think I
Wait,
put something like.
I've got to think.
I don't know
for
how
that.
many G's a
I-
bee can
yeah.
take.
This is what I put in our group chat. The crystalline hive. Once per day, you can coat a weapon in crystalline honey, providing some added damage and
I'll
possibly
drink that.
more cool effects. Providing advantage on your next attack, perhaps, would be nice for a rogue. That's all I put. But, crystalline honey. Yeah.
I just start making asbestos.
I don't know. Like maybe he's got a
Crystalline
drink
honey.
asbestos,
You know, you're not supposed to like inhale glass dust or something. You just
but
drink
it's
crystalline
I'm immune
honey.
to disease.
That's not a disease. That's just lacerating the interior of your mouth
But-
with glass.
Adam. He's built of tougher stuff. Okay.
Yes, and that's the tougher stuff's on the inside. The entire like your esophagus is squishy.
Zen is built different.
He's immune to disease, not lacerations of the flesh. I can still cut Zen in real life.
He bleeds. We
Um,
can
I
kill
can
him.
still cut Zen.
Then
Jesus.
cut Zen. Then.
Am I misremembering? I seem to remember there being a fucking scene in The Mummy where the Emotep like spits fucking bees or.
It was
scarabs
locusts.
or
It's
shit.
locusts,
Yeah, it was
yeah.
locusts.
Okay, so I'm not going crazy. Okay.
Well, you're going a little crazy.
You've
Yeah,
gone
'cause-
crazy.
Well, this
Maybe.
thing with the whole bee breath thing can be put on hold because this did need to be Diamond Quartz themed at least. So maybe if I
I-
give you a, you know, like one of those ring ball mouth gags. That's an item. There you go.
next villain is gonna get Zen. He's gonna get him.
Very
It's the
into
gimp.
fetishing.
It's the
My
Ah,
Dark
the
Souls
Gimp
3
monk
character.
school. The Gimp. Oh God. Oh, and your character for Elden Ring for a time.
Is it Gimp?
Yeah, Adam looked like a Gimp.
Look, the saucy Frenchmen were the best.
Anyways, besides getting off topic,
You trusted a saucy Frenchman to 1v1 you. You were wrong.
we did 1v1s pretty honorably until someone did
Yeah, but
something
if
fucky.
if someone started losing, it's like, oh, we warned you, we are saucy. And it's just like, just
I don't
fucking
think there
cheat.
was some sort of non-verbal
Saucy
agreement
agreement.
that people came into a fight club, assuming that they'll be assaulted by two identically named hosts.
Well, the first rule of Fight Club is
To
You
not
fucking
fight
talk
the
about
French.
it.
All right, so what is it that you guys are going to do? Because Zen took the rattlers, and those are going to be used for your experimental purposes. So whenever you use the puppies, not just the rattlers, but all of your items, make sure that you write down some really nice notes, even if you're not in the actual research division, because they want to know all the nitty-gritty details, from things like how much damage was dealt, how much the guy screamed, how much you screamed, if at all, for some reason. Like visible damage, emotional damage to not only your target, but the area vicinity, any kind of weird after effects, everything that can be reasonably put into a medical report that would be very, very important to the research division is essentially what you guys need to do. Now, take in mind, this is not all the time, just whenever you're using the quartz imbued weapons. And for those who have accessories, like Varys or Laszlo, you can still generate a report using diamond quartz related stuff. For example, the lens on Varys's monocle technically acts as a spyglass. That's mundane. So even if it's not turned on, you can use it like that.
You start using your stuff too much and you just start tasting copper.
That
This
could
is
be-
attunement, right? I have it marked as attunement.
Here's the thing.
I have to assume.
No,
No.
it's not.
Oh, I will.
I usually put in the description right after the name of the item, parentheses requires attunement. This one doesn't.
Oh,
So-
I'll have to. Let me change that then.
So it's free to put on for anyone, realistically speaking. So if you want to pass it around like the town bicycle and have everyone cast Hunter's Mark, besides you could do that. Or if you want to just pass it for the sake of using the spyglass portion of it, you can do that too.
I also like that. Like I'm reading the description. It is essentially Garrus's eyepiece, which is like
Yeah, I totally didn't make this item with either the DBZ visor or Scouter
one of the two.
or Garrus's head thing. But either way, that can be passed around if need be, but it is essentially tailor-made to function with Hunter's Mark in mind.
Little half elf man.
But the rest of you are essentially free to do your business now that everyone has their magical items who is permitted to have one. No, Krios does not get one.
Aw,
No,
come on.
he's a person.
It's okay. I'm over here I'm over here next to you guys, just making it a big, large, great axe going to a battle axe.
Big, small,
What's
back and forth,
What's
back and forth.
Krios's intelligence score?
Back, he can't attune. He
Yeah.
can't attune.
Yeah. Yeah.
No. He just
'Cause
can't.
well, no, I'm asking because that was the big thing when we had Og around. It's like, well, can we get some items? And it was like,
his
oh no, his intelligence is.
Yeah, his intelligence like negative something. -3.
Yep.
The 4. The 4
Negative.
score. Yeah, the modifier is -3.
Oh, I was gonna say like
No, if
Like a-
the
like a
the
black
actual-
hole,
if
like
the score
sucking-
was in the negatives, you would be dead,
yeah, I was gonna say it would be
brain dead.
sapping. What's the consensus? Are we gonna dip out of here, pick up the princess, go find a dragon? Is that the?
We should at least find her and decide which dragon we want to try and go find.
Before we go, I did want to ask just the basics of the diamond crystals because I'm gonna take my payment as diamond crystals, so I kind of just want to get the basically user manual on how to use these things and quick.
Yeah, I haven't
Guide.
taken my payment yet either. It's good point.
Yeah.
Should figure that out.
Well, you are here at the quartermaster, so he gives it to you in a very nice bundle, almost in the same swath that like when you deliver a child and you wrap it in a little blankie. Fug hands you your money, essentially, in a wrapped up silky blanket. Does not come with a carrying case, just the blankie, but you know that this stuff is you can't just drop it and shatter it into a million pieces that easily. You would need to take like several hammer strikes to break this thing, and even then it would probably only just put a split down the middle, not so much shatter it into tiny million pieces. This stuff is extremely dense, and while mildly brittle, it does have some flexible qualities, so that energy distributed throughout the thing kind of almost causes it to resonate more than shatter. Anyways, so you take your payment in the form of diamond quartz solidified. It is not in the form. It can either be, so you have two options before he hands it to you. You can have one big one or a bunch of small ones. They'll be all the same property in terms of magical resonance and in terms of age that they were pulled from the ground. I described last time that they do decay essentially, and then there's essentially two states. One, fresh out of the ground, and then that magical resonance lasts for about 2 to 3 days. Those are the super expensive ones. This is not the one that he's paying you with. He's paying you the middle ground, which is after those 2 to 3 days, but then less than a month. This is the medium ground one that is usually used by, let's say, Igith over at the magical item shop to do most of his experiments, and then the depleted one, which is about a month or longer, is essentially just light bulbs. So he's giving you either one big one or a bunch of small ones in the second stage.
What do they do, though? What's the...
Well, you'll have to find out first.
I'm
Victor.
going to take the smaller ones.
So
I
he
will
gives it.
take money, or do you want me to take a big one? I'll take a big one.
Great. Your big one is approximating about 12 inches long and about 4-inch radius. So it's kind of a tubular design.
Radical.
So it is kind of a big crystal. It's about the size of a toddler. Hence the baby.
Coddle the toddler. Pick it
And
up.
then
Yeah.
the one for Kalos comes in those velveteen bags that you would like put diamonds in. Comparable in not size or volume because it has been essentially broken down into little giblets, but is essentially about the size of a sack that you would use for looking around the room. Hold on.
You said this was... What was the price of these as well, for the big one?
We each get 10,000 GP worth
Mm-hmm. Okay.
because we got paid.
So 30k
technically-
Samir,
Yeah, 30k Samir, and then exchange, blah blah blah, foreign exchange, blah 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 blah, 10,000.
Okay, so look at this
easy.
Kirby doll. It's about this height.
Fuck's
Look
sake.
at this graph.
Okay. Kirby doll. Figurines, I mean.
So it's
Sound
about
off.
that bag. It's about that bag size full of crystals.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, is there a benefit or a advantage of taking a big one? I
So-
ask Fug.
Well,
So-
I'm gonna tell you
Besides
right now.
compensating.
Well, no.
What? I mean, yeah.
Your was not mine, friend. But you're gonna have to ask your buddies over at the research division. I'm the quartermaster, not a big brain fellow like yourself. I know some of the properties of these things, but honestly, they can tell you a better job.
Would you mind if I came back after they told me what the benefits and disadvantages are? Of
As long as you wipe your feet.
course.
So the research division is basically just next door. You can just open the door to the warehouse, go across the hall, a couple steps down, and you'll see the sign that says the research division. It's written in very nice font, and you can even see from the other side that some sort of experiment is going on. You can see people like moving back and forth, people holding forceps with a little bit of diamond quartz between the pincher thingies, someone holding a little dropping nozzle above it and like anticipating it to explode almost. You can choose to enter quietly or loudly.
Bust out the door,
I'm gonna
FBI.
I'm gonna have my crystal over my shoulder because it's toddler scale. Hello, hello, one and all. I'd say as I hold the door open for the rest of the group and Callus to head in.
The two gnome twins are the ones that are currently doing the little droplet project. As soon as you open the door, although you didn't violently FBI open up kind of thing, I'm gonna check your computer for cheese pizza. Go ahead and take notice of you. One of them pauses their experiment ever so briefly because they kind of broke concentration on the forceps and is kind of seeing that their hand is shaking visibly, and kind of just braces his wrist with the other hand. You go in, and the rest of the research division is there. We have Garrick, the male elf, Bailey, One Eye, the human, and the two gnome twins, Nakmos and Sine.
I'm gonna go up to the twins since they're the more recent ones. Actually, no. I'm gonna go up to Garrick because he's the oldest one.
Garrick is indeed the most senior member of this research division. He is
What were the
current-
name of the twins again?
Nakamos and
Sine.
Sine.
Okay. I'm writing.
They are fraternal twins.
And they're not
Gnomes.
dwarves. They're
Gnomes.
gnomes. Okay.
I'm a gnome. And then you have Bailey One Eye, which is not his last name, that's his nickname. And Garrick. So you go over to Garrick, the most senior member of the research division. He is currently doing very menial things of filing out paperwork, which was essentially the written portion of the experiments. He has a small metallic tray that has a variety of varied size crystals, some of which are not diamond quartz. Some of them are mixed of other things. Some of them look like some sort of amethyst crystal. Another one is just regular quartz, which is very, very discernible from diamond quartz. Again, diamond quartz is not diamond, nor is it quartz. That's essentially the layman's term for it. In the same way we discussed last week how fool's gold is not really gold, or how other things that have particular names aren't their actual thing. So, he has actual quartz, diamond quartz, amethyst, and all sorts of other whoosy-whatsits. He is currently filling out the paperwork as you approach. He gently puts his pen down as you approach, folds his fingers interlaced between each other, and kind of just anticipates a question from the newbie.
Garrick, I had a question for you. I'm gonna be taking some diamond quartz with me, but I just wanted to know what should I know of the fundamentals of diamond quartz, the properties and all of such. I've only read these things a bit back in Dominus, but I don't really.
Well, you folks
No,
are standing up. Do you have time? Because you're going to need to sit down for this.
I know
Unless you want the
fucking
short
nothing.
version.
I am a layman in this. I didn't read it back where I'm from. Here.
As a member of the research division, this is going to be something that comes up very often. Under normal circumstances, if you were to be working in the lab here, I'll just give you my 101 guide that I wrote for diamond quartz to read, but I feel like you folks are going to be in a bit of a hurry, and don't have the time to read it. It's approximately 230 pages. So
I'd still take the 101 book, to be quite honest with you. Just,
well, I
we
only
have
have
a
the
lot of-
one copy. Is
Ah,
the problem.
okay,
I
gotcha.
haven't had it reprinted. It's written by hand, and I have not had a chance to send it out for mass publishing. And also, that would be not a good idea to have that just available to everyone. So,
Makes sense.
to answer your question, a lot of things. That's the short version of it. Now, of course, that's not what you came to me for. So, diamond quartz, as we are coming to know it, is useful in a lot of things. I'm just going to list a few of them, and if you want me to go into further detail on specifics, just pause me and just let me know. First of all, catalyst. The word catalyst can mean a lot of things. It gets something from point A to C via point B quicker than usual. This goes for alchemical ingredients, as if you grind up diamond quartz into a fine enough powder, it can be used in alchemy. In terms of casting magics, it can be used as a very rudimentary form of magical focus. If you are wanting for one, and you don't have another regular magical focus, like a staff or a wand or something, it can be used as that. And for enchanting purposes, it can be used in two different ways. In solid form, or what you see the twins doing over there, you can liquidize it.
Oh.
It involves a very, very complicated and dangerous process, but if done correctly, you can liquidize it into a very, very tiny distilled form. The amount that the twins are working with right now, and he points to them, and the little droplet that one of the twins is holding, that one drop comes from about the size of the crystal that your friend is Laszlo is holding. 1 drop.
One drop?
That is probably the most expensive drop of a liquid you've ever seen in your life. No wine or mead or perfume can even come close to how expensive that single drop is. So, the twins are working with extreme caution. I advise you not to jostle the table for laughs. Anyways, for the purpose of enchanting, you can keep it in solid form, or again, liquidize it. If you're going to be doing the liquidation, I would recommend you do it here. For safety purposes, our expertise and the equipment required is not something you can exactly just bring around with you in a wagon. He points over to is essentially a giant brick oven that is reinforced by huge metal plates. That thing gets hotter than any blacksmith's forge I know in this country. If you just stand too close to it for long enough time, you could cook a steak without even touching the actual surface of it. And I highly recommend that you don't touch it yourself, even if it's not on. It maintains a certain temperature minimum so that it can be fired up and gotten to the peak temperature within at least 2 to 3 minutes. So that thing is almost always on. Hence why this room is so hot. Anyways,
I never really noticed until you pointed it out, but yeah, it is really fucking hot in here.
you then remember that you have heat resistance on your fucking armor.
Yeah, it's fucking hot in here.
But the most of us are used to it by now. In this liquidized form, it essentially, for the purpose of enchanting, allows you to put it on any size device, be it as small as a ring, or as large as a greatsword, or one of those things that you're carrying around with you. Do you really need 2 great axes?
Well, I'm actually gonna put the other one away, I just haven't had time yet.
Right. Anyways, it allows things for even the smallest droplet to enhance the enchanting process. From what I've seen, I'm not an enchanter myself, but old One Eye over there has dabbled into it and is our resident pseudo-enchanter. He's not as proficient as, say, Igith down the street, but he's only doing it for their educational purposes and is not trying to make money off of it directly. Not like opening a shop. Obviously, he works for us, so there is money being made somehow. But that's not the point. If you want to actually speak to him on that, you can go ahead as soon as I'm done with you here.
Yeah, probably will.
So, enchanting, alchemy, and even being used as a magical focus. So that's just the more things that you'd probably be more interested in. There's a couple of other things, like the magical radiation that comes from diamond quartz. It radiates the soil around it when it's being formed in the ground, ever so deep into the earth. That soil, it can be used for a variety of things. Agriculture to make crops grow upwards of, we've seen 15 times faster, and the fruit is more bountiful. Animals that grow up in there, like worms and moles and whatnot, about 3 times larger, and they're not exactly just... It doesn't turn them into voracious killers, thankfully enough. It just makes them bigger, which allows them to hunt larger prey, which could, in theory, kind of coincide with them being more vicious, but we've isolated it down to not going mad from magical radiation. It's just that they have a bigger variety of food to choose from now, because they're bigger. What else? I've seen some very, very crude, rudimentary things of putting a large diamond quartz on the end of a stick and using it like a hammer. That does work. If you want to get both you and the person you're hitting killed. Because it's volatile and can detonate when unprocessed and just used as a bludgeoning tool. If you just pluck the thing out of the ground, it's very volatile. But you probably want to go to Old One Eye for most of those things you're probably wondering about. But any kind of specific questions I can try to bring light to?
Does putting it in a bag of holding bring any weird side effects?
Nope.
No. Completely safe?
It's completely safe.
Gotcha. Okay.
They're not an extra dimensional mineral. If anything, they are more in tune to this plane of existence than most other things, if that makes any sense. It's almost as if they're like the soul of the planet. As the boss man says. That might be just him flowering up the vocabulary, but that's what he calls it.
And one more thing, just slipped my mind. Fuck.
No, you cannot eat it.
I was imagining that.
Damn.
You can't eat it? Wow.
I mean, you could try and swallow it.
We
I'm
saw
sure
we
these
saw Baruti
effects would
take a
be-
chomp the other earlier, or take a sip at least. That may be the minerals or something else.
What Boss Man Baruti does is not exactly what you think it is. I can't exactly divulge what it is in specifics, as it is a personal secret of his that keeps him healthy, to say the least. And for the most part, it doesn't drive him mad with power or anything, just mad with money.
Fuck, there was really a question I had for you, and it just slipped my mind.
A spitball it. Was it to do with crafting? Was it to do
No.
with the cat?
No.
Was it to do with me?
No.
Oh, okay. I'm out of ideas.
Yeah. I'll come back to you, just in case if it comes back to me.
Always on the tip of the tongue. Make sure you write things down.
And I'm just really excited. I've just never heard. I just never held. We've never been this close to this amount of diamond crystals. It's just overwhelming the senses.
Well, I'm kind of mellowed out around the whole thing. I was kind of like you at first as well. Upon finding out the different capabilities of this stuff, I too was overwhelmed with the sheer possibilities. But after you play with this stuff long enough, it's almost like a dog. Like the first time you get a dog, sure, like you'll play with it all the time, and then eventually it just becomes like a background thing.
Okay.
It's just there.
All right.
You still like it, the dog, that is.
Well, yeah, you gotta feed it, take it out, walk it.
Yes, of course. You come to an understanding of the minimal requirements for taking care of it, and then everything else is just becomes icing on the cake. Any new tricks that they learn, or in this case, new discoveries for the diamond quartz, is just a pleasant surprise.
Okay. All right. I'll come back to you just in case if it comes back to me.
Understood.
Thanks, Garrick. I'm heading over to the old one-eye DM. I just wanna first thing I want to keep an eye out is what type of language he's using for his enchanting. If I can see that on his table, or if he has anything open. The first thing.
You go over towards Old Bailey One Eye. Now you say Old One Eye, he's like 27. But anyways.
And Callus is just all jealous and insecure. It's like, I just lost 10 years of my life to that fucking Sphinx.
Fuck yeah, bro. What the fuck? This one dread is just completely grayed out. It just makes no fucking sense.
You see Bailey over there. He is currently doing an experiment of his own. It involves a larger diamond quartz crystal being suspended by a series of needles holding it suspended above the ground. He takes 2 wires in each hand, almost like he's an electrician chesting for any kind of little spark that goes between the live wires, and begins to tap ever so gently on the side of the crystal, causing it to illuminate at very small intervals before dulling out completely. He does so repeatedly until eventually you approach and he puts the wires down and then kind of clears his throat. Hey, how's it going?
Bailey? Nice to meet you.
You do notice that he is indeed missing an eye.
Oh.
He doesn't wear a patch over it, he kind of just closes it ever so slightly. It's not completely closed, so you can see behind the lids that there's just an empty socket there. He does not have a glass eye either, he kind of just lets it hang.
No shame, got it, cool. Respect it. So, hey, Callus, nice to meet you. Well, actually, we already introduced ourselves. I had a question for you since you're the resident enchanter here.
Don't give me such a title, I'm just a junior enchanting enthusiast, I guess, would be my title.
Well, what language do you enchant with, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, I'm classically trained, so I use Draconic.
Oh. I'm gonna take out the book that I've been handing out everyone a copy of, and I'm just gonna this might interest you. It might advance your
It's a little
knowledge
bit-
of enchanting a little bit
Might be a
faster.
little too advanced here, newbie. It's I can't read this.
It's signed copy as well. If you look at the front cover, is it signed, Carlos, or not?
No, it's not signed by
It's
Cal.
got
You
the
should sign
author's
them.
mugshot in black and white. with his on the back.
Yeah.
Well, no. If I turn to the back, it has a little. I thought about that too. You know, not a lot of people know this language, literally. So I thought about that, and in the back of it, there's a little index of what this might mean. What that means. So there you go. Just take a glance at it. You know, it might help you out. It might actually open the horizons of enchanting. It might go a little bit faster. You might go from a junior to not a master nor an expert, but it could push you over the edge if you're in a hump.
In a good way.
He
In a
flips
good
through
way.
the book, like
It sounded
he goes back
ominous.
to the translation index and looks back and forth to see if he can do a quick, like translate like one sentence at a time. He looks back and forth. He kind of, with his one eye, he squints as if he's concentrating. I mean, I won't turn it away. I do have a decent number of things on my plate right now. I don't think I can get to this immediately. I'll, Thanks,
Take your
newbie.
time. Drink it over. You know, read it over when you're drinking coffee or something. You know, just it might help you out.
It is a bit tough. Like I said, I'm only dipped my toes into enchanting, but
What's your main thing you do here? It's
well,
not
I've
enchanting.
been basically sidelined into enchanting, because no one else in the research division has the essentially linguist skills to do so. Gnome is an awful language for enchanting. No offense, guys. And the two twins don't even give them so much as the time of day. They're so focused on not dropping this one droplet in the wrong
Don't blow up
spot.
the building. Don't blow up the building. It's probably what this mantra's going on with.
Don't fuck it up.
All you just see is the one holding the forceps kind of just flare his nostrils. Is the only way he can acknowledge him.
Fuck you. Fucking.
Gnomish is awful language. Common tongue can't work, period, unfortunately. Trust me, I've tried. Common is, of course, my native tongue. I thought I could try to enchant using common. And the sentences are awful. Well, it's even worse for Gnomish.
How many languages you know?
I know common, Draconic, obviously, for the enchanting purposes. I've delved into a couple of things, but I would not call myself fluent with them because I was trying to do them to pick up chicks. So I know how to greet someone in Elvish and to ask for their home address. I would not.
Hello, where do you live? That is not. I'm not very good. Yeah.
And also if I can buy you a drink in Elvish.
Okay.
I tried doing the same thing for Dwarvish. Apparently my accent is awful, and with the right inflection, or rather the wrong inflection and accent, it can almost sound like I'm asking someone to fist fight me.
Looking him up and down, DM, would he hold up a fight?
He is, actually making an insight check.
Oh, I'm too excited.
He's got his white lab coat on, so you can't see the full extent of his build. His arms and hands that are exposed from the short sleeves on this thing, they are kind of scarred, and little patches of skin almost look like they've been burnt. He almost has like a blacksmith's hands, but not quite as burly. And the fingers are still straight. So to that extent, he probably has, big meaty claws. But other than that, you can't tell if he's a fighter, a lover, a poet, or, some sort of, like, trained gunman.
So maybe not ask Zen if he wants to go get a drink.
Good thing he's not an elf as well. Or is he?
Ooh, that would be- but he knows a little Elvish, so if he accidentally mixes up the languages, he's
He's
screwed.
a dead man.
Well, in Dwarvish, the term for "can I take you out" can either mean
Multiple.
Oh god.
If he mixes up the languages, axe to the face. Then it's just like, I don't have time for you knife ear apologists.
But yeah, I'm fluent in Common, Draconic, and those previous two languages don't even mention, honestly.
Gotcha.
Okay, so going on to the enchanting part of diamond crystals, are they a good replacement for actual diamonds? Let's say in enchanting.
Unfortunately, no. The whole diamond quartz thing is just a layman's moniker that we gave it for, speaking plainly. The boss man himself has a couple of, I guess, scientific terms for it, but they have too many syllables. I know diamond quartz is... There's only 3. Could be worse.
Makes sense.
But unfortunately, it does not act in the same properties as diamond nor quartz. But it kind of looks like a quartz crystal if you squint hard enough and you're not knowledgeable about quartz at all. And it's not the color of diamond either, because it's a slightly bluish tinge. So generally speaking, it doesn't make sense to me. But I have incorporated it into my vocabulary for long enough that I don't think about it.
Okay.
But unfortunately, no. What I can tell you is that if you use this during your process, now you see this apparatus that I have over here. Essentially what it does, if you have a specific amount of diamond quartz, and I've essentially carved it into the shape of a lens, kind of like you would use for glasses. It's about the size of my fist, and I hold it suspended by these little wires here. I wouldn't have it in a metal apparatus, as it kind of vibrates violently sometimes, and it would probably just fall out of the clasp. So I have it on these metal little pinchy tongs to hold it in place, so I can adjust its pitch and overall how it's functioning. So anyways, so I have it carved out into this lens, you see? And if you hold underneath it, not only does it magnify, but you can also use it to essentially plot out your
Put it in that one.
magical enchantment. If that makes any sense. You can kind of see the... Here, it's better if you just show it rather than I explain it. He draws you over to his current project. Of course, you have the lens suspended by a series of little pinchy clamps that are affixed to a metallic frame. Underneath it, he has a little... Not a petri dish, but it's about comparable in size to that, and he has a magical... Almost looks like a coin that has been about a quarter done with draconic text around the perimeter of the actual coin itself. Less of a coin, more of a metal disc, about the size of a coaster that you would use for drinks. Anyway, so about a quarter of it is done with draconic, and you can see that without looking through the lens, you can see the text that has been scrawled in and has been inlaid with the magical components used to actually complete the enchantment, not just the actual font. He has you look over through the lens, and you can see now that the other 3/4 of the enchantment is visible, almost like he is doing a print preview on what he's doing with his enchantment. So all he needs to do is essentially trace out the rest of the draconic text, instead of having to essentially go back and forth to transcribe from whatever language needs to be to get the enchantment to work properly. Now this doesn't seem like much. If anything, it's just putting a piece of paper and tracing over it. But what it does is, every time I take this tool, and he has a specialized, essentially it looks almost like a chisel with a very refined point that is almost needle tipped. And he begins to tap on it, not even with a little hammer, but just like the back of his finger. He begins to tap on it, and you can see every time he taps on it, the crystal lens that is above there emanates a slight hue before dulling again. And then in the spot where the needle point was touching on the metal disc, the font is beginning to show up as if it was being essentially 3D printed on it. This has cut my enchanting time by about a quarter.
Holy shit.
So it's not only imprints and essentially let you preview the font that you're going to be putting onto the text, but it also enhances it. A little less requirement of the old elbow grease in terms of chipping in the actual font. And then what is essentially happening is the lens itself is not just acting as a magnifying glass, it's shaving off a small portion of the actual crystal. And then as I tap with this special needle, this is not just a regular needle, by the way, essentially what it's doing is taking a small fragment of the crystal end as the needle goes through, it's actually a hollow needle, and it essentially injects it like a tattoo. So, you need these two things to make it work properly, but this has cut my enchanting times by as much as a few days in certain projects. So, I think it's well worth it. Now, you have to change out the lens every once in a while because you are shaving off small portions of it for enchantment. And I think in terms of time versus money spent, I'd rather save on time than money. Because, you know, I'm only alive for so long.
Of course. Would I be able to... Now,
Well,
me and you are probably...
I see a little baggie there. No, you gotta have the big one.
It would need to be the big one?
It needs to be the big one. You can't just mash up a bunch of small crystals into a lens, unfortunately.
Okay.
But if you have the time, and if you got a big crystal, you can take over to that big forge there, the one with the metal bracing on it. Be really careful with there. I would recommend that... that suit's heat resistant, isn't it?
Resistant, yeah.
Okay. You don't have a helmet, though. You should wear something to cover your face.
I have... I don't like...
It's gonna
Don't
singe
melt
your,
off your eyebrows.
It's
I
gonna
don't-
singe your eyebrows.
I don't like the helmet of the armor, but I have a helmet. I have a
Right.
cover
okay.
face
I would
thing.
recommend you get over that so that you don't singe your eyebrows, because I don't know if you ever not had your eyebrows, but it's very hard to express your emotions facially if you don't have eyebrows. Personal experience, also missing an eye.
Cat have eyebrows?
I don't think Krios has.
No, he doesn't.
No.
We were joking
Rios
that he
even
was
have
going to have
eyelids.
permanently angry eyes if we wanted them. We could just move them like
Maybe
Mr.
just draw
Potato
them
Head.
on.
Permanently angry eyebrows.
You Mr. Potato Head cat.
Now,
And I'm packing your angry
Um,
eyes, just in case.
But yeah, if you take it over that forge, heat it up a bit. I have a special. It's essentially like a mold that you're going to heat up the crystal into, and then pour the liquid contents into that lens mold, let it harden, and then we have to polish it a bit because it's going to be a bit rough around the edges, and focus it properly. But once you get the shape, you're all good to go. And realistically speaking, the needle is actually probably the harder part, because this thing is incredibly precise instrument. He holds it up horizontally, and it's almost impossible for you to like see that this is actually a hollow lens, in the same way that like it's like an actual real life syringe in terms of pointiness, and it is hollow, but you need to look really close to the point where he's almost jabbing you in the eye with it to see that it's actually a hollow interior. So this one is actually significantly more difficult. We don't have the actual tools in the lab to create one of these things, and also because I'm the only one using it, it would be kind of a weird thing to just have a needle manufacturing thing in the lab.
Mm-hmm.
So I did need to outsource this, and before you ask, no, I only have the one, because you just came in today. I didn't account for new people coming in for enchanting, so this is my only one. And they kind of can break if you're being really forceful about it, hence why I just use the back of my finger to tap it. You don't even need a hammer.
got it.
If you want to, I can put in an order for you.
Please.
You are in the research division, so I'll put that in order. That being said, it can take some time, because the person who's making it is getting on in years. I'll just say that.
What is well? Okay. I mean, yeah. Just
Well,
yeah.
just put the order in.
If you don't mind putting in the order, and yeah, definitely.
It might take probably at least a week.
I'll probably come back and pick it up. Then I don't know.
Okay, well, if you don't come back, then I'll just set it aside for you. Don't worry, we have some storage closets over there for some other stuff. I'll just put your name on it. Not like anyone else is going to use it anyways.
No. Let me ask you a question here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Power source. Have you used it as a power source yet? Just because, and I point to Krios over here. This guy over here uses
To answer your
infused
question,
gems.
yes, in multiple ways. So, obviously, you've seen around this facility and in the lobby over there that we use it as essentially a light fixture. Those are depleted, obviously. The good stuff, though, power source. That forge over there, we wouldn't have a forge always turned on if it didn't have a good power source. So we can't just keep shoveling coal and wood in there. That's incredibly inefficient. That thing is as you can probably imagine, fueled by diamond quartz. Sorry, I had to say it out.
Oh, dude, yeah, I was imagining.
Now that has not depleted diamond quartz, and it does need to be routinely changed out because it does not have an infinite source of energy, but it's a decent amount. One of the diamond quartz that's not pulled directly from the ground, ones that is in phase 2, as we call it, lasts about, I'd probably say, 1.5 weeks.
Stage 2.
Stage 2. And then it's completely depleted. Normally they would last a month if you just left them out by their lonesome, but we're drawing power from them actively, so the forge draws them out and shortens their lifespan to only about 1.5 weeks. Which, generally speaking, if you were, say, you know, not the Crystal Spark family and had access to the mines, that would be kind of a big issue, but the boss man just says, this one is, you know, about half juiced, so just toss it in the forge. And then once it's depleted, we remove it. Here, do you want to see the... put your helmet on. You can see the battery component in the back.
I'll put on the welder's mask of the helmet.
Old One Eye puts on what is essentially the equivalent of like a diving suit. A medieval one, not a modern one. And it comes with what is essentially just a full face mask, not even just welding goggles, full face mask, the kind you would use for welding. He goes around to the back, and as you get closer and closer to the forge, you can hear the constant bursting, popping, and roaring of the fire, and it is indeed hot. You're heat resistant, but not heat immune, so you do feel this at some point. He shows you around to the back portion, which almost looks like a scuba tank with a spinning wheel that can be used to remove the latch on the front, kind of like a submarine's upper hatch that you need to spin to cause the little cap to come off on a hinge. He spins it a couple times. It's a bit of effort. He keeps the lid on tight to make sure that nothing funny falls out. And eventually he pulls off the lid, and you can see inside, resting inside of an apparatus, is a white-hot glowing bit of diamond quartz. It is constantly reverberating as if it was like vibrating, and there's a couple of inner portions that keep it from making too much rattling sound, or else it would just sound like someone just tossed a brick into a washing machine. While it's on. And either way, he shows it to you, closes it shut, turns the wheel back a couple times to tighten up the clamps, and he has you step away from the forge. So yes, to answer your question, fuel source. Yes.
Now, you said that it depletes it. Have you guys come up with have you done experiments to see if you can prolong its life, or it just can't be done?
We've tried.
If I'm gonna stick it into this big guy over here, the Kratos, he uses a lot of. I have to constantly keep infusing him every night to make sure that he has enough juice to go about his business every day. But I just want to make sure that I'm.
So, unfortunately speaking, for within a mortal's lifetime. Now, this isn't to say that the big boss man himself is immortal, but he has enough traces of evidence that it kind of can work. These things can be essentially re-infused with magical energy. You just take a depleted one, go back into the mine, find a nice empty hole and socket, and shove it back in there, and eventually, over the course of, according to the boss, the last 40 years, it's regained about 2% of its capacity. So again, within mortal years,
2% of its capacity. Jesus.
So they can be reinfused. So which is what we do with a decent number of them. We essentially replant them back in the mines for future generations, potentially. We have a cordoned off area down in the mines, which is essentially like, here's the fresh batch, here's the one that's growing, don't fucking touch it. But unfortunately, even the ones that the boss replanted back in the ground are nowhere near capacity. They would still be considered depleted. The only reason that he was able to tell so was that he dug up one of his oldest ones and just ran a couple of experiments to see what kind of magical residue is still on there. And, as I said, 2%. So it takes time, but they can be reinfused. Something about like the Earth's energy reinvigorating it. But for your buddy there, I don't think it would be a good idea to just have him operating solely on diamond quartz. You would need to be, one, wildly valuable materials being used in very short bursts of about a week and a half that you need to change. And these things aren't cheap, as you know. So,
yeah, of course.
you would be an employee of us, but that would be considered not exactly, we'd need to see the logistics of seeing you use it as a write-off, because that's a new conundrum that I have not exactly come across in my time here. So if I could use it as a write-off, maybe we can have you have a source for your buddy there. But as it is right now, you would need to essentially pay out of your own pocket.
That makes sense.
Not fun.
No, fuck no. Okay, so it cuts a quarter of your enchanting time.
Yes. Angel, what the fuck are you doing? I appreciate. Yeah, but that was like 20 minutes ago.
Oh.
I'm looking at the chat. Look at the dude's here. Nice gone.
Can be used as a power source. Do you have? I guess at this point I'm just gonna be experimenting on myself in enchanting and just reporting back to you specifically on my findings with enchanting when it comes to enchanting wise.
I look forward to it. You seem to be more senior than me in terms of enchanting, considering you've made stuff beyond my comprehension. According to this book, I can't comprehend it.
I'm going to be thinking outside the box and being alongside Carlos here and
I can't
Beyond
even
my own
comprehend
spin on
it.
things.
Everything's fisherman now.
Ooh,
I'm
grant us,
going insane.
grant us eyes. Oh.
But for now, yeah, I guess that needle, and I'm gonna go switch out these little ports for the bigger one so I can make that lens.
Take in mind, if you, the one that your buddy is toddling like a baby over there,
Hello, yeah.
that can probably get you about 4 to 3 lenses if you're not stupid with it. So if you want to make some lenses, you can do that now. If you want to just leave me the quartz, I can do that for you when I have time. Unless you can, I don't know if you're busy or not. Because if you're going to be in the lab or outside, because you're...
We're going to be out in the lab. We've got
Okay.
stuff to do, yeah.
Alright, well, if you want to leave the quartz crystal with me, I'll do my best to try and get you as many lenses.
So what is, so
properly
these
made.
lenses, is like a one-time use lens and then you can enchant stuff with it?
But yeah, that's
That's
the
the
other
gist of it.
thing that I was going to say. Is it just for one enchantment, like what? Let's say one item use, and then
No,
the
it
lens
depends
is gone,
on...
or can I use it
There's
multiple
a bunch
times?
of factors, mostly the size of the thing you're enchanting. Like the small little disc that I'm enchanting right now, that's going to be essentially acting as a little floating party tray to hold drinks and snacks. So that's a tiny thing. That's not gonna use a huge portion of the lens. If I were to
Okay.
say create an entire enchanted set of armor, though, that would probably cost me the whole lens. But the time saved is well worth the price because I'm mostly not paying for it.
I mean, I need to have a think of like what I would like to try and create. I need to still think on that.
If in doubt, just hand it to Kalos over here and he'll do something with it.
Now you said it cuts on time. What about materials used on the enchantment? See, I have an idea on something, and I know it's going to cost me a shit ton of money. So I want to know if it's also going to help me out in cutting down the cost as well, or is it just time specifically?
Well, they kind of offset each other because the actual diamond quartz itself is so expensive. But the materials saved, they kind of cancel each other out. If that makes sense.
Yeah, it does.
But
It does.
if you account for, if you took out the fact that you need to pay for diamond quartz out of the process, then yes, you would have a net benefit. But that's assuming that you're getting the crystals for free. Which technically you're not because you're working for it.
Working, yeah.
But it's not free in that regard. It's free for money.
It's free. Well, technically, I mean,
Well, I mean, it is money.
I
because
have
you're
to.
being paid in it.
Yeah, I'm getting paid, but
yeah, so, but
I don't mind getting paid in diamond quartz. To be quite honest with you, if it's going to
yeah,
help
they
me
could-
out in the long run.
yeah. So yeah,
Okay.
it does. They do. If you're doing
Go
it
ahead,
out of
yeah.
pocket, they cancel each other out in terms of the cost efficiency, and then it's just a time benefit. But if you do both, in terms of using a lens, and you don't have to pay for the lens, you not only save on time, you also save on money.
Okay.
The logistics of enchanting is, it's a process,
It's
economy, etc.
Yeah. That's why I'm trying to cut down the cost, and when you go through the book, you'll notice that I'm trying to cut down the cost and time on it.
Well, that's the thing. You have that little baggie of the smaller ones right now. So the thing is, you use the big lens, comes from the big crystals.
Mm-hmm.
The little tiny ones that you hold in that little baggie, you use as a replacement for enchanting materials. So you essentially have, how much is in there?
10,000 gold.
10,000 gold. There you go. That's 10,000 gold worth of enchanting material right there.
Okay.
Technically speaking, it could be more if you're very astute at making sure that you're efficient with your materials. I've seen it go up as much as 30 to 40% efficiency rating.
God damn, that's a lot. Holy shit, that increases by so much.
Now again, that's coming from a novice.
Mm-hmm.
Do you just want the big crystal, Kalos? Then you have big
Oh,
crystal.
I honestly, Laz. I mean, I don't. You're getting this is your signing bonus. I don't want to take it from you.
It should be fine.
Are you sure?
Sure,
I mean,
yeah.
the
It's a group
amount of
investment if you think about it. If you're all partying together, are you partying together?
yeah.
Yes, we are.
Okay, there you go. Well, it's a group benefit
If
investment.
it helps you out, then I mean, I'm not going to be able to dabble with it too heavily. I don't think. So
I mean, yeah. If you're willing, Laz,
sure. Take. There you go. There you go. Big crystal.
I have so much money on my person right now, like with
Don't squander it.
equipment, the
Think of it as
materials.
your
Go down and
investment.
buy another axe.
Like, holy fuck.
Whoops! He's gonna be that guy. I can't hold all these axes.
I'm gonna hand it over to our boy.
It's past the parcel, apparently. Jeez.
Yeah. I'm gonna pass it over to Bailey, and if you can make this into however many lenses you can.
I can promise a minimum of 3, maximum of 4 if I'm good with it. I'm pretty used to the crystals that the boss man is handing down, so that's the best I can promise you. Now take in mind, it mostly takes a while to heat up, but then they cool rather rapidly, so I can probably promise that I'll have them done within the next 2 days.
Okay.
So, because they need to sit in the oven for a minimum of 8 hours to heat up properly.
That makes sense.
And then once they get out of the oven and I put them into the casts, they begin to rapidly cool. I say rapidly, but like compared to 8 hours, it's rapid. It's about 4 hours.
Do these lenses also deteriorate over time as the raw crystals, or after they're refined?
Once you heat them up, it can essentially artificially lengthen lifespan. Not too much as you might think. Maybe a couple of extra weeks. So I would use them as soon as possible.
Okay. Okay then.
And no, they don't work by stacking on top of each other. You can't do that. I've tried. I put 4 lenses on top of each other to see if it would completely... Because I said it's not an additive property. Because I said it cut down time a quarter. It didn't cut it down 100%. I've tried.
It's free. Wow.
Just tap once
That would
and
be
everything
cool.
is created.
It is not an additive property, no.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I mean,
It would have been
let's
great
get
if it
that
was.
done. Let's get that done. Please put in the order for the needle.
Yep.
And I'll definitely be back.
All right,
And I'll
see you later,
definitely
newbie.
send it. Yes, sir.
Should I even call you that?
I mean, not really.
I've seniority here of time.
Well, of
'Cause I've
course.
been working here for longer. But you're a more proficient enchanter, so I'm gonna flex the employer status, alright? Got it. See you later, newbie.
Gonna.
How old are you?
Say anything. 37.
Oh,
Oh,
I'm also younger than you too, I guess. Well,
how old are you?
I'm 27.
Damn it.
I'm
Damn
you,
that
but
Sphinx.
3 shadow.
Damn
Red
that Sphinx.
Shadow.
Well,
Well, yeah.
I'm Laszlo, so yeah, that's me.
I'm assuming that you are not enchanting.
No, no.
So
I'm
long-
using this, and
Alright, that's fine. But you guys are all working for experimental weapons, including your compatriots who have been idling in the back of the room this whole time.
Mm-hmm.
Like a bunch of NPCs.
Don't say that. No.
Keep posing.
Oh, you dropped something. Let me pick it up for you. NPCs.
So yeah, you'll definitely be hearing from me, and I'll be back in 2 days, and then in a week as well.
We might be out of town by 2 days. We'll be back in some time. We don't know what we're doing yet. We might be going out of town for a little spell.
Well, I mean, you guys do need to go out to do your experimental weapon testing, so
Yeah.
I don't expect that you're going to be here in the lab every single day, which is fine. I'm kind of used to having this number of people. I already bump into the twins enough because I forget how tall they are sometimes, and they accidentally bump into my shin. And you in that heavy armor would probably be 10 times worse if I bumped into your shins.
Stub your toe, yeah. Probably like less than 10 days, I would say.
That's
Up to, like,
fine.
Varus and that,
If
but-
anything, everything will be done by the time you get back, and you can have this nice little care package waiting for you of
Awesome.
lenses, needles, and other twizzy what's-its.
So since I'm coming back in 10 days, I shouldn't really be carrying these quartz around since I can't do any enchanting or experiments with them. So
You got your locker, apparently. Is you got a locker?
I'm just gonna go
we
back
don't
to
have
Fug
a
and
locker.
see.
We have a storage closet, but it's not exactly a personal locker.
Oh, okay.
I'm
It's
just
full
gonna go
of
back to
diamond
Fug
quartz.
and tell him that I'm gonna pick up my payment when I come back. Seems about right. So
You pass by the twins, who are deathly silent, sweat beating down their foreheads as they try to gingerly, drop by drop, make sure this thing gets onto its appropriate fixture. You notice that what the twins are doing is essentially they are coating ammunition in diamond quartz droplets in bundles. You see a series of a bundle of 12 bolts for a crossbow, tied together with a leather string so that they're all facing together in a nice little circular fashion. And then, one at a time, the other twin is dropping a little pipette of a single drop of refined diamond quartz into a liquid form onto the needles, not the needles, the heads of the bolts, which essentially suck them up almost like they're sponges and grow crystals around the tip where they were formed. The actual single droplet then spreads out almost as if it's like a fungus growing, and it coats the rest of the bolts, at which point you have a bundle of 12, all essentially sharing the same host of crystals that one twin begins to break off from each other with a loud cracking sound.
don't drop it.
The twin who was doing the droplets is finished. She looks back at you, wipes the sweat from her brow, and she's just like, "Yeah, no shit."
Oh shit, that looks heavy.
And then the other twin who's breaking off the crystals he can be a bit more forceful with it. They've already dried onto the bolts themselves, but he gingerly places each bolt with enough loving care that he's almost like putting a baby down to sleep. Each bolt gets its own little sleeve that is velveteen lined with silky materials. And then sorted into a little chest on the side underneath their workstation. If there's something else you want to do here at the lab, then you guys can vacate the premises, and you have your orders put in, and your lenses being crafted. Lens crafters, not sponsored.
Yeah, then I'm just gonna go back to Fug and say, Fug, I'm gonna come pick this up when I come pick up my care package. If that's alright with you, I don't feel comfortable enough taking around this thing if I'm not doing anything with them.
He narrows his eyes at you as if you just, like, give back a present that he so lovingly gave you. Like,
Oh,
Wait,
I
what?
will remember that.
no, I do, and I very
use
much
mine.
do. He used his, but I can't use his until
For him,
I can't
yeah.
use mine until I get my equipment. So I feel like it'd be easier if I come pick it up all in one, because I know you're very
you see
protective
him
about your stuff, so
he's
I
staring
want to
at
give
you
it to the best.
with both eyes. He licks one side of his thumb with his tongue and begins to flip through some pages, and you see him erase a mark that is
Ooh.
presumably for the storage of the
Cool
diamond
guy
quartz in that
points.
form, and then he just puts a little check next to it, and then he kind of folds the papers back down. Put it on that shelf, friend. You'll get it back when you come back. Got your name on it and everything, metaphorically speaking.
Of course. Thanks, Fog. I appreciate
No
it.
one's gonna touch your shit. Don't worry.
Trust you. Now put it on the shelf.
Almost with like a little chime, it almost like sinks into a pile of other baggies filled with the same material. They've all been sorted and weighed, presumably to be the same in grams, presumably. Same approximate weight and cost of each baggie. And then you can vacate the warehouse, leaving Fug to his palace of shelves. And what else?
We're done here, right?
We're done.
Nautilus.
Now we gotta go pick up Dottie.
Dauntless can be found over at the bunkhouse. Face down in a pillow, and then has a little AFK symbol next to their username.
He's running in a
Oh,
circle.
my
He's
head
running into
just
the corner.
hurts.
You guys over to the bunkhouse. You can meet up with Dauntless and exchange information that needs to be exchanged. Now, just trying to put a layer up of what is known to Andrew and obviously what's known to the princess. All the things with the assassins is something specifically known to everyone else except for you. Same thing with the fact that they've been hired for the Crystal Spark family, and basically the entirety of the last session, because you weren't there.
So my headache was not a result of assassin poison. It was just bad coffee.
That coffee was good. I don't know.
Bad
Good
What
thing I
coffee
didn't
is-
fucking drink any.
It didn't agree
I'm
with my
fine.
system.
Maybe they put dairy in it.
Would be.
Maybe, yeah. I look around, does he like have a dairy incident anyway?
It's just shit everywhere.
Oh,
That is awful.
I think we'd probably get kicked out of the.
Yeah, probably.
would they kick out of Mordremont for that?
Man,
How far
you
does it have to
cannot
go?
poo-poo here.
Yeah. I'll do what I want.
Well, here's the thing. This was something he inherited, so like it would have to have been publicly known by, and
Don't
not publicly
give this
known. The
princess
doctor would have had to
dairy in
know.
it.
Don't give
Yeah.
Princess how long
Let's
dairy.
just say it was unspecified being sick.
Problems.
Give me
Yep.
about an hour. Kind of want to switch these things out now, just in case if we get into a little tussle.
Good news, everyone.
Yeah, sure. Do your glow thing with crystals.
It's very cool, actually. And I think about it, and it goes down to a smaller axe, and I'm just like, fuck, that's cool. And it goes back into a big, great axe, and I'm just like, fuck, that's awesome.
We've given the child a fidget spinner. Shit.
I'm going back and forth, making it big and small, big and small, big and small in that hour.
It's that clip of Dennis.
Oh, holy fuck, I want that.
You know the one. At a moment's notice. Placid. Alright. Jeez. Well,
Fuck, that's
I hope
great.
hope you're feeling better. Because we got some stuff to do later. We got to kind of found out a bit of a cutoff date for your getting blood.
You mentioned something about July?
Yeah, next month.
And that's like 10 days away. So
So
Gotta hurry up.
let's
we're
get
gonna,
cracking.
we're gonna get out of this city and then go follow some leads on said dragons. We've got a few to pick from. We've got two to pick from really.
I would say one.
What, the blinding fire star child kind of guy?
I would say we try to. I would say I would vote for that dude because here's the
Yeah,
thing.
I mean the other ones they're so specific, and one doesn't probably have.
Here's the
blood.
thing. Dragons are kind of righteous as they are. You're gonna go mess with a dragon who, on top of being, also sees, and like best case scenario, you're killing a dragon who like may or may not help people who are stranded in the desert. And worst case
Mhm.
scenario, you're
We killed the good guy.
no worst
that'd be
case
bad,
scenario,
yeah.
you're fighting a dragon with a savior complex, and I don't want to deal with something like that.
I mean, I agree. but
Okay, so
we should
Star
just
Child.
Probably not make things worse around here than they already are.
Now,
Yeah, there might be like a stability to the region, you know. You don't wanna fuck things up.
The issue with the Star Child is it did not give us a location. So
I know you guys. Well, at least Laszlo doesn't trust the compass, but we could always use the compass.
it is a good starting point.
All right, but when we get back with this blood box, I do want to find the census office. July,
Yeah,
really?
it would be within the Sultans. That's the location we'd have to go through for that.
Yeah, you're probably gonna. You have to pull your name around to get that
Yeah.
information.
And your family might be more willing to indulge you if you've
Yeah,
you
no, I
indulge
know.
them.
I know. It's not like the records are going to burn down tomorrow, so we should deal with the blood box.
Okay.
Be like a little birthday present for your dad.
a blood gift. Yay. Well,
Absolutely thrilled. about
Fancy
that.
wine.
they told us to go kick ass. So you might as well be a dragon.
Okay.
We're assuming we gave Daedalus the rundown. We're not gonna.
Hey, we have a second job besides protecting you, by the way.
Does this affect your contract or whatever you had
Oh.
with Dolan?
No, because at the same time we'll be protecting you from any evil ne'er-do-wells, while at the same time kicking their ass.
You get paid more at least.
Fuck yeah, we
Wow.
kind of know what we're worth now, right, guys? Shit, what are you guys paying for getting paid for Dolan? I'm getting paid 50 gold each week.
I mean, I didn't get told. we
Well,
kinda-
you're a fucking princess. You can just say, "Hey, babe, let me get 10,000 gold," and he'll be like, "All right, here you go, babe."
Try not to spend it. Try to be frugal with it.
yeah, sure.
You know, so
Okay. Long story short, we have been told that the assassin issue has been dealt with, or will be dealt with. I'm going to keep my eyes open just in case, because these fuckers are sneaky and they've gotten the drop on us a couple times. But
With head in one hand, I pat Lazo on the shoulder with the other. Well, congratulations.
Thank you,
Uh,
thank you.
What do we call you now?
Laszlo, keep it as simple as that. That would be
thank you,
me.
fucking god.
or siege
It's
whip.
actually
Apparently,
Jimbled.
apparently he's not a wanted criminal, as far as my interpretation of that story goes.
Yeah, it was just a fucking feud, vengeance, and all whatnot.
It was just vengeance.
Yeah, the guy just felt wronged for
Casual
Laszlo being
contact.
able to.
For me having eyes.
Yeah, for him
essentially.
having eyes and knowing that they fucked up.
Damn you for seeing.
Well,
Damn you for being good with your eyes. Oh, that's taken care of. Okay, so that one's ticked off. Now we got your blood thing, which I guess we can start in the morning.
Given that deadline we were just given, I say we do it. And then just thinking I'm saying we do it, and then once we get that all sorted, I say we get the hell off this continent, at least until our new job requires us to come back. And
here, here.
Yeah, I'm kind of
Three more.
missing the cold, to be quite honest with you. I have never thought it would say that, but goddamn.
It's pretty cold at night.
missing that Rutosh summer is what we're doing right now.
So you say that, Kalos, but you were not here for the freezing to death on a mountain time. That wasn't fun.
Times.
Yeah, but I've walked from one side
I've
of
eaten an ice cube
Rutosh
one time.
to the middle of the continent, so that wasn't fun at all either.
I'm like staring at you with like squinted eyes from like the pain of a headache, and it's just like, yeah, that's totally.
How many years had you been at that university when we
freezing to
first
death.
met? I feel that we asked this.
He's essentially gone, I've walked a place versus I nearly died on a mountain.
It
I get the
It
squint.
was cold.
was about
I had to put a hat on, okay?
2.5 years before we met up.
Okay.
By the
Yeah.
way, what date is it today, guys? I keep days are just meld now. Being at school used to be my like, oh, it's today's the 17th, blah blah blah. But now that I don't keep a calendar on me. I kind of forget what day it is.
You sure that coffee wasn't poisoned even a little?
Do you want me to do? Aren't you immune to poison?
No.
Aren't you a paladin?
Still have feelings.
It was emotional coffee that got him.
Do you want me to do something for your poison?
No,
I think
no,
they're fine. I think they're just a bit groggy. So, I think some fresh air and
Just being dramatic.
being a princess.
All right.
Okay, yeah. Let's pick a thing and go do it. Because time's of the essence.
blood.
So whatever you need to do for your hour, Kalos, you can do that.
I've been doing it this entire time.
I'm doing stuff as well. I'm gonna.
DM, what time is it?
It is probably about, after all the meetings and talking with the people over at the research division, probably about 6:45 p.m.
Oh, okay. All right.
on the 18th of
we-
June.
We move in the morning. I
Well-
We
don't
have some.
wanna
Well,
get-
we're not
Before
gonna be able
we-
to move.
Yeah,
we need to figure out how we're
How we're
traversing.
moving.
Yeah.
Are
if we want to
we?
get
Should we
camels,
just?
or we want to just have a wagon, like we used to, and it's just doesn't have to be.
Well, if it's
doesn't have
just going to be us,
not going to be. If it doesn't have to be decked out like the last one, it just has to have the space for.
I mean, can we get like I look at Lasworth.
Just call me Laszlo, please.
Lasworth?
Laszlo.
Werther's
Christ.
original.
Laszlo. Yeah. What is it?
Well, all right. I'm thinking about that time where we got our wheels tangled up in like knife sand shark things.
Okay.
Do they have like sand toboggans or something? Like how we deal with the snow when we had the slagging. Could we get like a sand toboggan and I could just have my elk or
Sand
My
toboggan.
elk.
Have I ever heard of a sand toboggan? Doesn't sound like a very good method of travel, but I don't know.
it's actually a real thing. I'm not just making sure.
You're is it like a sail thing you're thinking of?
It's like it's literally like a sled that you just use
Okay.
over the dunes.
Other than those like weird like flying bug things that we saw about, what modes of transport would we as a local would have seen in my lifetime while I was over there? Is there some things we could possibly
99%
get?
camel.
Camel, I say in response.
I mean,
Probably
I
a camel.
I can conjure one of those. I'm just thinking something for the camel to pull.
does it need to pull anything?
I don't know, maybe.
No,
I
we
can
don't
only
want to
make
fucking
one.
walk in the desert.
Right.
You know how heavy sand is?
Here's that thing.
It's coarse, and it gets in. Stop right there.
I'm just saying we could buy another camel. I could conjure one. We'll have two.
I don't think we need to
and then-
complicate it too much. I think we could just get something and
Yeah, let's just get
2 camels, a wagon, and then or maybe 3 camels just for like a backup.
I
Well,
got-
The magic camel can be the backup.
yeah, that's fair enough.
Yeah, we'll go to a stable in the morning. Yeah, we don't need a big,
oh,
lot
we, should,
like we had with last time.
we should at least know what this Star Child's direction is.
How did we go
Oh.
about that, Drickum?
So this is not the one. This isn't Desert Savvy one. This is some other angry dragon, right?
You want to try and find some of the victims
Fivers, right?
that lived?
Well, the reason why it's an unknown color is because there are no
They
no
fucking-
survivors.
No,
We
because
just have some-
they're survivors. They're just blind.
Yeah,
Ah,
maybe we could.
He must
find-
have some feature that like some magic or just innate natural ability that like blinds its victims.
Maybe, or it could just be really hot. What we could do is we could try and find some of the survivors if they're in the city. I mean, rumors start somewhere. And maybe
we-
say like, where were you when this happened before you went fucking blind?
You go back to Igith and ask him where the rumor started, or if he knows someone.
Actually-
Possibly. Yeah.
That's a wait. Hold on. We're still not sure if that compass works. Why don't we just use it for that first and see if it works, and then we'll 110% confirm it does or not.
Well, how about this? You're the one. You're the one that desires the blood. We'll take it out. I'm gonna give it to you. Go ahead and think about it.
Think into the compass. I want you to point me in the direction of the survivors of. I stopped thinking. Oh, what was the dragon's name?
Gurgabemnom.
Yeah, Gargabenon or Star
Star
Child. The Star Child.
And I close my eyes and think once more. I would like to find where there is a survivor of Gargabegmon, the Star Child,
Nearest to me.
nearest to me.
The compass begins to spin incoherently as if it's been brought to the North Pole and its polarity has been drawn askew. Eventually it begins to slow as if it's calibrating its coordinates, eventually stopping at a particular direction. Relative to you is pointing about northwest, about 11 o'clock.
I mean, it is 6 o'clock. Do you guys want to try if we can do it today?
I'd slowly get to my feet because I was sitting. Yeah, sure.
Hey,
Alright.
hold on. Sit back down. I need like 10 more minutes.
I'm back down.
The only issue becomes, does this person actually in the city, or are they just in that direction?
Could we do process of elimination if we know the directions and territories of the other ones? Would it then?
Well,
He says he knows stuff to the east, so
I just thought Survivor, and this is gonna. If it points us to one of them, then great. This also confirms that this thing works as it says on the side of it, or wherever you got told that it works like that. And if not, then we know this is junk. And for the next 10 minutes, I just stare at Kalos.
You see me doing the fidgety thing. It's like, Great Axe, Battle Axe. Great Axe, Battle Axe. Great Axe, Battle Axe. Great Axe, Battle Axe.
well, this time I'm attuning to the glove.
Anyone who needs to retune can do this during the process of you guys idling for attunement of magical items. The rest of you can stare at the wall and hit the wait button and just move the compass thing until eventually what does a venomous snake
10
do?
minutes.
I just imagine I'm sitting there staring at Kalos, like pinching the bridge of my nose, occasionally going like this with the compass.
Hey man. Okay, I'm not the one. Okay, well don't be mad at me.
I'm not mad at you.
I don't
my
need your
head
attitude.
hurts.
Okay?
My head hurts.
Go
and
to
I'm
sleep,
moving.
Dauntless.
I don't need your tude. Yeah, go take a nap.
10-minute nap, you freaks. I need at least an hour.
Doesn't Siegeworth have a spell for that?
I would like to point out the last time I was involuntarily put to sleep, I did explode.
No, that's when you
That
were
is
involuntary. Had a
remotely
different
not
spell.
what happened. If you want to like conflate the two,
It's not sleep. It's the knockout spell. I asked for once.
I'm just
Full
saying.
catnap, fellows.
Let's not find out if that works like that now.
oh, now you're cautious.
Oh, now that I know that it'll happen.
Oh, now you know after the second time it happened.
To be
Guys-
fair, the first
guys,
time was.
chill out. Okay.
Well, no, what this does kill the 10 minutes. To be fair, I didn't. I thought that was like a one.
I'll be right back.
Thing.
You literally never had a weird dream about the. No, you know what? I don't want to talk about this. I just wanted on the record that we were right and you should have listened to us.
I didn't put two and two together. I thought it was a one-time thing. Happening once is happenstance. Happening twice is a pattern.
And after the required amount of attune time, we fucking head up.
An hour later, you guys finish your attunements. New fancy items. What are the new people's attunement rates? For overcapping, I mean.
I ain't attuned to shit.
I'm not overcapped, bitch.
What? You're not overcapped.
Nope.
Let me check, sir.
Not even a little bit?
Not even a
No.
little bit. I got the Azor's Limb Splitter, the King's Mind, the Dwarven Juggernaut Armor, and my spell of Refueling Ring. My spell
Dang it.
refueling.
Dang artificers and their increased caps.
Fucking
Dang
right,
nabbit.
baby.
Alright, well, the other
I've
one
got-
is...
Rang of Polarizing Twins, Staff of Black Omens, Corona de Solus, Bracelet of Intellect, and now Glove. So I'm 5 of 3 slots. So
20%, baby!
20%.
woohoo!
1-5 chance
We're
to
back.
fun.
We're back.
Alright, so, that's that. I'm assuming, well, None of the other items even require attunement, so I don't even need to really ask you guys unless you did something else. Zen or Varus, did you suddenly apparate new magical items that cause you to overcap?
Nope.
All right.
I was at 2 and I thought this was 3, but I guess not. So
Nope, you got an open slot.
I got an open slot.
I think this goes in animals.
All right, so you get out. It's only about 7:45 by the time you guys are finished in the bunkhouse, and you can go out onto the town if you'd like. Take in mind, most of the shops around this time are closed, except things like restaurants, cafes, certain hookah bars, and a couple of others that are relative to the nightlife. Bathhouses are open 24/7. Just in case.
I go where the compass tells me.
Alright, so I'm assuming the rest of the party is just going to tail behind Dauntless, using the compass as essentially a dowsing rod.
And make sure he doesn't like walk into people or like try to walk through a wall to get into someone's house, because that's where the compass will, I would assume, is inevitably pointing.
I glance up on occasion.
Well, thankfully you're not one of those kids who's playing Pokemon Go and just can't be bothered to look up, and I've seen one kid accidentally shoulder check a lamppost. So that's fun.
These people have no sense of spatial awareness.
I don't even know if it was Pokemon Go or was you just doing literally anything else on the phone, like a TikTok or something.
Well, actually, it's been a while, but I used to still see kids play it occasionally. Like, it's not dead. It's just...
Look, my guy, I used to be able to read and walk home at the same time.
I remember people used to have signs outside of all the stores adjacent to my work that said, "This is a Pokestop." And honestly, that was probably almost 100% increase of people walking into their doors, because
yeah, why not?
even if they aren't actually buying anything, they're just here for the Pokestop.
That Pokemon money.
Crummy bucket
Pocket
water.
monsters.
Pokebucks.
So, if anything for the former that was recently said, people seeing Princess Huolong in the streets, they'll part ways for her, as opposed to needing to have Dauntless skirt around them, unless they're super intoxicated, at which point it comes to a whoever looks up first game of chicken, and who needs to move out of the way. And the other one is not bumping into walls. Well, you're not intoxicated and your passive perception is not atrocious. You're hyper-focused on this compass, but honestly, you only need to look at it like once every couple of minutes just to make sure that your needle on the compass is not changed in any sharp fashion to denote that you may have overshot your intended target. So, during the nightlife, some people are still, again, trying to either sell you things like food or alcoholic beverages. You're on business, I guess, but you can indulge yourselves if you'd like. Some Slanesh thing going on here, I don't know. Go ahead and have Dauntless make a survival check with advantage.
Go ahead and add a +5 to that.
Did I say you could?
Okay, Dr. Jones.
He's shaking it.
13.
I thought you were looking at the side of your hand as if you had like a Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Disc on for some reason. Anyways.
I wish. Those things were cool.
Hey, you did
Dude,
that
that's
with
the
advantage?
dangerous time to fucking drink when you drop a Yu-Gi-Oh!
With advantage, +5, yes.
Jesus.
Well, no one's
so-
perfect, so unfortunately or fortunately, you only got a 13. Not entirely sure the DC, but I do, because I'm the DM. You navigate the city streets. Eventually, you come to a narrow alleyway that is causing the compass to make a sharp about, for the purpose of like on a clock, it went backwards on the minute hand by about like 10 minutes. So 2 ticks on the radial. So now it's been essentially a sharp left turn in terms of relative direction to where you're holding it. It does require you to go down this dark alleyway. It seems kind of well lit. There are certain intervals where torches or otherwise have been arranged so that it's not just a pitch dark alleyway, and it's not narrow to the point where you need to, say, shimmy walking sideways, and you could realistically walk in pairs of 2s and be perfectly fine.
No, I got this. Hold on. I have a thing for this.
I shout profanities into the dark olive.
No.
Hey, my N-word. How are you?
Noir. Are you sure you have something for this?
Yes.
You looking for sunlight or something?
No. So thermaturgy, you cause flames to flicker, brighten, dim, or change color for 1 minute. Is it just one flame?
I believe that says that you can have up to X number of active effects of this spell at a time. Somewhere at the bottom.
Oh, so it's like 3 specific ones. Okay. Okay. Hold on. Huh. I take out the hooded lantern.
Alright.
Still
It is
kicking around.
currently unlit.
And I also still have the oil.
You have a lantern and oil. Requires you to ignite them somehow. You have a matchbook or something else akin to that.
I have a tinder box.
Fun thing about tinder boxes is they require a survival check.
I
To
will
use
help
the
him
flint
with
and
that.
steel.
Yeah, I will help him with that
I
just
have,
in case.
Okay, I have flint and steel and a tinder box.
Well, you don't need all of them.
You
And
know,
Varys is
choose-
willing to help, so pick your
dude,
ignition.
tell me, flint and steel, I guess.
Alright. Varys is gonna give you advantage, I assume?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and make a survival check with advantage. Again.
Is this Gunderson's lantern, or is this something real unrelated?
It is, actually, I kept it.
Gundy! Wait, who's Gunderson?
6 total. Not doing so hot.
With advantage, Varys kind of kneels down and like tells you, alright, hold this, and then kind of flick it with your wrist to cause the sparks to come out. You essentially, instead of doing this shaving motion that you're supposed to do with flint and steel, you kind of just like do the caveman of smack 2 rocks together, hoping it's going to do something, and any sparks get caught like in between your palms, causing them to just dull as they hit the surface of your skin. And it kind of just looks like one of those symbol monkeys without the symbol. And it's not a monkey, it's a dragonborn.
How dark is this alley that we actually need the light? I thought you said it is kind of dimly lit.
Yeah, it is. It's got like 2 candles or torches equivalent in terms of luminosity that
Can I
have
pick
been.
up the torch?
Yeah. Yeah.
I just pick up the torch, and I'm going to cast Thermaturgy on it to make it, like, blindingly bright.
Sure. You flashbang everything in this alleyway. You see tiny rats, flat rats, scurry into any crevice they can find, causing little squeaky noises as they flee from the imminent blinding effect. There's also a person who is inside this alleyway who is maybe homeless because they are essentially was in the equivalent of a medieval cardboard box, which is just a shipping container.
Excuse me. I
Yeah.
walk down. I kind of look up. Don't be alarmed. Ignore the bright light and me.
Is he not reacting to the bright light?
He is
Or he is.
wincing.
Okay.
I
He's
just
not
walk
being
past
blinded.
him.
He is recoiled into his shipping container box.
Does he look burnt?
You can't see him. He's recoiled into a shipping container as a result of the bright light.
Well, I continue walking past him. Does the fucking compass go ape shit?
You look at the compass, and it kind of like it's been put onto a little string that's attached to the tip of it. And kind of, if you take a 1 step forward, it kind of just hard skews towards 9 o'clock. And if you walk past him, it skews again towards like 5 o'clock. If you take 2 steps back, it goes back to 6 o'clock. So it's like hard pivoted on this guy.
I hand the compass back to Kalos.
Huh, look at that shit. Okay.
Count a person.
Hold on. Let's not count our victories yet.
I walk over, or I also hand the torch to Kalos. I'll hold that.
Here, hold this, Squire.
Thanks.
Hold this, peasant!
Pretty much.
And then I walk to the homeless guy, and then I kind of Slav squat next to his box.
He has pressed his back hard up against the back entrance of this shipping container. It is a squarish cube-like shape that has the lid tilted off to the side so he can kind of squat in there in 3 dimensions.
Hello.
He is murmuring to himself as you get a closer inspection, either the light coming from the illumination of this torch that you had, on top of the fact that, it's still lit by the other torch. I believe you don't have dark vision, but there's still enough illumination coming from other sources that you can see this man is quite disheveled. His hair, well, he has no hair, unfortunately. About 8/10, I could have just rounded that down to 4/5, but about that percentage of his face is essentially burn scars. The only part that is bereft of any kind of deteriorated flesh is around the side of his left cheek and goes towards his ear.
So it's like this is just completely like scarred up.
Yeah. Any hair that he once had is presumably not growing where it once was due to the scar tissue blocking it off from regrowing in certain locations. There is a little bit of hair on the unburned part, but it honestly kind of just looks out of place, ununiform with the rest of his head. His clothes are of course disheveled, but still denote a culture of someone who is from Anupolis. They're not dyed royal purple or gold. They are actually very sun-bleached to the point where it almost resembles that of burlap clothes. He goes without shoes, and inside of this crate is all of his worldly belongings, which includes a small wooden cup, a half-broken plate, a bowl that is chipped and can no longer contain liquids properly unless you want to just put your mouth on the bottom of it, and what is presumably the empty scabbard of once was containing a dagger. No longer contains a dagger and is just a wooden scabbard.
Hello.
Still recoiling and murmuring to himself, it can't help but notice that any time that the illumination from the bright torch enters a portion of his box, he recoils almost like a vampire recoiling from direct sunlight.
Alright, Kalos, I said you should hold that. I lied. Put that out.
Yes.
Put it back where you found it.
Yeah, I don't know how to extinguish a torch.
Just shake
Besides
it until
putting
it
it in
stops.
water.
Shake it.
Just shake it
wow.
until it stops.
Take it.
That does not work.
Yeah, that
Listen,
doesn't do
really
it.
Don't
hard.
listen to Flintlock
Just like-
Billy over here. Like.
I'm gonna take the advice of our survivalist and just go put it back.
Knowing that at any time you can end the thaumaturgy effect, you may do so if it is inclined to your...
Well, that just brightens the flame. I didn't think it artificially kept the flame going.
Well, the
you
effect
can extinguish
lasts
it.
a decent amount of time.
Oh, okay.
You
then
can
I just
extinguish
put it out.
flames with thaumaturgy as well, so...
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just put out the torch then in his hand.
On my way over to take a step, I'm like, oh, motherfucker. Learn how to use magic, please.
I just look. I
One
touch
thing-
people and they feel better. That's the extent of my magic.
I can say that same thing about prostitutes. That is not what the NPC says. That's me.
But I duck my head back.
No, I
towards-
gathered.
I duck my head down towards the box and I put on my night vision goggles. Hello. Like, for the
Although he
second
is
time.
not visibly recoiling in the back, he has since not really calmed himself as much as you would probably hope he would be. Almost incoherent gibbering and just things that are just sounds, not so much words, are emanating from this individual's mouth. He has essentially grabbed onto his empty scabbard and is making motions of retrieving a dagger from its resting place and kind of swiping at the air empty in front of him. His hand is balled up into a fist as if it is grasping pickaxe grip, holding a dagger that is imaginary.
That's the psycho grip.
Yeah, so...
How old does this guy look, by the way?
Hard to tell, burn victim and all that, no hair and no regular skin. Whether or not that's wrinkles from the burn scars or just him being old, it's hard to tell.
You want to stop pantomiming stabbing? Please.
Go ahead and make a persuasion check. Unfortunately, you will have to take this with a penalty, because you did spook him.
What's
Go
the
ahead and
penalty?
add a +5 to that.
Alright, what's the penalty? Or
The
that's
penalty
you?
is increasing the difficulty class. Or
Okay.
challenge, whatever. Bob says he's got that jerk grip. Thanks, Bob.
Alright,
Oh.
31.
How much?
31.
31. Wow, that's a big number. Well,
I have a really good persuasion.
yeah, no, I figured. Charisma friend and all
Actually,
that.
I have advantage on that, but I think I don't need it.
Well, 31 can do a lot of things, including get you into a bar. And in
I
this
said please, and it's all okay.
He imaginary knifes one last time as if he sticks the knife into the side of his shipping container and kind of leaves it there as if it's like just a sign of like, yeah, I'll get that later. He pretends to put the empty scabbard onto a non-existent belt loop and kind of rights himself in the box. He's too tall to actually sit upright inside the box, so it kind of looks ridiculous. His neck is crooked to one side, but does his best to try to look prim and proper. Kinda. Dressed as a homeless man. Good evening.
Good evening.
How can I be of assistance, ma'am?
Oh, right, yeah, ma'am.
I don't want no
Well,
trouble.
No. In fact, if you help me, I'll help you.
Help with what? I can't.
So, hold on, give me a sec. I need to think about how to describe like psychic intuition.
5.
I was pointed in your direction
But
with the idea that you had fought a dragon.
no, I didn't. No, I don't wanna. I can't.
You don't have to fight anything. I'm probably gonna have to, but I would like to just ask you a few questions about it.
I'm scared.
That's fine. Would you be more comfortable with hot meal in you?
That would be nice.
Alright.
Thank you.
Yeah, why don't we get you some... We'll get you a couple things. And I hold out my hand to help him up.
Shakingly, he
That voice is
reaches his hand out until eventually it meets yours. You grab on until eventually he is, outside of his place of residence, if you can call it that, and you lead him down towards the nearest cafe, or what have you, restaurant, etc.
Well, when we get out of the alleyway, what do you like to eat?
I like sweets, and
Fuck up, Dan.
all sorts of, what I can afford to, I'll get some meat.
Alright, have you guys eaten yet? And I looked to the rest of the party.
No.
Let's
Wow.
get a nice dinner for everyone.
Would he? I whisper over to you. Hey, why don't you ask him if he wants to get his clothes cleaned too? I can do that for him. Make him a little bit more comfortable.
We'll do one step at a time. But if I lean in, if you could just do that without being asked, just go ahead and like.
I actually can't because it makes a decent amount of noise, and I don't want to startle him. That's why you should ask him.
Looking at him, what is he wearing?
He is wearing no shoes, very, very short, long pants that only go up to about the top of his shin. It's not quite shorts, it's not quite pants, halfway.
Shorts.
Sure. They are made of some
He's
sort
wearing
of...
Vato shorts.
is made of a very, very, very cheap material. Definitely not silk. Probably some sort of cotton, or if anything, yeah, it's definitely cotton. And his shirt is made of a similar material, and he's got holes in all sorts of locations that he has since patched up with not matching material clothing. Almost makes a Frankenstein's monster look kind of thing to it. His hair is non-existent, and he is hunched over in posture, maybe from being in a box all day, and he's still, regardless of whether or not he actually has his scabbard with him, holds his right hand at belt level as if he was preparing to do a quick draw of his knife. He has no knife with him, of course. And his other hand is clutched around his collarbone as if he is literally clutching his pearls. Non-existent pearls.
Before we get food, let's get you some clothes. Because you look like you need some.
Shops are closed.
It's
Looking around, are
dark.
like literally all of them closed?
Most regular stores that are not intended for nightlife activity are closed, indeed. It is almost... It's basically 8 o'clock p.m.
I shoot Zen a look. Well, Zen, we do have some cloth.
We do have the greatest tux ever stitched by man.
created.
I could give him the tux.
Laszlo, do you have like a spare set of just street clothes and I'll buy you some tomorrow?
I don't just wear simple street clothes.
I'm not
so
an
no.
urchin or anything.
Let me double check. I might have some spares, but I don't know how tall is he. I'm a 6'8" frame. He might be a bit big on him.
You're 6'8"?
Yeah.
Holy fuck! I didn't realize that.
Wait, I look up at you every time we talk?
Yeah.
God.
I'm a lanky
Varys,
lad.
how tall are you, Varys?
Wait, some motherfucker, you're like professional NBA trying to like hide in a crowd.
Bro, this motherfucker is dead ass LeBron.
That's when I was Ulrich. I was like Rutosh male height of like average 5'10" whatever.
I'm gonna say
I guess you could just
5.5
punch
feet
over all
tall.
the time.
So 5'5"?
5'5", 5'6". Yeah.
I'm gonna put down 5'6". Okay.
Average-
So
average- elf.
You should also look up at the sky and ask a person's height. Is what I'm hearing.
So
Average-
let's get that.
Average elven height, I was told, was between 5 and 6 feet, so I went with the middle.
Okay,
because-
so how about Dottie? How tall is the princess? Or I guess Adam, how tall is the princess?
I'm 6'2".
6'2". Gotcha. And then Zen, how tall are you?
8 foot. I just didn't want to touch
Fucking
it.
8 feet tall. He's
He's
not
the
here
world's
right now. I'll
tallest
ask him
dwarf.
later.
He's actually 2 dwarfs in a...
And
Dude.
oh, actually, me and Varys are the same height. So yeah, okay, cool. I'm 5'6". Awesome. There you go. Well, sir, if you don't mind, this might. I'm gonna try to clean your clothes if that's okay with you.
He looks
least,
at you in the
spruce
same
you up a little
sense
bit.
of someone who's offering to shine your shoes in public streets. It's a disconcerting look that is quizzical in nature, and you have suspecting of ulterior motives. He is distrusting, to say the least. He is mildly more coherent with the princesses because he got the fucking 31, but you, sir, are a new stranger, requiring a charisma check called persuasion.
Come on now.
Come on,
charm.
charisma
We have.
boys. Oh, never mind.
Oh.
He physically
Six
recoils
total.
in the same sense of, like, if you cock your hand back as if you're about to punch him, he would recoil in the same sense.
Alright, I interposed myself between. Alright, okay, hold on. Why don't
Are we overcomplicating this, perhaps?
Yes,
let's
we
get
we
are.
would
some
like to
food.
ask information about.
We asked to give him
creature.
food. We don't need to.
Yeah, let's
he
go
didn't-
get some hot food.
Get
first,
food, and then we'll have a
all sit
conversation.
down.
How does that sound? By the way, I'm Laszlo. Nice to meet you. Who may you be? Should start with our names first to ease the air.
He looks back and forth, trying to eyeball everyone as if he's trying to, like, read a name tag that doesn't exist. You introduce yourself as Laszlo. He looks at, specifically he starts with Krios.
Oh god. He does a little flourish with his hat, and
He did it to the musketeer bow?
yeah, I guess so.
Okay.
And he points to his mouth and shakes his head. Shakes his head now.
I won't eat you.
I can't open my mouth.
I can't open my mouth.
I would if I could.
Apologies for my friend Krios here. He doesn't really speak. I'm Kalos, by the way. Nice to meet you.
I'm Rajin,
Rajin, it is
It's
great.
nice to
It is a
meet you,
pleasure.
Shane.
right? We,
Hot meal. Yes, let's go.
Yeah, go ahead. Lead the way.
All right. What hot meal dispensaries are afoot?
Cafes of the sort are not just for coffee and tea and whatnot. You can get what is essentially the equivalent of higher tier bar food, or in one of those kind of like social clubs or country clubs that you might
Bar
expect.
food? Say no more.
Let's do that. Yeah, it's easiest. I
You're
guess.
nuts.
You pull on in, and there is quite a crowd on some of these. If you want to go to a more remote one, you can either go to a quiet, relatively mom and pop sized one where it's like a in the wall, built in the wall kind of hole in the wall. Excuse me.
Oh, let's do one of those.
Hole
Yeah,
in the
let's do a
wall,
mom
and
and
it
pop
has
one.
We
like
can just get it and go. Right?
it's the same kind you expect to have like the little plastic chairs in the front.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck yeah. All right.
One
he
of
seems
those.
jumpy, and that seems like a good idea.
Plastic chair calms the mind. I
Uh,
guess.
You go to one of these smaller mom and pop looking ones. It seems to be run by a pair of two people. One is in the kitchen, one is doing everything else. Running to and from, doing the wait job, collecting plates and tossing into an unknown bin. In either case, one of them, as you enter their general area, not the whole building itself, because that whole part is just the kitchen, they have an outdoor eating arrangement. As you enter their vicinity that has been marked off for their restaurant, and one of them yells from the back, "Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good evening. Have a seat,
hello.
have a seat."
All right. Thank you.
The other person who's tending to other customers runs over to your location and hands you what is essentially all a single menu to share between you, the whole table. It is a wooden slab that has been marked off with only 3 items essentially for meals, and then a variety of drinks that triple the contents for alcoholic beverages and the such. Not much variety here, but maybe they're really, really good at doing these 3 things.
What meat?
They have a series of essentially barbecue skewers that come with 6 pieces per skewer. You come with 3 skewers, so it basically is 9 pieces of meat total. Someone's echoing.
I think it's Dan.
Test. Let me see on
Yeah.
TeamSpeak who it is. Check. Yes, Dan. So it comes with 9 pieces per serving. It costs 6 Samir for a serving. That's
All right. So I get 6.
alright, sure.
36.
So 6 times 6 is indeed 36. Good job.
Yeah, I hand that off.
36
to the-
Samir worth of food. If you want drinks, it is also an additional 3 Samir per drink. If you want to get something that's stronger in terms of alcohol content, that one's a total of 9 Samir per drink. Or if you want something that's essentially just like from the bar tap, you can get for 3 each. Very cheap.
I look to the guy. Do you want anything to drink, or are you just comfortable with the
Just-
skewers?
Water.
Uh,
Alcohol is flammable.
all right. Can I get a round of water?
Alcohol is flammable.
You get your food served up relatively easily and very quickly. Almost like fast food tier in terms of efficiency. Maybe the cook in the back already had some things on the burner and he kind of just brought it out to you as it was finished seasoning and cooking all the way. Everyone gets a little plate of skewers. They're not like the whole big ass ones that are probably the kind you would get from... Yeah, they're like the ones you get at like a Japanese restaurant. Either way, they are very heavily salted and seasoned so that to create that artificial thirst factor of making you drink more. But you all got water, so if anything, that's the most efficient way of counteracting that.
Traditional American takoyaki.
All of the food is greedily eaten by your new homeless friend here, and everything on his plate is cleaned off before most of you even get a chance to get a word in edgewise.
You want one of mine? I'm probably not going to finish these.
He reaches over very tentatively as if you're about to like snatch it away and say, "Gotcha." But he pulls the plate closer to himself, all while like looking back and forth between you and the plate, as if to say, like, "Are you sure? Are you sure?" He like
Yeah,
each
I
time.
just want one. It's not been a good day. I'm just not feeling it.
He takes one in each hand and begins to like do the sideways swipe where you put the skewer in your mouth and then just swipe it sideways so all the contents fall off the stick. He begins to chew greedily and almost chokes on himself before like patting himself on the chest to clear his throat.
I just give him a thumbs up while he's eating.
finally knocking it back with a tall glass of water and exhaling very satisfactory. He eventually kind of calms down, almost does a minor burp out of the corner of his mouth, and then kind of sighs, looking down at the table. He kind of glances at everyone else's food if you haven't already eaten it, but then kind of just looks back down at the table as if to say, I don't want to get too greedy with it. But are you gonna eat that?
Yeah, no, I'll give him mine. I don't eat mine.
Just don't eat too much at one time.
Don't let him gorge himself. Though.
Yeah, you
What's that thing that happened in
Dogs do it.
right when they like gorge themselves to death?
Yeah, Labradors are like fucking notorious for just chomping. Like.
Oh, cool down there. We can get a to-go order.
He's holding one like in his hand and has like a portion of it like already in his mouth, and he like pops one off. And kind of just sets the rest back on the table and kind of just chews very slowly while just sweeping his vision across the table. Slowly blinking once and eventually clearing his throat by placing his fist up to his mouth and coughing into it. Thanks. I needed that. Nope, that was
We
good.
all do every now and again.
So, you said dragon.
Yes, I was led to believe that you had dealt with one, and I was wondering if you could, if it's not too much trouble, tell us about the experience.
It's not going to be very detailed. It happened so quickly, and it wasn't a very pleasant experience, so... I don't know what was real and what was just my imagination flashing before my eyes, because my eyes couldn't see anything. You notice that, by the way, he's not blind, he doesn't have any cataracts or anything, so maybe it was just like a temporary effect of the dragon attack, so... He has his vision.
Okay.
He is a human man, so he doesn't have night vision, but he has vision.
I should probably take my bug eyes off.
So,
You had them on.
so...
I forgot to take them off.
Oh, I'm seeing.
So, what are you trying to do?
We're gonna go beat the shit out of it. Hopefully. Do you know the location where you were, where this event occurred?
All right. One step at a time.
I'm just trying to get to the point here. With it. Yeah, we're gonna be going out looking for that, and we would like to know information on it.
I don't think a Morjamoth princess should be going after a dragon. It doesn't seem like a safe thing to do.
I mean, I don't know if you could tell, but I'm all gray and covered in scars. This is life.
Yeah, but you're
Would you
going
believe? Would you believe the patriarch specifically told her to go find this dragon?
I don't know about the goings on in that household. It's too rich for my blood, as you can see.
We're right there with you, dude.
Trust me. We're there with you.
So yeah, our hands are kind of tied with that. So yeah, any information would be really cool. If you like where you were, where this event went down.
I was out of town. It didn't happen inside of town.
Whereabouts? You know, were you far to the east?
I was doing something for work.
Okay, where did you used to work, or where do you work?
I don't work anymore, as you can see.
Okay.
I don't think someone with a job would be living out in that box of mine. It's a
I'm
nice
not one to
box.
judge. Yeah, it is a nice box. Yeah.
Thanks.
Well, what was your line of work? If you
Yeah.
don't
What
mind?
did you used to do?
I used to work as a caravaneer guard. I would just go alongside caravans and make sure they got to their destination safely. Unfortunately, it's usually versus just people with swords and stuff. It's rarer often that I see anything larger than a camel attack. Not sure why like a random sand lion would attack.
Do you remember what you were carrying, or was that above your pay grade?
I think the last time before the incident happened, my caravan was transporting from two different companies. One of them was a general goods merchant, so it had things like gardening tools and household appliances that you might need for like stoking a fire, so like tongs and the little ash shovel that you use. So menial things like that, mostly made of metal, so it was quite metallic and clangy back there. Made a lot of noise, so reasonably speaking, you would know where the caravan is from quite some far away. It's kind of loud. The other one, I didn't know what was in the boxes. I helped put the boxes onto the caravan, but they were not labeled, and they were sealed up tight. Some of them had metal lids on them.
Would you say this was unusual?
I don't question it. Didn't question it. Maybe I should have.
Who was your employer, or who? You know, what caravan company did you work with?
I was a freelancer.
Okay. Who were you working with at the time?
Well, it was 2 different companies. I didn't know the second one. The other one was just a general store from around here. I think you can probably find it. Open at around 8 o'clock in the morning tomorrow.
Okay.
What was the route? Was it from here to somewhere else, or was it from somewhere else to here? Do you remember?
I desperately need water. I'm having that thing where I'm suddenly realizing I'm really thirsty. I'm gonna hop on my phone for like all of 30 seconds. I just don't want to miss this.
Okay. Interesting.
User joined your channel.
Echo.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is.
Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch.
There it is.
Oh man, that unlocks something in me. Honestly, like, I don't. I don't get
That triggers that
makes me
that
fucking so angry. I don't know why. It shouldn't. I'm just like,
It's just the thing. It's like it's
my
a,
face just
you
fucking.
should
I
be
rolled
used
my
to it.
eyes instantly. I shouldn't.
Like,
I feel bad.
phone,
But not
God.
this fucking thing again.
the TeamSpeak
I-
mobile app.
might
It
as well
grinds
wait
my
30 seconds.
gears.
Oh fucking.
Next, he's gonna say he's gonna go to the air fryer and put his phone next to it. God.
God forbid I need to eat or drink. Oh, it's silly.
Ugh.
It's silly.
He doesn't have his 10-gallon jug of water next to him.
It gets a thimble's fucking worth.
But yeah, do you remember what the 2 points of transportation? Was it from here to somewhere else, or vice versa? What was the?
I'm not originally from Anupolis, but I've been essentially stranded here because I can't afford to leave. So that last job put us in closest proximity to Anupolis, but I'm not from around here. It was a small town, probably some out west from here. Not in, well, around the Sea of Embrace. You gotta go around it.
Gotcha.
Can
Okay.
I
So-
make a history check to see if there's any?
So everything is west of here, so that would be extremely broad.
Is it Cadamere City?
Well, he said he was a small town, so probably not.
Okay,
Can't be that
so,
many, right?
so around from the Sea of Embrace. Now, did you start out at the Sea of Embrace, or,
User disconnected from
or
your
was
channel.
this another
No,
city where you started from?
I started much farther west. It was going to be a long trek. But the price was apparently well worth it. Apparently not for the contents of the general goods. That one was kind of just another thing on the side. Most of the money was going to be coming from transporting the big unnamed ones.
Got it.
Generally
usually are.
speaking, I can't really afford to question it too much. As a freelancer, you kind of just take the jobs that drop into your lap. And I didn't have any kind of company that I was working for. I was just anyone, who has anyone who's got a sword and armor looks like they can do a job done, that kind of thing. And enough confidence in your stride, I guess you can get away with a lot of things too.
How big were these boxes? Were they like? When you said they were metal, they were like what kind of metal?
Metal lids and reinforced around the edges, yeah, they're kind of heavy.
Okay.
Couldn't tell the
in,
contents.
In the last place we were just at, in the Crystal Spark family, were there any crates matching that description in the storehouse that with old Thug? Like big metal crates with reinforced outer parts.
Anything that was used to transport, specifically diamond quartz, uses those.
Okay, could have been diamond quartz. especially if it's coming here.
Out west.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Now,
Entirely possible.
how long ago was your encounter with said dragon, if you don't mind me asking? Actually, hope you answered.
I kind of lost track of time. Just being here in the middle of the streets, you don't really get much chance to get the days of the week.
Mm-hmm.
So if I was...
Oh, you go.
No, please, you.
So you said you were blinded, so you didn't see much. It was just a flash. And
I
then
can
he-
remember the encounter, kind of. There's not much to see.
Okay, you don't have to remind. Well, we don't have to talk about that part, at least not just yet. But like, was there anything particular going on? Was it just in the middle of your normal travel that it happened?
Yeah, whereabouts were you?
We were about 80% done with our journey. We were just rounding the rest of it around the Sea of Embrace, so around the northeastern quadrant of the sea, the road that leads down into Anupolis. We were pretty close. There was no towns or fishing settlements nearby along that coast, and it was about near the end of the day, right before the sunset. That's when there was a blinding flash that came from seemingly out of nowhere. I couldn't tell if it came from the sky, the ground, or whatever. I was just blinded immediately. And then a gust of wind that blew me off my feet, a loud roar, and then this searing pain of dunking my head into fire, I guess, but just most of my body. Only reason that this side of my face was because I hit the ground as soon as I was blinded and I was buried in the sand. And I guess that saved that side of my face from being scorched. And then when I came to, everything was a blaze of a mess. Shriveled bodies, still charcoal singed on the surfaces. Their screams were essentially drowned out by the flames. They couldn't even get air to breathe. They was just immediately engulfed in fire. So it was actually surprisingly quiet. And that's probably the worst part. Is that
Were
all
all
you
of the
just...
crates gone as well? Like, all destroyed?
Destroyed or taken?
I didn't bother to check the shipment. I fled
Fair enough.
Now,
Any
as soon
other
as I got my
survivors?
vision back. Not that I know of. If they were like still alive, they're in a worse state than me because I still had. They were just wearing clothes. I at least had armor on to kind of block some of the flames, kind of.
So,
They were just
if
wearing
I may-
clothes.
If I may, we've heard this is the result of a dragon, but we've heard rumors of that. Who told you?
Huh? Of what?
Well, how did you find out it was a dragon that did it?
Well, I mean, I'm kind of familiar with the area,
Mhm.
and most of the creatures that would be around wouldn't do all those things. Mostly like the wind gusts and the heat. Some of the creatures that live around here will just go straight for the throat and say nothing more of it. Not even that, and then that's not even accounting for the blinding light. So unless it was just some guy with like a blinding light and then he blew wind at me and then set me on fire in that order, I'm not an idiot.
No, of course.
It would be quite a ruse to pretend there's a dragon out here and do those things in that order.
5 kobolds and a big animatronics.
Could be. It's gonna be large.
Well, that's what we thought for a
5
minute. That's what we thought when we were doing with that freaking bear. We thought, is it maybe there's the kobolds? And
10 kobolds compressed.
And anyone who's
into a-
heard stories when they were children know that dragons do those sorts of things. And considering what could have been in those crates, if it was valuable, I guess it was. Considering it was attacked by a dragon. It spoke no words. It didn't even roar. It was surprisingly quiet. Which is honestly the worst part, is that I don't even have a good tale to take away from it. Just the scars.
so you didn't hear anything that like not a voice, not a roar, just
I mean,
Even something in a,
You
even
heard a
something in a
roar.
language you didn't understand. You didn't hear anything.
It was just flashbang, and
It was-
you hit the
oh, well,
ground,
I'm-
and you heard nothing.
I'm walking. I'm blinded. I hit the ground as soon as I get blinded.
Big old gust of wind knocks
Gust
you
of
over.
wind, and then I feel the searing pain of fire, and then silence. Just the desert winds blowing.
That's trippy.
You said it happened towards the end of the day as well. Okay.
Yeah, before
Time of day
sunset.
might be important.
It could be.
The DM says.
Well, I don't know. You could fucking like arch
No, I honestly
back
think it's
and,
a
you
good
know, use
idea
the
too.
sunset to fucking blind a motherfucker, and then I don't know.
Whatever it is, I got away with it, cause there's no way I'm going to seek justice about that.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
But I'm assuming that you folks are going to be trying to be my justiciar. In a roundabout way.
yes.
Entirely. It's
Entirely
possible
possible.
outcome. Possible outcome. Yes.
Cool. Well, hope you've enjoyed your meal. I gave you some Samir, so I hope you to get back on your feet. And you said you're stranded here, so
Yes. How much does it cost for you to get a trip back?
return.
To go back to my hometown?
Yes.
Yeah.
Or somewhere you if you're more
No,
comfortable.
I
being.
couldn't ask that of you. It's an expensive trip to hire a caravan to bring me back. It's an expensive trip. It's about 300 Samir. That's a lot of money to ask of a stranger.
I just so happen to have that amount of money somewhere in this pocket, and I put like a bit of money down.
Guys, has dropped 300.
Oh, what happened there?
Oh no, magic! Poof!
How much do you drop, Lasso?
Like 250 Samir.
Oh, well, okay. I'll cover the rest. Then.
Oh, if only some magical thing could spot the 50.
He looks down at the money that you've deposited onto the table. His hands almost like his retreat from on top of the table, holding his skewers like underneath the table, as if to say like, I can't take that. To not show his hand, so to speak, metaphorically and physically.
No, of course. And I, as you guys put it in all on the table, I take out a pouch and I just put it in and put the Samir in there and put it back on the table. Now, please.
Oh, let me see the scabbard real quick.
Did he take it?
That's back at
It's back at home
Home.
turf.
Oh, okay. Well, I think you need something for it if now you suddenly have a bunch of money in your pocket. And I hand him a dagger hilt first.
In his neck.
Isn't he blind?
No, he's not.
No.
Oh, he did. I
But he
thought-
does have
burnt-
PTSD.
Yeah. I mean, this is the least for the useful information you've given us, and
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
sorry I couldn't give you.
And
Oh,
and
clothing,
if you
go
have
ahead.
anything else to add as well, we would greatly appreciate it.
Well, I think you're gonna ignore any warnings of me telling you to not go after this thing, because that's what you're asking me for.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, not that advice, but
I'm not sure what precautions you could take to not get blinded is probably my first thing. I don't know if you can just preempt just closing your eyes every once in a while.
aha!
I mean, because
Look at the
blink, that's
ground.
just that's
Can
just
you imagine?
blinking.
Can you imagine? All right, the flashbang can go. No, DM. I closed my eyes. Your flashbang doesn't work.
Actually, I was yawning at the time. So I had my eyes closed.
I had a mirror.
You completely
over my
close your eyes when you yawn?
Yeah, all the time.
Oh. Freak.
all the time.
All the time. But,
DM, I don't know if you know this, but a human blinks 12 times per minute.
Every second.
So,
I
I was technically,
even more than
I might have had my eyes closed too.
Yes, but in terms of ratio of time to blinking, it's more likely that you would have your eyes open. So that's a gotcha roll.
Could we fashion a EG's mirror helm from Elden Ring?
We
and
probably have to get some very protective sunglasses. that we
like a
wear.
pair of welding goggles, maybe.
Yeah.
That,
well, at any rate, he now has the money and a
Well-
dagger.
yeah, you got some money,
Got a knife.
so
And
and
a
a knife.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
I have to get going, guys.
Oh, no, wait. See you later.
See you, mate.
I'll be
amigos.
listening.
All right.
Okay.
Oh, ominous.
Later.
See you guys later.
User
Bye-bye.
disconnected from your channel.
We're gonna break soon anyway, so we can just start from the second half of the session.
The patterning.
Your new best friend, I guess. He kind of shuffles the pouch and the dagger closer towards himself. He looks around and... Are you sure? This is a lot.
You said it was the
and
amount
I'm-
you needed to get home, so...
It is, but at the same time, I basically just gave you the information to headlong into danger. I don't know if
Here's the
those
way we look
things-
at it. Here's the way we look at it, man. You either gave us information that's going to help us and help us succeed, or something, or the worst is going to happen when we go out there and we can't take our stuff with us when we die. So
I thought you were gonna go. If you've given us the wrong information, we'll come and find you. Like, I thought that's the route you were going with, but yeah.
Okay.
I'm sure he's given us no indication that he's lying, right, Adam?
Well, I'm
It's-
glad you asked, player character. Go ahead and roll your dice to see how it affects this imaginary universe.
I'm
my
gonna
own
do the
creation.
same thing.
Good thing you rolled too, because I rolled an 8.
Oh, okay. 18 plus 5, 23.
Flat roll. 10.
The rest of you are kind of.
I rolled a 1
preoccupied.
for reference, so
Okay.
I'm
Well,
completely
thankfully
fine.
speaking, there's no such thing as a guaranteed failure on 1 because we buffed that out sessions ago. But it's still a low enough number that you can't suss out anything that he's trying to fib about, if at all. Thankfully, the rest of you, while kind of dull in this regard, Kalos has his ears and eyes and read on human emotions all honed in to this one particular guy. And he is hiding one thing, but he was actually about to say it before Alec made the fucking check for the thing. I was gonna say one more thing. Now, this was me basically crawling on my hands and knees, but it took me about 3 days to get to Anupolis, so that would probably be shorter for you guys.
Okay.
I did lose the road at one point. Unfortunately, I was kind of hurt in one side of my face and hard to get my bearings. And yeah, I could have just hugged along the Sea of Embrace, but I was kind of delirious from dehydration. And
okay.
yeah, you can drink the water of the Sea of Embrace. It is technically fresh water, but
So just to recap, northeast corner or northwest corner of the Sea of Embrace?
Northwest.
northwest corner,
Okay, cool.
which
So if we follow the water line or the road, we should encounter this son of a bitch.
well, I don't know if that's gonna just be a thing that he just patrols up and down there. I don't know what this guy's schedule is. I had a caravan of presumably very expensive things, and you all look kind of expensive yourselves, but a caravan is a big thing to look at. And I guess your shiny
And it was
friend in the
jangly as
armor-
well. You said it was loud, right?
Yeah, it did make a lot of noise.
Make it work.
You could pick up some cutlery in the morning, just fucking whack it in a loose chest, and just be
Carlos
loud.
didn't sell. No, because Henry wasn't there for that session, so we didn't end up selling all that armor, that stuff, that to that
What
jeweler,
stuff? What
the
stuff?
jewelry.
Oh, actually, no, wait, it would be not northwest. It would be
Northeast.
northeast,
Right? Yeah,
closer to the
that's
city,
what
because
I
that would be
thought.
too far away for 3 days crawl.
Yeah, the stuff we found buried in the
We need
desert.
to go northeast.
Oh, the jewelry.
Yeah, you didn't sell it, right?
Oh, I
'Cause you weren't here.
fucking yeah. No, I didn't. Because
All right, so we've got
greater good and all that shit.
We've got 5 people's worth of
Fuck
magic
off, you got a
items.
big crystal now, alright?
We got 5 people's worth of magic items and that stuff. So we've got bait.
We got enough.
Yes, but that's in a
pizzazz.
bag of holding.
Always put it out of a bag of holding and flaunt that shit, maybe. When
I'm
we're
not
out there.
gonna.
Buy some crates, throw them in the back of a wagon so that they make some
Jim
noise.
Rustle them around.
You guys are assuming that this is a lot of jewelry that's gonna make a shit ton of noise.
Or
And
you just
remind
get some
me,
loud
it's-
stuff. I think just loud.
Yeah, I think getting just like loud cutlery and shit, making them look.
Mix of both.
But I
Okay.
think us alone is enough to facilitate. Well, that's
Yeah,
Also
I'm
worse
fucking
stuff.
gleaming. I bet you in the right lights, I could probably blind you.
You gonna blind him?
Let's
That-
not. Let's watch
Blinding
our
contest.
phrasing.
I challenge you. Yeah. Well, thank you very much, Rajin. Best luck on your travels home. I'll throw in an extra 20, Samir. Get yourself some shoes, because walking and is always good to have with shoes or sandals or whatever.
Thank you.
No worries. Thank you for the information.
If you folks are ever out west and you happen to stop by my little town, I suppose I could try to thank you somehow. I don't really have that
Oh.
much.
Okay.
What town is it? If we're ever in the neighborhood, we'll look you up.
Out west alongside the river that snakes down from the Crescent Dial. Far to the west of here, there's a little town named Poignette. About a population of, last time I was there, was only about less than 200 people. Kind of small. Makes most of their living from fishing alongside the river.
Is that
And,
an E with the little French thingy over it?
Let me see, hold on. P-O... Actually, no accents at all.
Oh,
all
so
regular characters.
P-O-I-N-E-T?
P-O-I-N-N-E-T.
Okay, gotcha.
It's kind of far out west. I don't know if you folks are gonna be out exploring around that side of Rutash.
I never
Sanctus.
thought I was gonna come to Sanctus, so the world, has surprises for you.
Well, I don't know what I can do for you if you do show up. Not exactly the richest man, as you can tell, and what's back home is probably just a home-cooked meal. Is the most I can probably offer you.
Well,
Sounds
in this
good.
moment, I'll say wish square. So
Great. I'll try to see about grabbing a caravan tomorrow morning, and I guess I'll be on my way back home. This city's nice and all, but it doesn't really have that many opportunities unless you have money.
Yeah, I kind of picked up on that. Says the guy with the fucking gleaming armor.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of poor as well.
I'm just a
Yeah,
poor
right.
student.
Outside of the horrors he has with the $20,000 worth of crystals.
I asked the proprietor, how late do you open?
We close around 2 a.m. I gotta get my shut-eye.
Alright. I walk over. I assume they have a bar. We just kind of took a table.
There is no bar, it's just the little mini tables that people sit around, and one person runs to and from the kitchen.
Alright, I kind of motioned for the proprietor to, like, if he could step aside real quick.
He is busy flipping all sorts of bits of skewers and turning them over charcoals. He is visibly extremely busy. Are you sure you want to?
I walk over to him then while he's doing this.
As he does so, yes ma'am, just put your orders in with my kid over there, and they'll get to you as soon as you're ready.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Look, if I give you 60 Samir, can that guy stay here until you close? And just if you give him an occasional skewer, he'll be happy.
Paying customer, but why are you putting him up for so long?
He helped me out, and it's a big deal for my family.
Right you are, miss.
Alright, I hand him 60 Samir. I come back to the table, I pat our friend on the shoulder. Alright, we are gonna have to make tracks, but they're gonna let you stay until 2 a.m. So if you want to hang out, they'll give you skewers. Take it easy, man. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for everything. I didn't think I would get a chance to leave this place before my time came.
Life's funny like that. And I give him a thumbs up. And then I start making tracks.
Full sprint away from this location. Get me
Come
out
back!
of this poor district.
Princess!
Get me away
Your
from these
bodyguards.
pores.
More exposure's too
Gotta
high.
go wash
Get out of here.
gotta wash the poor people off me.
Okay, so let's go ahead and take a break. It's a little bit past the 3-hour mark. Looking at the time, it's 1:27 p.m., so let's round it up to 40 and say that's squared.
Right.
Okay.
User joined your channel.
La, la, la. Hello.
Early, go away.
Well.
Hey, yo.
Oh, dude, Adam's got some fucking dubstep, drum and bass. Be right back. Whoa.
I don't think you. Dan, I don't think you know what dubstep sounds like.
Is it drum and bass instead? What is it?
Just a shit ton of bass.
What is this? Beep boop music?
Oops, all bass.
What is this beep boop? Why does it go beep boop?
Was this that Justin Bieber?
You would listen to Justin Bieber, wouldn't you, Adam?
I know that one song that he was well known for back in like high school.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna sing it.
You should. Right now.
You're old and your reference is old.
Time is now, old man. Whatever Dewey says in the time has passed, old man. The age of Dewey now.
Alright, everyone's back from break and Alk is echoing. Traditional.
Man, give me 1 second.
I'm
Hold up.
gonna cook it in like 40 minutes.
Alec
Made it
punched
worse.
his, he's made it way worse.
He's working on it.
What are you doing, sir?
Is that better?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Alright, ne'er-do-wells and Neanderthals, let's get back into this game. That would be a good name for a D&D substitute.
Fellow missing
Ne'er-do-wells and
links.
Neanderthals. Caveman edition.
Okay.
Hope you guys got your grape juice. No, just me? Missing
And my
out, son.
my
Missing out.
non-existent fucking prune juice looking ass.
Grug think berry picker tribe inferior to apple picker tribe.
Probably
Try-
would you be?
I would be dead.
Fucking salt liquor.
Berry picker admits he
Dehydrated.
berry picker.
Me lick pebble, meat pie.
I would be the guy who probably is the first man to You know when everyone's like, who was the first guy to try drinking cow milk kind of thing? Or, like the first one to find out that licking this toad is toxic.
That is a weird, like, someone decided I'm a lick. Well, no, you have to figure they probably tried to eat the toad, and then they just, like,
Well, he
process,
died. Like, it's like,
process of elimination.
Yeah, there's
Either he
Who's
died to
making that
bad
leap,
juju,
you know?
or
Who makes the leap of like, yeah, let's turn that into a poison, then put it on my arrow, then shoot something with it? Like that's a big leap. A lot of people
Grug
had died.
ate toad, Grug died. Someone else tried eat toad.
Attach the toad on the end of the weapon.
Slimy residue.
What did you just call me?
I called you slimy residue, like a toad.
Oh, that's what.
That wasn't me speaking as a DM. That was me as the human man.
You talking facts.
Alright, let's get back in it. So, you guys vacate the little hole-in-the-wall mom-and-pop store that sells meat skewers and alcohol. Very, very Asian street life kind of thing. Leaving your new friend with a shit ton of money and a way back home, you may have a home-cooked meal in the future if you take the several weeks it would take to walk out to his neck of the woods. But the sentiment is there, and if we had a karma system in this game, that would probably be worth something. It's literally pay to win, just buy karma points by
giving poor
donating
people
people, yeah.
money.
In either case, you guys got a valuable trove of information from, this former homeless person. Oh, he's not made it home yet, so he's, like, in transit. You're gonna go ahead and make your way towards trying to find this Star Child, a dragon well known for blinding people before cooking them alive, in some cases unsuccessfully. Because it seems like this guy got out with his life. I was gonna say unscathed, but you've seen his face.
Scathed.
Very much scathed.
Not
Dottie.
to put all our blood in one box. What were other alternatives in the event that this kills at least half of us?
There is a blue dragon that hides in a cave that is only accessible 1 month of the year, and that's many months away.
The cave didn't have signs out front that like the
No,
one we
That
saw.
would say, "Hey, blue dragon here."
Okay.
There is Cypherdor, but that's their name. There is apparently a helpful dragon that appears to people that are dying alone out in the desert. And there is a Draco Lich in the Spire of Arrogance, which we may need to go to anyways at some point to resolve some stuff about your enlightenment, but that's another time.
Or we avoid it because the Enlightenment, we don't know if the Enlightenment is something
User in your channel timed out.
But you're saying you don't want to find the secret of the sandstorm, which we already kind of know, but maybe might actually do cool things if we find out.
Well,
The true nature is what was worded, but
so in other words, this is
This is
mostly
all
this is
or
it.
nothing.
This is all or nothing, baby.
yeah.
Dottie, would you want to check to see where this dragon is currently at?
Yeah, I guess we're gonna have to.
Well,
How about
here's my train of thought.
yeah?
Two
Well, yeah.
options.
Uh-oh.
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 Plan A: wander
Oh,
around,
boy.
spot in the desert, and hope he comes to us. Or two, we just go right to the horde.
Okay, well we know a rough vicinity of where it is, so about 3 days.
Well, we
away
know
is
where
attacked.
this attack happened.
We don't know
So
where
we're
it's
that's
We
a
don't know where
region
the
of
horde-
it, yeah.
So here's my thought. I
Okay.
feel like we do what we do what Kalos said. We kind of try to track this thing's movements, but we also at the same time maybe do it a couple times to just get a degree. If we're assuming the compass is reliable, we figure out where that dragon is, what its patterns are, or at least if like general location. Not obviously we can't know its exact patterns from this far away, but
I don't think we need the compass necessarily straight away.
Well, we could just say where.
where the
Fine,
dragon
because
is,
I
relative,
don't,
where the
Listen, you're gonna have to trust at some point.
yeah,
I
but
mean,
I don't
we
want to
just-
use it for everything. It kind of
we just confirmed it.
cheapens the thrill of the hunt. It's like, oh, it's
Look-
over there. Like,
Look,
Well, if it makes it easier against
Yeah.
going
hey,
up a fucking
Kalos
dragon,
has weird ass streams
Does he?
has weird ass
Do we know
dreams
that?
because of this
Yes,
princess.
yes,
Oh,
I've told
okay.
you guys this. Yeah,
All right, I'm just saying we use it to find the horde.
no, but you use it for both though, so we can be like, okay, so
Okay.
the dragon's here and the horde's over there. I mean, it kind of just makes sense, just because
Like I said, in the
I
lead
kind
up
of agree with
to
Varys.
also in the lead up to us actually going out there, because I feel like we're gonna need at least a day to get our supplies together and figure out how we're gonna move. We'll just do it a couple times to
But
see
we
if
don't
that.
need to worry about food. We don't need to worry about water. All we need is a wagon and camels.
All
In
right.
crates to put
And crates
stuff in.
with noisy stuff in.
Can be gotten from a general pretty quickly. I don't think we need a
Yeah.
whole day
I like the
Uh,
idea that we're
maybe
just
a
gonna drive
morning,
out
like-
into the desert and make a lot of noise.
on a
Well,
road.
once we kind of think that we're close, you have those loud arrows, right, Varys?
Yeah.
We could use those as a lure the dragon towards us type of thing.
We don't want to be too obvious too at the same time that we're trying to attract something's attention. But yeah, it's an option.
Yeah, I guess when it comes to the flashbang thing, seeing if we can get polarized goggles times 10 for each of us.
User joined your channel.
So I guess we would probably go towards like a blacksmithing place to get those.
Well, weren't
welding
you looking at
goggles.
that forge in our Crystal Spark building that they were using? Looking directly at a thing of that heat, which is what Bailey said that was in 10 times even more so excess than a regular furnace. Then maybe they might be our best bet to possibly get some.
That's a pretty good idea. Yeah, okay, we can go back then. Yeah.
That's like fucking crazy technology comparative to like me blacksmith forge kind of.
Let's go then. Let us go tomorrow.
I'm just saying.
No, I think actually that's a great idea. To be quite honest with you,
Yeah.
I didn't even think about that. But yeah.
I don't know the over reliance on a leprechaun given item is necessarily a good thing. I'm just saying it's great, but
like
maybe we
what's-
shouldn't
what's
use
our
it all
other-
the time because it kind
what's
of
our other lead,
trivializes
though?
things.
What's our other lead though?
Well, we could go there. We've got our own wits. I don't know. I don't think we should necessarily, maybe when we're in the vicinity, yeah, if we can't find any other signs, but I don't know if it should be our first port of call all the time. I don't know.
Well, not all the time. It's probably
I
just
just,
gonna be this one time.
as Dan, it kind of, it kind of rubs me
Yes,
the wrong
but
way.
as Henry,
Just-
I kind of just want to find this fucking dragon too.
I don't like.
And
the
also,
fact
this
that it's
was
just like a
something
fine
that
thing,
we
dude,
did.
like, it's-
We were given. It doesn't make sense to like.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, just. Yeah. All right.
All right. Do you have a suggestion otherwise?
No, it just
And,
was a really weird item. It's like my heart's desire. It's like,
To
okay.
be fair, we specifically asked for it. Like it wasn't like
Sure.
it wasn't like randomly dropped.
I just say we got all these other like resources of our own characters. I don't know if we can just use some of that sometimes. If the
yes,
opportunity arises, that's all I'm saying.
The mile wide dragon radar that's going to fucking come in useful. To be quite honest
Yeah.
with you.
All right. If I had to guess the utility of this object, I agree. We should not use it for every.
It just
single
seems
thing.
like a fucking MacGuffin that can just.
But
we need a general
I
direction
don't
in
like
this.
that. Like,
I agree with what you're saying, and I think that we should not just get really lazy and be like, "Man, I need to find clothes." All right, compass, tell me where the local clothing store is, so I don't have to talk or anything. But like in this instance, I specifically used it to help us find a guy, and then we did some speech checks to talk to him and maybe convince him we're not going to murder him in a dark alleyway. And then we spent money to help him get to where he's going so we can get some information, and now we have that information.
yeah, I just want to be careful with it. That's all. Before we
Yeah.
start using it too much.
No, I agree. We
Yeah,
shouldn't use
that was
it
my-
for
that was my only
trash,
point.
and we won't. But for this, like, it's literally no one has seen this thing, so it's like, all right, what is our option besides wander in the desert in the hopes that we find something?
1% drop trains.
Yeah. So for something like this, where there's like literally no one has seen this thing and there's no other way, so. All that said, back in character.
So, go to sleep. Wake up tomorrow. We either split the party and get the things, or we all go together. We go to Crystal Family's research facility first. Get the wagon. Get the whole bunch of clangy shit from the general store. Head out. Boom.
Also, it's
Plan.
not free. The use of this compass, Kalos has to listen to what is essentially like 4 hours of ads every time he goes to sleep.
Oh, I thought it was just every time anyway.
Yeah.
I thought like when I was sleeping, like it was just like when I have a dream, the leprechaun is behind me. It's like,
Yeah,
oh.
you could be in you could be like a lucid dream where you're doing something like raunchy, and he'll just be like there in the background.
Yep, okay.
Buy these rhino pills.
Buy these rhino pills.
Do the gas station pills.
These tiger pills will surely upgrade your sex life there, Kalos. You should go and buy them.
3-day erection.
That's not good. That is very not good.
Back to the bunkhouse.
You contact your doctor. Contact your doctor.
Yes, it's not good. It's great.
See, even Pat agrees.
No, Pat, you're not supposed to have blood in there for that long. It coagulates.
Well, it's extra great because it's tiger pills and Tony the Tiger.
Look, they also say don't eat the silica gel packets, but we all know
All
the
you're doing is
reality
winning.
there.
That's what that tiger blood is for. You just win all the time.
Alright, you guys go to sleep. Kalos gets his ads for the leprechaun. New sale on hot singles in your area, sort of thing.
There's some hot milfs around here, Kalos. You should
The
probably go
ads are-
find them.
You're
Yeah.
37 now.
I can help you out with that.
Hot leprechaun in your area. It's me.
It's
And
just
Yeah,
the same
it's
guy in a
yeah.
wig.
They're like AI generated, and they just kind of blend together in a nightmare.
Hey man,
Dick
those-
pills,
feel like
Dick
banging?
pill milfs, cheap.
I don't know if I want a cheap one. That's the kind of thing you binge on.
Use chat.
I'm not. What?
Make up ads. Use chat GPT, GTP, whatever the fuck its name is.
Nice try, Bucko. Alright, so let's see. You guys go to bed. You didn't expend too much, but it is a cycle of long rest, so if you're missing any resources that are refreshed on a long rest, go ahead and clear those off, or regain them, what have you. All of your previous magical items that had charges like that should be all topped up by now. And, you wake up the next morning. Let me go ahead and get my... Need to buy new dry erase markers, because these are dry as heck. Too dry.
So Adam, what's today's date?
It's the 19th there, young lad. Thank you for asking.
Been hit with the young lad.
At least it's not a bucko.
Well,
We
we're
got,
actually...
we got a bucko momentarily.
We had very few until you brought it up, so... It's
Now.
days since last bucko. You can go ahead and wipe that off and says zeros now, so... You wake up the next morning, the 19th, and you are all at the bunkhouse. As soon as you wake up, there is a person who is running very quickly up the stairs, leading up to your guys' arranged sleeping location here at the bunk. It appears to be someone who is dressed in such a way that denotes a familiarity with the family known as the Crystal Sparks. Whether or not you're out of bed and are all tidy is not up to you. It's really up to them when they come in, because they come in extremely early. So much so that it's even before the cock crows.
I'm awake, and who the hell are you?
They go over to Laszlo specifically.
Hello, morning.
Seems like you're a morning person then. They go ahead and drop a parcel into your hand. It is about the size of like a hat if you fold it up and squeeze it down into a very compressed form.
Okay, is this one of the kobolds?
No, it is not a kobold. It is maybe some employee you've never met before who is a courier of some kind.
Okay. What is this?
The boss had some sort of present for you. Said it was for your hands only. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
NPC walk away.
The courier came and gave you your
No,
thing.
I was trying to quote it exactly. I have something for you here. Your hands only. Something to that same inflection too.
Uh-oh.
And then he starts walking into the wall, and then like a random.
You've
guard
started a
knocks.
Danger quest line.
A new
Yeah,
hand touches the
sound
beacon.
shatters all the windows in the room. A new hand.
Oh,
touches
God.
the beacon.
Joke's on you guys, that quest doesn't start from a courier.
I know.
Then again,
Sounds
the other
like
ones don't
loose
have
chess.
such a well-known voice lines, because you're just reading a reading a letter, and it had a quest prompt pop up. Anyways, so you have a parcel neatly wrapped with twine in such a way that it makes a little plus sign, and is wrapped in some sort of parchment paper that is dark brown, kind of like a woven reed of some sort.
What is it? I open up.
Oh, you have to open it first. You can't just assume what it is unless you want to just guess what it is all day.
I want to open it up. Yeah.
Okay, happy birthday! Well, I don't know if it's actually your birthday, but what is laid in there, with a little bit of cushioning, is a porcelain mask.
PTSD triggered.
Does Laszlo fumble it like really hard because this is fucking?
Oh, I spike it onto the table.
No, just like
Smash it. No, okay. Yeah.
Just currently face, if you had a face, down in the parchment. So you're looking at the part that you would put up against your face. It has a series of blood splotches in very, very many locations, as if the wearer was brutally injured while wearing it, and didn't bother to clean off the porcelain. There's a little leather strap that would be assumedly used to affix it to the back of your head so it doesn't jostle around too much. And you can see what is essentially signs of gore. All strewn across this thing.
Could I have opened this like in my little bunk still?
I'm assuming that's where you would have opened it. You guys just dropped
I'll
it into
keep
your
this
lap.
on the down low if I can help it.
dude, you should put it on.
I assume people are still getting up at this point. I'd like to just see what. Yeah, is this
Now.
whose mask is this? Is this?
You turn it over slowly and full of anticipation. Normally in a TV show, this is where they would put a commercial break. In either case, we've already taken our break, so you can't do that. Thanks for the follow, bucko. Lamb chops. You turn it over, and it is a very angry-looking face. The brow is furrowed, and even has fine details of the upper part of the forehead being crinkled, as if you are shrinking your skin and folding your angry face. You know, ooh, I'm angry. My eyebrows go down. Even the little wrinkles around the nose, if there are any. Go ahead and there's no check to make. Excuse me.
Oh.
You turn it over, and again, the face is contorted into a very angry expression. Probably even beyond angry. Almost furious, as you could possibly describe it. Hit me with the bucko. Okay, good. Thanks.
It's angry.
Thanks, bucko. Thank you for the follow.
Fuck. Oh.
It is quite angry indeed. There are also more signs of gore and viscera on the opposite side. There's even, as you notice, little tiny cracks, not quite just like boring a hole through the entire thing, but there's a crack going down like the top of the brow of the mask and kind of makes a little Harry Potter lightning bolt. But it goes beyond the forehead. It goes down to like the left eye socket.
Oh.
If you had to put a sort of investigative journalism on this thing, this guy probably got hit on the head really hard.
Okay.
Are you looking at this in private, or are we
Yes.
kind of gathered
I want to
around?
be as in private as I can possibly be.
In this very open public location.
Yeah. In my little bunk.
He's on
Realizing what it is, I close it back up. But... Oh. Okay. And I will start getting ready for the day.
Those of you who need to eat food, which is all of you except for Krios, go ahead and either reduce the amount of rations to, denote that you've eaten food.
I'll
Or
conjure up a good berry.
conjure up
All of
Goodberry,
us,
which
or-
can feed up to basically all of you guys if need be.
10 people.
10 people, which could include the bees as well, so... but they have their own mango, if that's what their deal is, so... Good
So
mango.
is this like a new routine that we're gonna have to deal with your new boss
What?
getting shouted awake?
I don't think he shouted.
Knocked on the door. It's fine. It's
Well, we didn't sign a contract, so it's not technically boss, but loose.
I'm just going to point out that your existing boss did not, in fact, wake you before this.
Yeah, it's because our existing boss is on another continent.
He
our
may
existing
do
boss was also the entire time we were employed. Well, we're still employed technically, but like we were also dealing with assassins, so we were on alert the whole time.
Gainfully employed.
Okay.
By the way, when you go back to Master Dolan, what are we gonna still be employed because technically we're still protecting the princess from any type of danger, or are we just gonna be like, nah, we're good, close that contract up, bucko?
I think that'll have to be a discussion we have when we actually get back to Ritosh.
Then.
We're in a weird position. It's really just what both our employers are comfortable with at this point, because technically, if our job for Baruti is out and about doing our normal thing, just with the caveat that we're testing his equipment and bringing back and doing research on their behalf, and if our employment with Dolan is under the guise of looking after the princess and making sure she doesn't die prematurely, then technically, I'm not saying there's room for overlap, but like there's.
Well, the princess is going to be doing whatever she wants, right, Dottie? Or are you just going to be homebody from once we get back?
I mean, we do have like the toll, and then I do like this to deal with. So.
Okay, so you're not going to just be a homebody.
Well, we can have this discussion with Dolan, because we eventually are going to have to return to him.
I don't think just say like, hey, we've picked up some like freelance work along the side of this. I don't think it's need to complicate it much further.
Okay.
Really, we're not tied down necessarily. We're still going to be able to. We're going to be with the princess anyways, so it's like.
Look, I think you're overthinking this. I'm just kind of slightly annoyed that I got woke up early. So I'm not implying anything grander than that.
Oh no, I'm asking because I was curious, to be quite honest with you.
I mean, you're not exactly making pearls, so I don't think he'd care.
Fantastic. All right then.
Okay.
All right, let us go to the research facility.
Fortunately or unfortunately, the guy did wake you guys all up before most shops open.
The princess is not allowed at the research facility.
You can't come here, yeah, if you're not, unless you're disguised. So.
Do you still have that
disguise thing? So.
You still have the wristband, so think about yourself and
don't be the princess.
Don't be the princess.
Are you sure that's going to be fine, and they won't?
Yes, we asked him.
That's what they said.
What they,
specifically, that's the protocols that they said. So.
Fair enough. All right, disguise up.
As?
Orc Dauntless, obviously.
Wow. Original.
Could
Here's
you
the problem.
Could you be something else, just so that it's not tied
Here's the
to
problem,
any of you
though.
at all? Maybe?
Here's the problem that we have to deal with, though. We have to go through the checkpoint, and now the princess is not with us to go through the checkpoint, but then we're in the upper district, which...
Well, she can disguise herself on a moment's notice, so... Let's pass the checkpoint, and then afterwards we... Floop, and then when we come back, she drops it, and we go about our business.
Indeed, floop.
Actually, you're right. I undisguise as me real quick, and then I redisguise as myself, but with a Mordremoth armband. I say myself, meaning Orc Dauntless, myself.
Can I add I don't know if necessarily being Orc Dauntless is a good idea, because if there may be ties to then who you are...
Yeah, be the blacksmith.
Or something completely different. I don't know. Just to, no ties, visually to anything. Considering
the
how
other
high
option
profile that place is
that some of us go to the general store and start gathering supplies, and the rest of us, the researchers, that is also an option.
You say ties, this is a completely different continent.
I don't know who knows things, it could be.
Just
people know
go as Blacksmith Dauntless, please. It just changes up the whole thing once we cross over.
Yeah, essentially
border.
You can't be seen in or out or around that building.
Yes, that's all we need, Dottie.
Yeah.
Let's cross the checkpoint, pass the checkpoint, disguise yourself. We go into the research facility, still disguised as Blacksmith Dauntless. We get the stuff. We come out.
Let them know that this is who that is, and
we come
when
out.
You're in the
you drop the gaze, cross the checkpoint, and then we go up on our business.
Alright, I'm fine with that. Why are we telling them? Why am I disguising if we're telling them who I am?
If we use
public
the
perception.
Habit perceptions. Mordramoth and that family don't.
Crystal Spark
gel.
and your family do not get along, and if you're seen,
Going in and out of their building is kind of.
it's going to be problems on
politically
both
odd.
sides.
Okay, so it's not for their like workers' benefit. It's for literally everyone else.
Yep. And
Okay.
your own, because I think your dad would probably be very pissed off.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
sure.
Let's go. Hold on. Krios, that's tight.
Actually, do you guys have like employee badges? Do we even need the princess anymore, considering your place of work is?
I got the cool ass fucking lab coat. I'll put that on. Yeah. Like a white lab coat, you said, right? DM?
It is a lab coat that has been given to the folks who are part of the research division, which only includes Kalos and Laszlo. The rest of you are just like... I mean, you do have your diamond quartz items, I guess you could flash those, but you have not been given official signs or monikers of the actual establishment. And there's few enough employees there that everyone kind of, can identify who's what, especially either the boss man himself or even the kobolds. And you're very familiar with the research division. It's only 4 guys there. So they would probably be very well acquainted with even the guys who didn't speak up during that last encounter. Very small niche, which is probably why he can afford to pay everyone so much. Not including the miners, because you haven't seen them.
Hear no evil, see no
Elon's
evil.
emerald mine kind of energy.
Blood money? What blood money?
These are totally not indentured at all.
And away we go.
Well, before we leave, so just to confirm, I am disguising after.
After the checkpoint, yes.
Okay.
Alright, with that cleared up, we're gonna go ahead and exit the bunkhouse. Through and through, you guys get eaten. Try not get eaten. You eat the good berry. Excuse me. You eat the good berries. Everyone is accommodated for, including the bees. And you make your way over towards the checkpoint, over into the upper district. At this time of day, relatively early, there are a large number of people trying to get in, trying to do business in the early hours before the sun comes up. It's nice to do these things when it's relatively cool. And sometimes even before the shops open, so you
User
can
disconnected from
get
your
ahead of the
channel.
crowd if need be. Getting to the checkpoint, who is going to do the signing?
I mean, me, obviously.
Well,
The
just in case
princess.
anyone else wanted to be the signer for once, just to make sure, change it up a bit. Make sure that everyone's really confused, especially when the princess is there present and not disguised and having one of her bodyguards sign for her.
I had to sign last time. Yeah, it was a whole thing.
Signature in place and everyone appropriately not kowtowing, but just signs of respect as the princess gets through the checkpoint. You guys can go ahead and wait for that guy to pass by my
fucking
house.
rip that engine, goddamn.
I wish my street was less of a straight line. It's not even that long though. I wish it was left as a straight line so that even you couldn't go that speed.
You should put a bend in the street, Adam.
I wish I could.
Well, the thing is,
Go
right,
into
is
the
that
street
he
and
lives
you
on like
dig up
a sharp
huge-
corner, so you just imagine people like turn and fucking floor their car.
Give it
Like it's
beans,
fucking, it makes no sense to me why they do it.
Alright, let's pass through an alleyway real quick and I'll disguise up.
Ducking into a nearby alleyway, you throw on a disguise as the blacksmith version of yourself. I think I don't have the fusion of that one, or maybe I do actually.
I think you got the morph of it.
I think it is.
Can you put all 3 as part of the morph? Or
Yeah.
I can. Oh, there it is. There you go. Look at that.
You can
Thanks,
add multiple.
Tailspire.
Nito Bandito.
It's a beta, but it's got a lot of neat features. Not sponsored to it.
Could be.
Yeah,
Could be. Could be.
one day.
Alright, well, you
We'd
guys...
have to be on our best behavior and not say certain words.
God, fuck.
Yeah.
Certain words that have R's
Yeah,
at the
mine.
end.
Oh God, Henry, please.
Oh no, you need
Well,
to stop.
This is no longer
How
the...
are we gonna make Critical Role money if we language like that?
Yeah, but maybe
Damn
if we
it,
go the
we
complete
want our own TV
opposite of
show,
what they're
too.
going with, then
We're gonna get an animated series of our first campaign. It's
I'd
gonna be
rather-
great.
Actually, sell my. I know that is selling my soul if I went down that path.
The animation?
No, what Dan's talking about.
go the other way around.
I'd say you would be making.
No, I'm on about being the polar opposite of what Critical Role are. Just go
Oh,
all in.
I
Like,
thought you meant.
oh
doing
no,
what
like
they are doing
bowing,
now.
selling your soul.
Selling my soul
Yeah.
to the
Yeah.
alphabet people.
I mean, look, I would be disappointed, but if you made a paycheck off it, I can't really complain, now, can I?
Would you sell your soul to the alphabet folk?
I don't know.
Maybe, probably.
I wouldn't. It's like how Dan doesn't do the furry thing.
Yeah.
So we all have standards. Dan won't draw
Unless he
furries.
does, and it is plausible deniability.
Well, if he has a second account where he's like commissions furry art, then good for you, hypothetical Dan. I'm just saying, if there's a multiverse theory, one of these at
I'm
least.
just saying.
I must
Furries
fulfill
have their
that,
own
right?
convention, so they're not that small a minority. There is money to be made in that gene pool.
Well, the good thing about those furries is they probably don't reproduce. I hope. Anyways,
Jeez.
what? I'm just saying, they're not very likable.
I don't. What happens if your
You wouldn't know
community has
if you ever
furry?
met a Fury
Huh.
though. You wouldn't know because like they're not
Yeah,
in
but-
costume. What designates someone as a Fury in a normal public
Fury.
setting? But they're not wearing their costume. They're in just a normal public setting. They're at the grocery store.
Well, if they start yiffing at me, I'll know.
Oh no. Oh god.
Let's get off the topic of furries
Yeah,
and back
fucking
into.
Christ. Fucking don't talk about that anymore.
Oh, I clapped my hands together. I did my part, and I have absolutely no idea where we're going now.
This way.
Alice leads towards the particular avenue and street that you can find the Crystal Spark family. Their headquarters here in the upper district of Anupolis is very easy to spot if you know what to look for. Big crystals and whatnot. There's multiple entrances that lead to varying locations. There is a location that leads into the warehouse for taking in goods that are too big to go through some of the regular doors. So an onboard loading dock, essentially. Of course, you have the one that leads into the front lobby with the 2 kobold secretaries. And then there is no door leading immediately into the... Actually, no, wait, they do have one. They do have one for the research division that is leading out into the street view, but is gated off by a series of vertical bars, and there is a mundane lock used to keep people from going into the alleyway that leads into that, so that the researchers aren't only having one entrance to get in just in case something catches fire, and they promptly get cooked alive in there. Either way, where are you going?
So you said that there's no guards outside?
No, but there's a mundane lock.
I want to go in the proper way, Alice.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Can we knock on the front door and meet the kobolds again?
Vibrate through the wall.
As is tradition. Cling, 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 cling. Knock on the door.
Well, that is easy enough to do. Going in from the front gate, you can go into the lobby. There the 2 kobolds are filing paperwork as per usual. Noticing that the new employees have come in, your checks aren't ready yet, but maybe you have some other business to do here.
Hello.
Good morning.
How about
Hey, good morning. We were never shown how to, or given any keys to go through the back, so we were wondering if we can go through the front.
You can always come through the front door, but if you want to get through the gate on the side, you're going to have to talk with one of the research members. I think senior member, what's his face has it.
Okay, I'll ask what's his face.
Alright.
Uh-huh.
How about this?
go on.
Since we have a non-employee with us, so why don't a couple of us wait in the lobby while the rest of us go into the lab, get what we need, and then we'll resume the day.
Okay.
Make sure
Sure.
that no employees or no non-employees are allowed in the research lab, so that old man that you brought with you is gonna have to stay here.
All right,
That's-
I'll sit with the old man. If
That's
Oh,
fine.
is
I don't know if
Tito
Krios
in
wants
yet?
to.
Is Tito come in this
Tito
morning?
usually comes in around 9 o'clock a.m. He likes to sleep in.
Okay. How about Baruti? Are they there?
Broody is always awake.
About that time.
Kinda.
Well, it may be best to ask you if you're doing papers and stuff. Do you
User
have?
joined your channel.
Well, that freaked me out for some reason. It really threw me off. We're looking to go beat the shit out of a dragon to test these new weapons out.
Okay.
And we spoke to a survivor of a dragon attack, and they said that they were doing a shipment or helping with a shipment, and there were some crates were matching the description of crates that are seen here. Do you know of any recent shipment issues in recent years, or has it not really happened very often?
We get
Trying to-
hiccups in shipments a decent amount of the time.
Okay.
Errors getting things to and from, amount of money being exchanged. There's a
Sure.
lot of hullabaloo and that sort of thing. It's not a perfect system, especially when you're crossing a desert.
Sure.
Things get lost
This-
in transit, nefariously or otherwise.
Mm-hmm. Okay, it's just like a couple of days away from Annapolis, or something that was coming to Annapolis was possibly seized. I don't know if anything lines up in your books or something like that. Just want to check. Because if we're going out that way, we may be able to reclaim some of it if it.
Well, if you
It
find it,
correlates.
then bring it back.
Sure.
If it's not
Yep.
too heavy, that is. Some of these things can get kind of bulky.
Yeah. Okay. Well, if we do, then we do. If not, I just want to check and make you aware of it.
Yeah.
But yeah,
well,
we're gonna.
If it's too big, bring it down to the back of the loading dock if it can't come through the front door. That way, Thug will take care of you.
Okay.
We're gonna pop back. See you in a bit, fellas.
Yeah.
Thank you. We're gonna go chat and just see if we can
Me and the old man.
have some of the research folks help us out with preparations for not being blinded.
Early in the morning, most of the researchers have not had the time for their morning coffee to digest properly, so in different relative amounts of tiredness, as the caffeine hasn't quite hit the bloodstream. For example, the twins are currently half prone on top of their workstations, holding two little gizmos together, and one of them is kind of just slapping the other one in the back of the head. Wake up! Wake up! Meanwhile, the senior researcher is wide awake, and your junior, in terms of magical incantations and enchantments, is kind of somewhere in the middle ground.
I'm gonna walk up to Garrick. Garrick, I forgot to ask if there's any type of easier way of getting in here besides the front door. Or if I need a key of some sorts to get back here.
I mean, you guys are employees here, so you can kind of just waltz in the front door. Is that a problem?
Well, no, because we noticed that there was an entrance in the back, so I don't know if that's the employee entrance or if the
It's not
front-
exactly an employee entrance. It's just in case the forge goes haywire, and we need to book it.
Oh, we need a key then. We'll be fine.
All right, we're good then.
Another point. We're going out hunting a dragon, and
Good.
we've
Wow.
heard
That's a
stories.
Big development. All right.
Yeah, we've heard stories that this motherfucker can blind people, and I saw you were explaining to Kalos the other day that you were using some kind of old primitive gear, or I think it may have been Bailey that was showing Kalos that was being
We all have
allowing them
suits to allow us to
Yeah.
get closer to the forge,
So,
even gnome
is it-
size ones.
Is it some kind of welding gear to be able to see into very bright objects? We were trying to find something to dampen the effects of being blinded. If this dragon apparently has blinding fire, according to accounts. I'm wondering if you have anything around here we may be able to retrofit. There's a pair of goggles or something.
Well, the gear we wear is just for the heat, not the actual light emitted from the forge. If anything, the light from the forge is the same amount you would find at a regular forge.
No,
It's
so
just
it's not
the
blinding.
no, it's just a heat-resistant suit.
Gotcha.
We don't
Sure.
use these suits for dampening the light. If anything, they're
Mhm.
not. They're only really super bright when you're actively using it for some sort of magical conduit, and that causes it to reverberate and
Mhm.
give off more hue than it really is supposed to, especially compared to like the bulbs that we use made of diamond quartz. So no, unfortunately, realistically speaking, I think old Wine Eye over there kind of just squints.
Oh, so just squint. That'd be the advice.
I don't think that is going to be the same thing as what you're asking for. This is just
Sure.
what the heat suits are for. But
Yeah,
I
if you don't
think
use
this-
any of that equipment, then that's okay. I just wanted to check.
No, unfortunately, that's not what we use the equipment for. It's strictly for the heat.
Okay. Is there materials that we could possibly procure that would be able to be seen through, but you know?
To not see through because of a flash of light?
Yeah, you'd have to be kind of close. Yeah.
Like, like if you
Why
have
don't you just hold a mirror in
supercharged.
front of your face?
Just for reference, like real world reference, I don't know if I don't know if regular sunglasses would help you against the flashbang. So like I don't.
No, they won't.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think there is.
I
Okay.
think you might just have to tank a flashback.
Fuck yeah, let's go. By the way, now that you know we're going after dragons, do you have any anything besides the weapons that we currently have to test up? My other friend shoots arrows. I don't know if you have any arrows, crystalline arrows that you want to test out to see how potent they are.
Well, you guys already have a decent amount of items on your plate. Whether or not
Yeah, I
you want to carry
I
all
wouldn't
that
want to
stuff.
get greedy. We got to test some shit. Do you reckon? I mean, that fucking axe will beat the fuck out of it. I'm pretty sure. Looks gnarly. You could throw that fucker at it, maybe. I just want to do a throwing motion.
I'm not gonna throw the sure. What? Fuck no. All right. Well, see you in a couple days then.
Good luck, fellas.
Thank you.
You exit the research establishment and back through the main lobby to pick up your allies who didn't come in with you. Unfortunately, not able to get these particular super sunglasses you were asking for. I guess you'll just have to stare at the light.
I've got a mirror, so
Tank. We're just gonna tank it. It's
I'm
gonna be
walking like
fine,
that.
guys.
I'll walk around with a mirror.
Just hold it up like right here, like, and then you'll hold it up at the right angle. It'll reflect, and it'll make the
I'll fucking
dragon
blind
blind
him
too.
Yeah.
All right. So now we go to the general store and pick up our noisy bits.
So you need a small chest and like enough cutlery that can be rattled around.
Yep.
I also pull out a single silver arrow. Like these aren't doing much good right now, so if we want to throw these in here. If we want to
Sure,
pool
okay.
together. Some just
Yeah.
odds and ends items that we feel like we're not going to be making much use of.
Could I just buy some rations as well? Just have them spare. That'd be really nice.
Actually, yeah. How much is? I have written down that a 10 is a stack, right? Correct?
Mm-hmm. I think it's either 10 or 5.
Because I know we've changed it a couple times. I have 10 written down, so I don't know if that's.
It's 100 per stack of rations. 4 rations.
4? Is that what? Is it 5 a stack? What's
I think
the
it's
number?
5 a stack and you have 10
5 a stack.
total.
Okay.
So you can buy all sorts of things that would be noisy enough. Common cutlery made of either iron or steel would be the cheapest things. That would be metal cutlery that make a decent amount of noise. And a little chest to put them in. You don't need to buy any lining or things to keep them safe because you want them to be as noisy as possible. So, the chest that you would buy would come up to a total of 30 samir. And then the amount of cutlery that you would buy would come up to be about 60 samir for a decent amount of cutlery. This would probably be about like a dozen to 15 people's worth of knives, forks, and spoons that you just shove into this chest. And it's decently heavy, as you can imagine. It is fulled metal. And Varys's arrows, which, reasonably speaking, you actually don't want to fill it too much to capacity because then they actually
They
buffer each
pack
other.
in. Yeah.
Yeah. So somewhere in between that allows enough movement for them to jangle around, especially if you hit a speed bump, or if the road's kind of bumpy. Generally speaking, the roads around here vary in terms of elevation and bumpiness because sand can cause miniature dunes that act as speed bumps, or if they're completely flattened out, and it can actually smoothen the ride. Pardon.
Okay. All right.
So now we need 2 camels and a wagon.
So So we agreed 5 is the stack for rations, right?
Mhm.
All right. So how much is 1 day? Like a day's worth of rations. How much is that?
If we were doing this in gold pieces, it would be 2 gold pieces per thing.
So 6, Samir.
So then if you just multiply that by 3 on however many days you want to get, that can be your thing in Samir.
Okay, I'm gonna buy 1 just to keep the stack, just to finish top off that stack. So that'll be 16. Okay. Cool. Actually, how much would a map of Sanctus cost? Since we're at the general store.
Map of Sanctus can be purchased for a decent price. It's going to cost you approximately 75 Samir, or 25 gold to buy this map. It is
I'm gonna buy
not
that.
super highly detailed. It just comes with, of course, every major city and towns big enough to warrant being placed on the map. Especially around the location where that river trickles down from the northern half of the Crescent Isle Mountains, there are actually very many settlements made along the river, and they can't just cluster all of them together because you can't zoom in on a map. So they need to put the most important towns and settlements along that road. And you notice upon purchasing this one that the town that was spoken to you, Poignette, is small enough that it does not appear on this map.
Gotcha. Okay. It helps to have the reference.
Either case, you have a map of Sanctus, and major key locations, geographic features, etc. Also even tells you the location and trail that the Ginja Ha takes, the sandstorm, and is a very prominent part.
Cool.
So
Okay.
stables and feed for camel.
Feed and
Yeah,
seed.
and wagon.
Well, let's
Got
get
it.
the camels first, and then the feed, so we know how many camels that we're gonna.
2
need to-
camels probably. Yeah, see, I'd imagine
2
that'd be-
camels, a wagon, and fuck yeah.
Let's do it in this order. Let's do the wagon first, so we know.
Well,
how...
let's ask a stable master to see if we want to purchase it. What we would
Yeah.
need.
So we need know how big a wagon we need. How
Yeah.
because if I'm gonna be like for real, if the wagon is what's it called? If the wagon is small enough that we only need 1 camel, I'd almost argue skip the camels. Just hitch Dauntless's mule
Hitch
up
Dauntless
to it.
to it. Yeah.
Yep.
He's not
Oh,
here to defend
princess.
himself.
Yeah.
Too busy with the air fryer. And this is when he unmutes, and the audio quality is awful.
I am here.
Wow, no bait. Alright, you go over towards where they have wagons and such. They have a carpentry station nearby for quick repairs or maybe even making entire wagons themselves. You have a variety of small carts, such as a farmer's wagon, which is that single one that it kind of looks like just a slightly bigger wheelbarrow that attaches to a single animal, beast of burden, has 2 wheels, and is essentially, when not in motion, tripods itself on the ground. Those small farmer's carts that can reasonably hold probably like 3 people if they all sardined next to each other. You can then either take a higher class up, which would be like a caravanier's wagon, the kind that has optional canvas roof or none at all, that can reasonably hold 6 persons sitting in 2 rows on the edges of the wagon itself, with a small row in the middle that is used for leg space and very few amounts of cargo that can fit underneath the chairs themselves. Or you can have the big-ass wagon that you guys are used to, that requires 2 or more vehicle pulling horses, has shit tons of cargo, and, either small, medium, or large.
Well, on the chance that there is stuff that we might need to take back, do you want to go with the large one? That's safe.
What are the price? What's the price?
It depends on the prices, yeah.
Yeah, let's.
Well, you can do rentals, or you can do fully financed purchases. No such thing as credit around here. You gotta pay in full.
On the way things tend to go. Do we want to cover our bases and do the purchase?
Buy insurance, because this thing's probably gonna break.
What's the price first? I need to find that out.
Well, I'm going to go in order of rentals. These are bi-weekly rental costs, and you can pay for them whenever the installations come about. If you are not able to pay them on the due date of 2 weeks outside of the initial purchase date, they are essentially saying, we'll send debt collectors after you. In any case,
Dog the bounty hunter.
for the small, medium, and large respectively, for the bi-weekly in Samir purchase costs for rentals, you can rent them for 2 weeks at a time. The smallest amount goes for 60, 150, 300 in that order. So 60, 150, 300 in Samir for 2 weeks of renting. If you want to buy the thing, the prices go as follows from small, medium to large. 500, 2,000, and the last one is 4,500.
It's the big one. Buying the big one is doable. It's 4,500 Samir, right? No.
Correct. Or the equivalent of 1,500 gold. This does come with a couple of benefits outside of just buying the wagon initially. You are also purchasing essentially a parking lot in all locations that this rental studio essentially has. This is a cross-country establishment, and what essentially you'll be doing is buying any place that has their lots for parking. You're essentially buying a lot alongside maintenance for a total of 5 years if you purchase, and all maintenance to be done for repairs and etc. is covered for 5 years.
Basically like the stables back in... God, I forgot the name of the city after all this time. Back in Rutash.
Solholm.
Solholm, yeah, but like with other benefits, basically. Cool. Okay.
So we're only getting one camel or two?
Well, we need
The larger
to...
vehicle does require 2 to properly pull.
But do we only want to buy one and then just use Ghost Camel as the second?
All right. Well, in the event I step away, I will. It is assumed that I will summon the ghost or the spirit camel. I just wanted to say that.
The one camel it is.
Well, I leave it up to you guys. Whatever you're most comfortable with. Of all the things I got to worry about in the day, it's having 2 camels is not one of them.
All right, so I can put up the 4,500 for the wagon if
You get to name the wagon.
I'll sleep on it.
Wagon 2.
Wow, I love it.
I'll put that up.
Wagon Part 2.
Insert underscore text.
Oh, that was. So that means 1 camel and then however much feed it needs, and we'll use. We can use Ghost Camel as. What's it called?
The second beast of burden.
Yeah.
Now, just as a question for the players coming from not the DM, but just a guy outside looking in. You guys aren't gonna live here. Are you sure you want to buy the wagon?
Yeah, I was just about to ask. Let's rent it.
Well, like we're about to go up against the dragon, and
That might destroy the
that
wagon.
might destroy it, and then
Then that's 4,500.
we're probably gonna have to at least pay for
Well,
it
probably
out
not
of
that
pocket
amount.
anyway.
Well, let's just not break it.
Yeah, let's hope
Obviously.
for the best.
Tell the
How about-
dragon.
First thing Adam's gonna do is like, hey, fuck it.
Don't
just
grief
blow
me,
up the
guys.
wagon.
I just bought this brand
Please,
new wagon.
please, please.
How about we
Grace
just rent
period.
the large wagon, and if it does get destroyed, then obviously we'll pay the 4,500 for it.
All right. Let me
You
re-add.
want to live here now? You want to live in the
Gentlemen.
hot place, Ferris?
No, I figured.
But
But I figure since we work here, we might be coming back here at some point.
We
Like just...
might have to go down to
Good
the
point.
old Spire of Arrogance as well. Like,
Well, that's up to you.
But if
if
that's
you want
the
to buy
if
it,
that's
buy
the
it.
logic
That's up.
we want to use. All right. So I put
I'm not
I
gonna
put the
stop
money
you.
back. I put the money back. So we want to rent
I'm
instead.
not buying this, I say, in a Varus voice.
I take my money back from the guy's hands.
Whoa, so it's already in the register.
Everyone goes quiet though after I said I'd make the purpose, so that I wasn't sure. All right. Now we have to rent the camel separately. What does that mean?
Camels are not included. In
Gotcha.
fact, they're an entire separate establishment.
All right, that makes sense. So 300, it would be just to rent the large wagon.
Yes, for bi-weekly.
Okay. We want to put down for a whole month just in case things go. We don't expect them to go that bad, but just in the event.
Well, it's 3 days away on
Oh.
accrual, and
I think 2 weeks is probably
yeah,
like more than enough.
yeah.
Okay. All right, I'll put the 300
Done.
down.
Years.
You rent out the big wagon. Lots of cargo space, not only for people, but actual cargo itself, unless you count people as cargo when you're doing human trafficking.
How many people would this fit theoretically? Though, I say to think that.
If it was only people, and you wanted them to be seated comfortably, and not stacked like sardines on top of each other and in rows, you could probably fit at least, including the driver's seat and the shotgun, cargo, not shotgun cargo, just a shotgun seat. So both 2 in the front and stuff in the back, you could reasonably fit at least 10 people here.
Okay.
And obviously you could put in cargo crates that would reduce the amount, unless you want to sit on the box. The other one, the medium-sized one, could probably hold about 6 people, and the farmer's wagon probably only about 3, and they would be all uncomfortable the whole time.
Do we also need firewood for camp at night, or is it just a hut situation that we want to go with? That's temperature controlled.
Yeah.
I would want to go with the hut just in case if it decides to come down. I don't know if the hut can withstand dragon breath or what the fuck ever, but
Well, I think we had this long discussion a few couple months ago where it was like it turned out the hut is really only susceptible to like dispel magic and stuff like that, like physical stuff. It can't be breached. So
the
It's a
hut.
hemisphere. I want to
Yeah.
remind you, it's not a full sphere. So
fair enough.
Old
But like
peoples.
from above.
yeah, watch out for them moles.
Hopefully, it's not a mole dragon.
Oh, it makes Hans Mole Man sounds. It's like him with the glasses in that viral clip when he goes out in the sun and it burns his shoulders. Hans Mole Man's glasses are like the fucking glasses. They're like fucking milk bottles. Possibly.
So the camels are relatively easier to pick and choose from. You don't have the equivalent of like at a racehorse thing where you have like this one's like Golden Splendor. This one is like a 1-to-20 ratio of
It's
payout.
not like the rat RNG.
No, that was a little bit of a different gamble there.
This camel's got 5 heads.
You can essentially either buy one that's healthy or one that's completely lame.
Totally cool, guys.
I don't mean lame as in,
User disconnected
not
from your
cool.
channel.
Lame
That's
meaning
cool.
basically it's the kind that you would take out to the back with a shotgun with.
All yellow. Just get a normal one. Get a healthy one.
That one is going to go for camel rentals, also on a bi-weekly basis, just so we can have these things kind of tied together. You can buy 1 camel each for a total of 90 sumir for a 2-week period. This comes with 1 week of feed. You can take care of the rest of it yourself. And everything in terms of maintenance, these camels have already been they had their shots, I guess.
I might fucking just buy a camel and scoot along with you guys.
Buying a camel outright would be 450.
Maybe not. I could, but if I rent one, you know, and then like, nah, we I don't want to complicate things. That's okay. I'll buy that though. 90 Samir.
90 Samir for the 2 week comes with a bag of feed that lasts a week unless the camel is really hungry and has a tapeworm.
Which is bad good.
I asked the guy, this ain't got a tapeworm, is it? Well, he's not susceptible to tapeworms.
Camels are all medicated against tapeworms.
Good to know.
Is he blowing smoke in our face?
This
The
guy
smoke's
is
not
the
going
most
down right
fucking
to me.
paranoid man I've ever met.
I need you to make a check there, boy. I'm not lying.
I would never lie.
Let's see if I can
says
roll
the-
another nat 1. Nope.
Good.
That would be
It's a nat 2.
That would be a 24.
You're not sure that he knows what a tapeworm even is.
Tapeworm? I never measured it.
So he's just really confident, if not a little.
Laszlo just came up to him and said, are these, immunized versus tapeworms? He's like, yeah, it's got it. Yeah, that thing.
They got
Can
10
fly
of them
too, right?
things.
They got 10 tapeworms in them right
Like
now.
if you went to a car salesman who doesn't know anything about cars, and you're just like, how is the flux capacitor on this one? Which doesn't actually.
Yeah.
And he doesn't know that's a fucking.
And you go like,
Back to the
cargo
Future.
space? No, cargo road. No,
I go to the auto store and I ask if they have where the headlight fluid is. Just to,
Oh god, yeah.
Premium tire for your errors.
This is air from Rutash in this hump right now. Yeah, okay, cool. Done that. Got feed.
What do you mean
got
I'm
stuff.
supposed to change my oil?
So we
I don't
got
need
1
wheels,
week's
right?
worth of feed. How much is another week's?
Another week is going to cost you a grand total of 25 Samir's worth to buy a week's worth of food.
I don't think we need the second week of feed.
No? Okay.
And Sneed.
Gruel boy will cover.
Oh,
us.
right, Gruel Boy. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Gruel princess.
I feel sorry for these camels.
Eat this gruel. Well, yeah, we got all of what we need to get.
Yeah.
You have a box of noisy cutlery. You have a wagon on rental. You have a camel on rental. And another camel to take care of the other side of the wagon. $2. Everything checks out.
Yeah.
A little bit expensive, but who knows? Maybe the payout could be even bigger than what you spent. It's an investment. So, everything gets packed away. You load up your trunk filled with noisy cutlery into the back, making sure it doesn't just jump out the back of the wagon. It's slightly affixed by, could be a rope, could be a chain, something that keeps it inside the wagon, but not too tightly bound that it doesn't get to jangle around all the place. It's going to be a noisy trip, to say the least.
Jingle jangles.
I'm just checking something. That's all stuff I
So we
need.
got one camel and the spiritual camel. Whatever camel. Dawdle is his camel, right?
You guys keep saying spectral and spiritual, but none of the tags that you can give it when you do summon state are undead, so...
Holy camel.
It's an
Holy
angelic
camel.
camel. I'm sorry.
Holy cow. Could have been summoned.
But we, alas.
But I guess no holy cow jokes in this one.
Not yet. Next
So,
time.
Is
maybe.
everyone ready to get on the wagon that it's going to be jangling the whole time? Imagine
Yeah.
whenever Andrew rolls in his cup too close to the microphone. Now to do that for like 16
Each wheel.
hours.
And then how many people can be up front?
Two. Driver
Okay.
and shotgun.
I'll be shotgun, just because I'm gleaming.
Well,
Hopefully-
Ferris, can I borrow you? I want to do some dragon talk today.
I
So I guess I'll be in the back. I'll be in the back. Which actually works
Gotti,
out.
here's the compass. By the way, you do that however you choose.
All right, are we going after the dragon first or his horde first?
Are we leaving today too? Do we want to leave?
Fuck yeah,
right
we're
now?
leaving right now, baby.
We need to get, alright, first priority is the fucking blood. And then the horde is a nice side thing, okay?
Well, when I
Yeah,
say
then-
horde, I thought that the point was to find the horde is where he is.
Well,
Well,
did we No, because
Don't
we
make me
never.
turn this camel around.
You haven't
Hiya!
moved yet.
There's no P brakes.
Did we even try to use the compass to see if there was any differentiation between the two by asking the compass, "Hey, where's this thing?" and then "Where's this other thing?"
Fair
I don't
enough.
know. Why don't you try it right now?
What's his
There,
name again?
bucko.
Okay, his name is
Gurga
Gurga Bemnon.
Yeah.
Gurga Bemnon.
Forget
Bem
about
Nom.
it.
Bem Bemnon. Bemnon.
All right. I
Yeah.
want to find where Berga.
Gurga. Gurga.
I'm sorry.
Bem.
fuck.
Gefilte fish.
Gurga Bemnon. I want to find
Yeah.
where Gurga Bemnon is.
the
Yeah.
Star Child as well. You can add that moniker as well.
Oh, the Star Child.
Or amongst the stars I've got written down here. Is that another one? This guy's got fucking titles.
Well, all the dragons had multiple titles, I think, but I think the Star one and Gurgabemnon were one and the same.
Yeah.
That's what I've written down
Yep.
at least.
That's what I've got written as well.
The compass does its usual thing of calibrating by spinning really quickly until eventually it slows down its pace. Eventually, it points in north by about northeast direction. Somewhere in the minute hand would be about in the 55-ish, 56, before turning to the hour. I mean,
I do know what you mean.
That away.
Does it correlate with
But
the
where
road?
is
Okay, now
A? Yeah,
Make sure.
that, and A, but B, where's the horde? Do we want to check too? Because the dragon might not be with the horde at this exact moment in time.
well,
Do I have
let's
to
just
shake
check
this to
anyway.
reset it or something?
Nope, just close it and then reopen it. Close it. Think about the horde, his horde, and then open it again.
close it, hit the factory
Assuming
reset
it's a
button.
he, might be a ma'am.
Oh, that's also true.
Yeah.
But we don't know yet,
Well,
so
that's
yeah.
how your character got canceled.
Gurga Agamemnon.
It is what?
Gurgabemna.
I'm writing it.
I have it written down. I just can't fucking
I want to
pronounce
see
it.
Gurga
Gurga.
Amo-
Bem. Oh god.
I
This is
wrote
what
it how
have
I
written
would
down.
pronounce it.
Is that
how
right,
I,
Adam, or is that
I
wrong?
wrote it how it sounded. So
I put it in Alan Wake Remastered.
Gurga Bemnon. I thought it was Gurga Agamemnon.
Where did you get the
What
aga
the
from?
fuck? What the
Added
My
like
mic's
2 extra
badly.
syllables.
Yeah.
Gargabemnon. Most of it's great. The first should be all A's in the first half. There's no, the only other
Garga.
Garga.
Okay.
like
I wrote it
gargantuan.
down.
We should
how
just
I
have
would-
like John the Dragon. That'd be much easier to.
Damn
Well,
these fucking dragons.
If you want John the Dragon to be in the next campaign and make everything sound really mundane,
Hi guys, it's me, regular
I
John
would
Smith
actually-
Dragon.
I'd be fucking scared of John the Dragon because that's like not pretentious at all. It's just like, yeah, my name is John. What the fuck are you gonna
Dude,
do?
he's
about
so.
I have no
at peace with
I have no
himself. This is scary.
insecurities. I am that confident in myself
Yeah.
that I can just call
Oh my
myself
God.
John.
Hey guys, it's me, John. It's like,
John
oh, boy.
Smith.
You got any spare milk? I'm making a run.
John
Yep.
the Dragon.
Not even kidding. It's just I would. Be,
I
it's like,
jest.
It's like the Dark Souls boss thing. It's like something that's like 3 stories tall. Nah. Something
Little
that's
guy.
my fucking size.
Uh-oh. He's got moves.
In a way. Oh wait. So yeah, where is that?
Close my eyes. Please show
Can't-
me Gurga Bemnon's horde.
spin, slow down, point in direction, switch direction so quickly that it doesn't point in the same direction.
Direction
Does so again. Does so again. Does so again.
You are the Horde. You just don't know it yet.
Does he not have a horde?
He has multiple. Is
Or it
it, is
just
it like
didn't work.
is it just changing directions?
Do you know if this thing has like limited uses a day? Maybe.
No, I do not.
Could be. Could be.
Well,
could
actually,
be a thing.
we tried it more than twice
Mm-hmm.
when I first got it.
Yeah.
So I know it's at least 2.
Is
Maybe
it
it's
pointing
not
in
on
the
a
same
day.
directions multiply, or is it just pointing in random directions and not no pattern?
Seemingly random.
Okay, well we at least know where he is, and it's that away in the 50s.
Maybe it's too vague of a thing, you know.
Maybe.
All right, well, let's head out.
You can ask for
Hiya!
its lair or something. I don't know. It could be more specific.
All right.
I don't know if a layer and a chord correlate necessarily.
I'll try. It can't hurt to try one time. So I close it. Please show me Gurga Bemnon's lair. I open it.
Spin. Slow down. Point, direction, northish by northwest. No, wait. Actually, relative to your guys, it would be northwest. Yeah, like around minute hand about 56, 57?
So in the same direction that he was, then.
Vaguely.
All right.
So
well,
do we want to head in the direction of that, and regardless of whether we want to actually find the horde or not, that is like a general spot where he might...
Like pea in a pod, maybe. You know, they're kind of tied to each other.
Well, yeah, he would that is like the most common place where he would be found. So do we
Chilling.
want to make that our destination and then...
Sure. Maybe he just stores blood somewhere. I don't know. Got blood bank.
Maybe he just like
I don't
I just
know.
have all this extra blood and I
got
just
so much blood. I just want to
leave
put it
it
here.
lying around in my
Maybe
horde.
he's like so vain that he thinks he's that great that his own body is worth putting on the horde. So he's just got like, here's my blood. I don't know.
well, let's go see.
That was a suggestion. That wasn't like a hard order. Let's do this. So we in agreement. That's what we do. Rather
Yes.
Than...
Yes.
Okay.
Let's go that way.
With the sole intent of finding a dragon's lair. That'll.
Well,
I know. I'm only joking.
We got 10 days.
I'm playing
9
devil's
days,
advocate.
Sorry.
I'm playing devil's advocate.
Well, don't be a devil.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, what's the alternative, good sir? Okay.
I was just
Think of it
there
that
is
way.
no alternative.
Exactly.
I was just making.
Well, then.
Dauntless is either exiled forever. Kalos will implode by not seeing a dragon for long.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Is that hey Kalos or Henry? 'Cause
Yeah,
this
that's
is
actually
his-
Henry.
this is his-
Because
Henry
it
would have
said-
transitions
character.
across all his characters.
This is his second.
This guy loves
character
dragons.
That has been dead
He just
set on
loves
killing a
dragons.
dragon.
What can I say?
What fucking
The man
wants
has
to murder
class.
a dragon, yo?
Jeez. What if he turns out to be really nice?
I don't give
Sorry,
a
buddy.
fuck. We're murdering him.
But here's the thing.
Guys, I made you
Maybe-
eliminating
One
cookies.
more thing. Just maybe in the interest of like dangling the possibility of giving Henry blue balls. Are we going into this with the assumption we're gonna kill this dragon, or are we gonna maybe talk to it and not fight it?
I would like to talk to it, but I know Henry, so as
I will.
soon as talking
I will,
looks like it's going south, he's gonna do
Yup.
something bad.
That
Which
guy
is
blinked funny.
oh, you talking shit now?
I'm not a murder hobo, but at that point, I will turn into one.
That's what turns a man from
It's like
character
that
to
clip
crazy.
from Hot
It only
Fuzz.
takes one bad day.
Let me tell you a little bit about society, folks. Oh, jeez. A little car BP sound.
Yeah, that's what cars make, Dan.
That's the sound of my camel ready to leave. It makes a perfect horn sound.
Go ahead and disengage the alarm on your camel. And Dauntless is going to need to use a spell slot. It's not
Done.
free.
Yep.
Am I helming this sucker? Am I doing?
I mean,
Since
it's either you or Varys.
and I was
Varys
asked
needs to do magical tests for teaching dragon speech.
So it is you, my good sir.
Okay.
I'm going shotgun as well.
I have proficiency with sea vehicles and land vehicles.
There you go.
So, what do I roll, Mr. DM?
You know, the funny thing is, haha, funny. Oh,
What?
why? You want to know how I got these scars?
Sure, yeah.
Well, we're going back to overland travel, so we get to do the old gamble.
Okay.
I have no idea what our old dice was, so we're gonna reset back to assumedly a d20. Roll the dice and pray that it's less than
Not
4.
a 2.
Less than a 4. Major encounter, folks. Already off the bat. Let's see, on the first day of travel, which means we do reset back to a d20 again. So next time we roll, it's gonna be a d20. Who's shaving something back there?
The Star Child just immediately just.
like just that was easy.
Hey guys, I heard you wanted to get some blood here.
Hey guys, I heard you wanted some blood. Is that true?
I'll give you your own.
Oh wow.
Not a good
Well,
line.
we don't
but
need
like-
that. We need your blood, so that wouldn't work. Sorry.
but I'm gonna make you. I'll spill your blood, and then you'll have blood. It'll be your. Don't you get it? Don't you get? I'm doing a menacing, intimidating line. You're not. I'm gonna kill you guys. Don't you get it?
No, don't do it.
Don't do that, guy. We don't want that.
Why would you do that?
No, stop, please.
Because I'm big. I'm a big scary dragon.
I'm a big guy. Oh yeah, okay, well.
So, you guys exit the city.
Died.
No, hold on.
We fucking just
Oh, a fucking hole in the ground appears.
Adam just switches tables. Just don't worry about it, guys.
Why is the map changing?
I'm gonna need you guys to make saving throws.
Just because I feel like having you guys roll dice, as you are trotting along with your extremely noisy caravan, you pass through the city gates and people are awestruck as to how fucking loud you are.
What's that sound?
It's the worst parade you've ever seen. Only contains one float, and it is equivalent of 2 people banging pots and pans in the morning to get you wake up. But it's the whole trip, and honestly it's annoying for even you guys. As you pass through the main gate and are back into the streets in the very lowest district and out past the front checkpoint, you of course can see the docks that lead into the Sea of Embrace. They go on for quite a long time, and eventually you see that there is someone docking very readily. Their boat is quite large, in fact, larger than most fishing vessels. They also plow directly into one of the docks, destroying the dock itself and splintering wood everywhere, causing fishermen and citizens and civilians alike to go sprawling, screaming away from the wreckage. The ship itself throws down a gangplank, and you can see a series of things that mildly resemble... They have the heads of elephants, but the bodies of bipedal elephants.
It's my people.
They begin to storm down the gangplank. I'm like, Henry, in real life you're not an elephant. I'm not sure.
It was a hippo, right?
Well, we don't know what.
It
We
was
don't know
hippo
specifically.
people.
We just.
Oh, right, it was hippo
We in the
people.
meta
Yeah, the
know.
hippo, yeah.
Oh no,
there
it's hippo
are
people?
elephant.
Yeah, it's hippo
people.
people,
There.
sorry.
Different
These are
pachyderm.
loxodons.
They begin to storm down the gangplanks, many of whom are brandishing weapons and all sorts of other things that could do harm if used inappropriately. Or appropriately, depending on your point of view. Because it is a weapon, after all. Appropriate use would be to hurt people. The first couple of fishermen that are not able to get away in time, and either that or just too busy trying to pick up their buckets filled with their catch of the day, are not so lucky, as a couple of them swoop down from rope ladders that are slung upon the side of their ship, and in one fell motion, as they are swinging by, they lower their hand as to allow their cutlass to drag along the ground, raising it ever so slightly so that it's eventually at neck level. These assumedly elephant pirates are decapitating citizens left and right. Let me go ahead and change the map.
But most of all, they're hurting fishermen. This is a crime. We must.
But most of all,
Fishermen have been nothing but good to us.
They were cooperative when
doing
we
it.
asked
We
them to give us
called
some
it.
space.
As a
we just-
fisherman, I have to help them. I veer the camel towards it. Oh, my PC.
Let's go.
Ooh.
I haven't even summoned you yet. Are you making noise for it? Alright, now
preparing.
start
anticipating
growling.
the moves.
Oh! Ooh, pirates.
Ooh, fruity.
Oh, hey Nick, how are you?
Ooh, I'm doing good.
God, I hope they have loxodons on this thing.
Ooh, probably
I
not.
don't think so.
What would they be underneath? Not humanoids? Beast folk?
Yeah, it would be humanoid. It would be humanoid.
They got minotaurs, they got gnolls, kobolds.
That might be your best bet.
That's a
is minotaurs.
bugbear. That's a rat man.
You got rat men now?
I think that's a rat. Hold on, let me see this.
That might be a werewolf.
Might be a were-rat. Huh, interesting. Kenku. That's a different kobold. Maybe some of those hero forts that you guys imported might be Loxodon-ish.
You can always make one.
That's fine. I want a guys spending money just for this one randomly rolled encounter.
Alright, because we're in a fight, and remember, research, lads. Write down what you
Fuck
do and how
yeah.
much. Yeah,
Sir, could you describe to me how much pain you're in right now?
I have no tusks, and my face is gone.
Actually,
I
I
am
do have
hurting,
one more dumb question for my item that will apply after our next long rest. Does this, as long as I have the item equipped, do I need to have Hunter's Mark as one of my spells?
No. The other part says from this item or otherwise.
Okay.
But if you don't have it prepared, then
If I
obviously
don't have
you
it
can't
prepared,
cast
then
it.
I can only use it the 2 times. Okay.
Yeah, but at least it's free essentially.
Yeah. All right. So I'll just it's free, but I
know.
get
Two.
okay. But I get it. So it's like I can use it 2 times if I don't have it equipped, and then if I want to use it for some reason, I want to use it more than that. I need it. Okay, cool.
Well,
Gotcha.
let's see. The hell is this guy? The hell is this? That's not Lockstone. I like this knoll. I'll use the gnolls and the minotaurs. Because they're also vaguely pirate themed.
Ain't no looking fucking cool.
Wow, that's racist, Adam. Are you saying that they all just look alike? Wow.
What are you, racist? I need the fucking Chad fucking Thundercock. No, not
Jesus.
theme. What is it called again? The Giga Chad theme. I'll just say, what are you, racist? Yes. Bob, Bob.
I want the Bring Me Horizon song. Yeah.
Sure,
Yeah,
whatever
so
it's
fucking
called. Well, listen, I don't know what the hell
Can
that
you
is.
see my heart? That one, whatever it is.
I didn't know there were lyrics.
There is.
So let me go ahead and put some of these guys on the dock. You guys are going to be slightly away because you are not at the dock. So it might take some time for you to come and rescue these civvies if you get a chance to. That's also not here.
So our speed machine, who could sprint ahead and
Throw that dwarf. Quick.
Let me
We don't
put
need a
in-
speed machine when we got this fucking beefy camel that can run fast.
Let me put in a couple of civvies and make sure that you know that they're dead. So, this guy is going to be status, knocked down. This one, status, knocked down. This one is starting to get away, kinda. I'm gonna take the highlight all, place you guys somewhere up the road around here. Boy, that's Zen is stuck inside of Laszlo again, so let's...
Get out of there.
So,
Jeez, get out
Varus
of
and
there.
Dauntless would be in the back, because they're doing their teachings. Laszlo would be here. Talos would be shotgun. And I would put these two guys adjacent to each other. And Zen exists. In our hearts. But not on the field.
Taken away from us too soon.
He's not dead.
I know.
Alright, so let's go ahead and roll initiative. You know how long it's been?
About a few sessions.
It's been a while. I don't think we've had an actual.
I said
The
it.
Sphinx. The
Baited.
Sphinx. The
It's been a
Sphinx, I
while.
The Sphinx was.
think. Yeah.
The Sphinx was.
Ooh, that is. That.
Uh,
Okay. Okay, cool.
Oh, that's not a d20. Hold on.
All right, well that's happening. I'm gonna grab whatever dice I might need.
Dice rolls, let's go.
Alright, I have 2 ties from the Minotaurs.
Definitely need some d10s.
Minotaur 1.
It's my niche. Right.
No, not that one. That's easier. It's easier to use one of these. Okay.
These guys are technically gnolls, but they're supposed to be loxodons, so just use your imagination. Civvies are dead, so they don't get an added to the board. Why would I need a dead person's initiative, of course?
Session 95 was the last combat.
Oh my god, 10 sessions ago? Holy
Yeah.
shit.
On the 12th of February. Yeah. Wow.
Been a while.
Yeah, well, May 28th.
Alright, let's get some initiatives from... Let's start with Alos.
I got... I'm sorry, what's my dex? Is it
I'm
plus
sorry
2?
is not a number.
Dex is +2, so 18.
Varys, next.
Oh, you didn't hear me?
No,
No.
I think your mic cut off.
20.
I got 14.
Nautilus.
7.
Oh, sorry.
7, got it. And let's close that book thingy. Now I need to go into turn-based mode and click on everyone respectively. So, Varys. Oh, I need to add that. Varys, Kalos, Minotaur, Laszlo, Null 1, Null 2,
Nolo.
and then, last but not least, is Dauntless. Apply turn order, and here we go. Let's find some combat music, although I'm pretty sure you guys have your own, but this is just for everyone back home.
Mambo number 5.
That is probably copyrighted.
Laszlo number 5.
Waswo? Yes. Waswo, no!
This is a funky ass beat. Alright, Varys, you're up.
Okay.
All
how much
placement and
move-
locations should be appropriately scaled, and locations of you guys inside the wagon also accommodated for.
So how much movement would you think it would take to get me out of the wagon?
Reasonably speaking, you can move through Zen because he is an allied person, so it would only take the usual amount of just walking over him.
Okay, so like 5 feet, we'll say.
Yes.
Oh, so you'll say that's 5 feet.
Okay, I don't want this one anymore.
It's kind of like that's what it was.
It's called
Alright.
Goblin Attack.
Let's see. Let's grab
Didn't
this.
really give very goblin vibes. So. Didn't really sound like Fug.
Alright, so that's 5. No, it's each tile is 5 feet, right?
Eyes, that's the scaling.
It's been a while, yeah.
All right.
Start trying to remember what your abilities are before it's your turn, so that we don't have
Alright.
to sit here and think about it.
I'll move the remainder of my 25 feet this way. Okay.
Man, chromatic aberration is so fucking aggressive.
Yeah, there's no scale for us, it's just it.
All right, I'll get there. Let's see.
As you approach jumping out of the wagon, not only did you hear the peasants fleeing and screaming, now you can see them. One of them, who has a fishing rod still in his hand and is gripping a bit of his tackle in the other, has made it away using his other friends as meat shields essentially as they hack them to bits. These loxodons, triumphantly tooting from their tusks, make very boisterous motions of, I guess, piracy? Not sure what that means.
Give me a fish, they say.
No wait, this is a misunderstanding.
They're stealing MP3s while they murder citizens.
Let's see. Let me make sure I didn't do that in a weird angle.
You wouldn't download a car?
What is a car?
I've got an excellent rip of Gangster's Paradise.
Hold up. Sorry.
You ever
guys.
heard of LimeWire?
Alright,
Well,
I'm gonna
sometimes-
prep my
alright.
turn.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I think I know. All right. Cool. That is close enough. Let's see. That is within 90 feet though, because 12 times 5 is 60, right? Okay, cool.
Yes, 12 times 5 is indeed 60.
All right, so I will use bonus action to cast the new and improved Hunter's Mark on this first guy that is closest to me.
Let's use the coloration base tool, let's say bright green. And we'll use for your thing bright yellow for concentration.
Okay.
I say bright yellow, but just regular yellow.
Full bonus action used. Okay, I'm going. Let me just. Sorry, I just want to see something real quick. You know what? No, I'm just gonna use 2 attacks. I'm not gonna teleport any closer. I'm gonna try and get their attention, basically, the old-fashioned way. So, this guy is not attacked, so I actually get advantage on these first 2 attacks.
Technically speaking, he did swing on that guy.
Oh, it was that?
He did kill that civilian.
Well, no, like, so, okay, fine. All right, whatever.
He is
Don't
basically in combat. You guys entered combat already.
Okay, cool. All right, so in that case, it's almost So I'll use attack number 1. Oof, that's not great. That is it's a 15 total.
15
No,
total, unfortunately, misses.
Was that a 15 or a 14? Doesn't matter either way. Okay. Attack number 2.
You loose an arrow, and you almost have to pause for a moment as the civilian is running and screaming to you for help, and you have to almost take a sidestep to not shoot him directly between the eyes so that you can hit the actual threat behind him. And the civilian screaming, he has to duck down, almost dropping his tackle and fishing rod, causing you to kind of be thrown off balance as to where you need to aim, and its sail is too high above his head, and thus too high over the Loxodon's head, causing him to miss the first shot. But the next one...
that is a 21 total.
21 hits. Go ahead and roll all your damage dice, because I know you got a lot to do.
I got... okay, cool. Let's see. All right, let's just roll these all at once. Oof. Well, that's not great. All right, that is 6 plus 9. That's 13 total on the first arrow.
Let me just... I got to edit these guys.
Okay. That is my movement. That's my bonus action. That's my action. All right, we're gonna call it.
All right. He passed it over to Kalos.
From here, I'm just gonna take out my flare gun and shoot at him. Does a 22 hit?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so I'm gonna do that. By the way, this is the closest mastodon to me, so this guy that just chopped the other guy.
So the same guy I just shot.
Yeah.
I'm gonna shoot the fucking fisherman, the closest guy I can see.
All I see is blood.
Oh god.
16, 17 points of fire damage to that Loxodon. And then
You call him a Laxodon because he's fucking lacking.
Exactly.
You called him a mastodon too, so it's just every animal
Dread
that
shark.
has Don
Shark
at the end
man.
of it.
Don.
And then,
Don.
as a
Hey, Don, I took a
bonus
shit.
action,
Taking pot shots at the Don Corleone.
Kratos
I'm
can't
making
do
fun of Ron
anything.
Perlman for
as a
stupid ass
bonus
fucking
action.
tweets.
Keeping up with the Don theme. There's Don Corleone, Don
Donald Trump.
Perrione.
Bonus action, I'll tell Krios to protect the guy that's running, the fisherman.
Donald Duck.
The best way to protect is to end his life.
Krios will
I
end
can
his
kill him
turn
faster
there,
than you can.
and my turn is done. Oh, Adam, just one thing. My great axe, does it just instantly a great axe as soon as I take it out, or do I have to think about it to become a
It's
great
by
axe?
default great.
Okay, cool.
Donald made
Fantastic.
It is pretty
the
great.
greatest
It's the greatest.
axe maybe ever.
Minotaur guy in the first position. This Loxodon, defiantly having been shot twice, picks up the body of the nearby victim that he recently slaughtered, and places it near in front of his face, using it as a literal meat shield, and begins to advance towards this civilian right here. He then uses his free arm not holding the civilian meat shield to begin swinging at the guy right over here, the civilian.
At that point, Krios will activate his
Stealth.
field, and he has to do it at disadvantage.
Unfortunately, the victim is actually having his back to the Loxodon, so those do cancel out, because he has a backstab position. So, this is rolled straight. Unfortunately, the total of this guy's armor class as a regular level 0 citizen is 10. And I rolled higher than 10. So, this does hit.
20.
What?
Not this
Oh
one.
no. Not a nat 20, but it is going to hurt because most regular people don't have that much HP. Especially with this large Loxodon-sized cutlass cleaving a huge gash into this guy's back. He doubles forward and eventually you can see his blood pooling into the sand. Unalived.
Oh. We tried.
Is that just me lagging?
Yeah.
Is that Adam lagging, or is that just me?
No.
I hear everyone
I
just
hear
fine.
him, yeah. Everything's good.
Okay. Yeah, it went real bad for a
Goes
sec.
straight to blaming me, huh?
Why? I don't know.
Streamer.
Henry muted and unmuted. I thought it might have been.
Oh no, I muted because...
Yeah, I thought
was
it might have been
coughing
like
and
just
everything.
checking.
As the Loxodon fells this foe, he triumphantly toots his trunk in such a way that it kind of sounds like a trumpet. I'm gonna pass it on to the next one. This Minotaur over here, seeing how his buddy has taken a meat shield, is going to do the same with this guy. Grabs up this victim and begins to advance using it as a shield. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so it's going right here at 6. With a meat shield. I'm gonna go ahead and pass it over to the next person, which is Laszlo.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How many feet is that? 10 tiles.
Times 5, 50 feet, right?
50 feet. What do I do? I'm going to 5th level magic missile. This guy. The one that's just stroke next to Krios. So that is at 5th level is 4 additional darts. So let me just 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. So 7 darts total. I'm within range. I'm gonna do that. 24 plus 1 for each dart, so plus 7.
Pretty quiet.
Yeah, 31 points of damage to that one in front. Next to Rios. And that's my turn.
Where's Knowles? One of the Loxodons realizes they're being counterattacked, and he takes his attention to run back up the gangplank. He looks over towards his companions over on the beach, and I don't have the ship modeled here, so I'm just gonna put him here on the dock. He yells down to his companions, "Edge down, I'm bringing the fire!" You can see on the front of this boat is some sort of large contraption. Mildly resembles that of a catapult or some sort of ballistae. However, has, rather than a bolt, like a ballista would, or a charge of some sort of ammunition in the same way a catapult does, it is some sort of mix in between of a bolt that has a supposed warhead attached to it. They have capabilities of flinging explosives at long distances, and I get to use AoEs. in a 20-foot radius.
Nah. Oh damn, poor wagon.
The wagon's not in. You want the wagon? Void the void the party. Day one. Fuck. Like, it's
I
fine.
need everyone in this radius, that is Laszlo, Alos, and Varys, to make a dexterity saving throw.
Aye,
As
I
in-
still have
Is that
my
even within range,
reaction.
I think?
I don't think we're. No, we ran out of the wagon, so we're not 10
Let's
feet.
just- Well, it's 10 feet of me.
I got a 14.
Yeah.
No, we're not in range of that.
I'm gonna give myself inspiration to +5 for dex checks because I don't have good dex.
I rolled an 18.
Ooh, I rolled an 18 plus bonuses to 25.
He didn't attack any one of you. He should have shot in the middle of you.
He rained Foya, according to
Okay.
this Loxodon.
Okay.
Unfortunately, Laszlo is the only one to not save on this one, so you get the full brunt of this here magical ammunition explosion. Let me go ahead and use the virtual dice. $27 is the full damage, and we'll round that to 18 for the halvesies. It is also
then-
fire damage, so take into
How
account
much damage?
resistances.
Oh no, half of 27.
27, did you say?
27 on the full thing, 14 on the halvesies.
How are we halving that? It's 18, sorry.
No, he said 18, but then he.
I've got ring of resistance with the fire.
Oh.
So it's 27 on
14.
the full. Half of that is 14.
Yeah. Okay.
It's 3
And then
times.
I have
I take
even
14.
more halvesies, so I take 7 damage. Got it.
This one that's still on the dock is not going to operate the shoot and boom. Rather, he's going
Actually,
to
I
take
gotta make
out...
my con. I gotta make my concentration
right.
check. Hold up.
The damage is half of the damage taken, or 10, whichever one is applicable first, so it's probably going to be the 10.
Just re-roll that because that went off the table and I caught it. It's just the regular 10, right? You said?
We're looking for a 10 or above to succeed.
Yeah, I'm good. 22.
Right. This one, Loxodon, has a heavy crossbow armament. He's going to stand right behind this rock, just low enough that he is not needing to jump to shoot, but it can instead just use it as a bracing mechanism. You can see this guy peering over a rock and pointing a very, very menacing looking heavy crossbow at a very closer individual, which is the astronaut right over there.
Oh, R.I.P. About to take a nice hit.
Actually, it could be 2, because he can shoot and fire twice.
Ooh, AC is 15, by the way.
Natural.
There you go. Boom.
Let me do the other
Oh,
one just in
but-
case.
But the enemies can't crit. Right?
And this one's a 19. Now, natural 19 and natural 20. If enemies can't crit, it still means that I hit guaranteed. It doesn't mean I double the dice. So just take that in mind. So natural 20 on an enemy can still guarantee hit. So regardless of how high your armor class is, I always have at least a 5% chance to hit. Like what happened in the old Blubbery fight. So, that is 2 hits on Krios, one of which is a guaranteed hit, and the other one is just raw, which is, for this damage dice, I believe is...
Fucking raw.
I'll just tell you the damage total. I don't think Krios is resistant to piercing damage.
Nope.
So, this is just as is. Total damage is going to be 13 plus 3 plus 3, which is 19. 19 points of piercing damage from both shots. The Loxodon is very proficient in shooting and reloading in quick succession. The first one causes Krios to almost put his hands up in a defensive posture, leaving open his abdomen, which where the second shot lands. So he's got one in his shoulder blade, and then one directly where his belly button would be if he was birthed by conventional organic means. I'm gonna go ahead and pass it over to the next person, which is Professional Dauntless Dragon.
Okay.
So many goddamn adjectives.
Alrighty. Let me-
Really is a dragon.
So wait, we are not in the wagon right now. We left the wagon behind and ran.
No, you are still in the wagon technically. I didn't model it, but you just need to take a couple of steps to get out from the back.
Alright, is that out of the wagon?
Correct.
3, 4, 5, 6. And the civilians are dead, right?
Unfortunately, yes, they are all dead.
Didn't fuck up. I'm gonna cast Ice Storm there. They need to make a Dex saving throw.
Alright.
And my spell save DC. You use my spell save DC, right?
Is it from,
It's
A
a wand.
mystical?
if it's
What's
from
from
the
the
wand,
item?
it's from the wand. Spell save DC.
Alright, I'm using Icicle. Or the Ice Pick.
What's the DC?
I don't know how to calculate that.
It should be on the item itself. It's calculated based off of the item, not so much the actual person casting it. Unless stated otherwise. There are a couple of items that enhance the caster's spell save DC, like that one I had on my Changeling in the Shroud campaign. I'm gonna roll dice, and as soon as you figure out what your spell save DC is, I'll figure out who passes or not. These guys do have dexterity advantage on attacks they have visibility on, so they are rolling at these out with dexterity advantage. Take that in mind as I roll these, even though I'm the one rolling, so you shouldn't really care.
How far back was the fucking blubbery fight? Damn.
Like last year.
I've used this after. I don't know how I haven't written this down, or maybe I have.
Well, I have the numbers as soon as you have yours.
For items, it's not just flat out based on the rarity of the item. the
Not
DC, right?
necessarily, it
Yeah.
kind of is, and kind of isn't. It's more like when it's introduced into the campaign, so that would be relatively useful for your guys' time of acquisition. It should be relatively close to your spell save DCs, and it kind of goes up or down depending on the spell. For example, like the petrification effect on a cockatrice is relatively low, but not impossible to fail, because it is a very debilitating effect, and it does not scale upwards. And then you went to like a Medusa, same petrification ability, but different way of introducing it, and a higher spell save DC.
Give me just a minute here. Quicksilver bullets. Runes. Ugh.
Dude, I think you just used your spell save DC on this one. Because you did it with the Sphinx, and I can't find it.
I found when we defeated the champion of Hecate, and that was after fucking blubbery.
Well, we got the thing at Blubbery, so it would have
Yeah.
been. If it's in the, if you're looking in the chat, it would have to be.
I found it. Is it the stick of ice?
Ice pick, yeah.
Stick of ice is what Adam called it, right?
Snowball swarm, ice swarm, or ice storm, and magic missile.
So this one is one
Yeah,
charge.
that's what.
Yeah, it doesn't have a DC, so I'm assuming it's yours.
All right, if it's mine, 15.
Okay, 15 it is. So,
No,
I have
yeah.
one fail because he got a 14 total, another one passed with a grand total of 17, and another one saved with a dirty 20. So,
All
one
right, so
fail,
you
two.
pass, one fail.
Yeah. Two
Let me give
citrus.
you the things separate. Do you have any preference on which one goes first?
No. No.
All right. Well, the one that failed, I believe he's frozen, or not frozen, but oh no, it's just difficult terrain.
It's cold, man.
Yeah, he just takes more damage.
In this desert, it's kind of refreshing.
All right. First, let's do the cold damage.
None of them have resistance to cold or bludgeoning, so let's have it all at once.
Okay, hold on. Right, 10, 15, 24 damage total.
Yowie. Not the genre, I mean.
24, 12.
God.
And this whole thing is difficult terrain.
Understood, compadre. The first one in line that is closest to Krios, as soon as you cast the Ice Storm, the first large hailstone that clocks his head causes him to drop to the floor. Large wound, as a result of concussive force to his skull, is enough to kill a man. Or in this case, a Loxodon.
Hey! Good fuck.
Puts.
Dead.
That was the extent of my turn.
You have a... What the fuck is on your camera?
Oh, is my camera broke as well? I got my camera on in Video Ninja.
Oh, my thing is like half on there.
Oh yeah, you're not you're
Yeah,
not showing
my camera's
it,
showing in the app, but
Okay. Am I good to go?
Yep. As far as I'm
Alright.
concerned, yeah.
All right. I'm gonna move up. Still concentrating, and because it's Hunter's Mark,
Thinking really hard in their direction.
good. So we've got. All right, I'm there. 120 divided by 5. All right, we're gonna try this. Sorry, 1 second, then it'll all fall into place.
12. No, 14.
15 times 5 is not that high. Okay, cool.
Yeah, it's a number.
All right.
It's 25.
So bonus action.
75.
I'm gonna move Hunter's Mark to that second Minotaur right there, the one on him, the guy that's closest to me.
Let's paint him green.
Okay, so first attack, and as I'm doing this, I am gonna hop over like 10 feet just to move a little bit. So I think that's 10 feet.
Evasive maneuvers.
So that'll teleport. I'll teleport as I'm doing this first attack. Let's see what we get. Oop. Stupid thing. Oop. That is a 25 to hit.
Aye, that's the hit.
Okay, so damage on this first one. That's better than last one. So that's 6. That's 23 damage on this guy.
Right.
All right. So as I'm doing this, I'm gonna shift focus to the guy behind him,
Okay.
and attack number 2. I'm gonna teleport. Another, because I think. All right, that's seems to be doing 10 feet for me, so I'll teleport again that way.
You could use the arrow keys.
I could. I was here. No, I'm just being. All right, I'll reorient myself for my turn. All right, I'll do that. So attack number 2 on, what is it? Null fighter number 1.
If that's what you want to call him, sure.
Yeah. That is a 20 total on this hit.
That hits his face, if you want to aim for that.
Okay. 1 sec.
Actually, that is a called shot.
Okay, that will be 13 damage on this guy.
Okay, he is more damaged than before.
Okay, and I'm going to teleport one more time, and I'll double check the length, but I don't think that it's far enough that I'm out of the range increment. Okay, I'm going to attack the third guy, the guy who tried to run off the plank. Unless he's...
He is
Unless he's-
technically on the boat. I just don't have a boat modeled.
Okay, so this is... Let's do the measurement, and then you can add to it depending on how you think. Because... Alright, so...
It has 19 tiles, which you multiply that is 95 feet.
That's 95. Alright, so would it be any further than that if he's on the boat?
Slight elevation difference, but it kind of evens out because you're kind of going up this dune. So the elevation bonus, there's no penalty or advantage as a result of
And I'm
elevation.
not outside the range increment, so I'm gonna make the third attack. Okay, here we go. That'll be another 20 to hit.
Unfortunately, this guy does have some cover as a result of him being on top of this mounted thingy. Has one of those brace shields on the front, which gives him 3/4 cover, which is +5 to his AC. So unfortunately, he does ding into the side of his weapon, catches on to the barricades around him. He kind of sneers at you from behind his thing, kind of like, yeah, I blocked it.
You missed, stupid.
Alright. Use my bonus action, my movement. I think we're going to call that a turn.
Having spent everything, you pass over to Kalos, who's going to excitedly
Start running, and as he's running, he's gonna take a little gas mask out and then casting haste on himself, and so he's just gonna.
no drugs.
Oops. 12. Yes, 12. And then I'm going to fucking hit this guy. But I wanted to ask you, DM, jumping from this rock over here, can I make that attack, like as I'm running over and landing him next to him and whopping him with my hasted action?
For theatrical purposes, why not?
Okay, cool. It's just gonna be a nice roll. Uh, 12, 20 to hit, 30?
Yes, that hits.
Okay.
His friend does not have any kind of cover, so you're going in raw.
I'm also going to add, because I hit activate Arcane Jolt on him. More damage.
Just watch out, you're entering difficult terrain.
Yeah, I counted it. Oh. Wait.
Actually, could you even got into there if that's
No,
difficult
I
terrain?
actually, yeah, I'm sorry, I don't think so.
Because that was 12 tiles. And if each of these is 1, 2...
So I was here.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, you would stop at right next to this palm tree here with 12.
Realizing that, could I have come to this guy over here? This
Which one?
lone minotaur, see if that works instead.
12, 13, 14. Yeah. Minus 2, minus 2, minus 1, minus 1. It's 4.
11.
1, 2, 3, 4. Hold on. Where the fuck were you initially?
Right in front of Laszlo.
It's a
to the
diagonal
right.
of me.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. No, the closest
No,
you could get would be
I would've been
here,
there,
which
yeah.
would be
Okay.
1 tile off.
How long does the difficult terrain last, Andrew?
Let me pull it back up.
Ice storm, right?
So yeah, I'll just put myself here then.
My computer's having a heart attack.
Jesus. Sounds like it.
Yeah, so ignore that hit, and I'll take
Uh,
back my Arcane Jolt. Thanks for the difficult terrain.
So it says hailstones turn this area into difficult terrain until the end of your next turn.
So it's still up.
Yeah, so we're still up for now.
So I'll be there. Hasted action.
I have an exclamation mark in my corner. What's going on? Oh, it's gone.
Bonus action. I'll tell Krios to hit this guy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Being right next to him, he's going to be able to punch him in the face.
Is that not in difficult terrain as well?
Yes, I counted it though.
Yeah.
Rocket punchy.
I'll take that dirty 20 as Krios' hit. Is that okay? Since I already
Yeah,
rolled?
channel
Or-
Gotta
timed
reload.
out.
It's a new guy entirely, so. What the hell is that?
Oh, you portent wizard.
Andrew died. His
Yeah, he did
computer
say
crashed.
he's having a
Look at
crap
him.
hour.
So it's gonna be
Download switched.
Oh my god. 18 to hit?
That hits.
Cool. He does a little bit of damage. 1d8. 8 points of force damage to him.
Alright, get some damage in there.
Hasted action. I'm going to dodge.
Take the dodge action. Alrighty. This Minotaur is the dead one. I should actually get him off the board. The other Minotaur is after that, so I'm gonna have this guy do some swinging. Of course, that means he's going to be attacking Krios, who's right in front of him.
Yep.
So let's do one at a time. First one is 18 total to hit.
Yep.
Next one is it's 2 higher than the previous, so that's 20 exactly.
Yep.
And the last one is 18 plus 8 is 26, so
Yep.
3 melee attacks with a cutlass, which is where's my appropriate dice? Here they are. So all of these are swinging with d8s plus their strength. So from the dice, that is 13 plus 4 times 3, which is 12, so 25 points of slashing type damage total. So as this guy goes into a full series of haymaker-like swings that cut across Krios' chest, his hands are still braced up like he's in a boxing match. He uses it to essentially cause some of the blows to slightly glance, but still gives off a decent ding in his armor. There's gonna have to buff out those scratches, Captain. And as a bonus action, he's going to do a boisterous roar. I need everyone who can hear this guy within a particularly tiny radius of only a couple of feet. Let me just double check how much that is. Well, I guess it's only Krios and Kalos. K Club. Cool Kids Club. A's. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw, or else this guy is gonna be like, whoa, this guy's a big deal. Or
Scared.
Okay.
Krios is immune to fear, though, isn't he?
No, it's charmed and exhaustion and poison. Let's go.
But DM,
into
what if I'm
the-
afraid of being exhausted?
It's gonna be a 19 for Krios and a. What the fuck is his wisdom? Hold on. 18 for Kalos, I'm sorry, and oh, he gets nothing. 15 for Krios.
Unfortunately, your robot is tickled scared.
Tell me,
I'm scared.
Android, do you know fear?
I'm gonna pass it over to the next person in line, which is Laszlo on the hill.
It
Out
me.
in cover.
Aslan on the hill. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I'm going to go back one. I'm going to go forward instead. Do my 30. I'm going to use the Staff of Black Omens to cast the Darkness spell centered on these 2 suckers so I can get both of them. But I'm going to make sure that Elos, myself, and Varys can see they're not affected by it.
Wow, is this the first time you've actually gotten a use for that, I think?
Yeah.
Whoa, only took since the dark fell. Shadow fell.
Yeah, so that'll be my action.
Well, use a radius tool to bring up the thingy.
So toggle rulers. Is that a radius? Is the third one radius?
It's a circle
So-
bubble thing.
So 15 feet is 10, it's 3 tiles.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is now darkness, but you guys can just see. It's 10-minute concentration, so I'm going to concentrate on that. As a bonus action, I rolled my thing. I got 30, so I'm all good.
Ah,
In that
I mean,
front.
okay.
And bonus action,
User entered
Blade
your
Song.
channel. User disconnected from your channel.
That'll be my turn.
There we go.
Short and sweet.
It's him.
Hey, oh shit. I clicked away.
Well, the Knoll, or Loxodon on the cannon, is going to reload and fire. I'm going to target a location that is most appropriate. Be about like right here-ish.
Do I have to make a saving throw?
You're not close remotely.
Fuck.
I don't know that.
Blade Songed.
Where are you?
I'm joining back.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
you're like way over where you
Yeah,
were.
you're way over there, bro.
I'm gonna need these people named Laszlo
Splazlo.
and both of the
Splalas.
K-Boys.
Both of the
Prisoner
what
boys.
is this?
Oh!
Dex save?
Dexterity saving.
Oh god.
Okay,
Yeah,
so I have
got-
advantage because I'm hasted. And I would
Got
also have
5.
advantage. Does dodge give you advantage on these? Or
As
is
long
it
as you
just
can
a-
see it.
Yeah.
I would have double the advantage. Ooh.
So you roll 4 dice and you
I
take
roll
the highest
4
of
dice,
that.
yeah.
Not an elf.
I got a 22, and Krios got a lonely. Ha! He failed. Yeah, he failed.
You laughing at people that
He
fail?
failed.
I got a 5, my guy. I am Christmas.
I'm not gonna know.
Ooh,
15 damage.
Right,
for me.
I'm waiting on the DM whenever you get.
So the maximum on that one is 30. I'm hoping you guys know how to divide by 2.
I am
15.
struggling.
If
Half
not,
of
then
that-
I'm gonna need to sign up for a
half
tutor.
of that is 8.
Pass it over to this Knoll, or Loxodon fighter. Then have him approach. I'm gonna 1E, I'm gonna 2E, I'm gonna 3E.
We're using darkness. Is he able to still glean?
Yes,
Yeah. Okay. I just want to check.
Darkness
I
does
don't know.
not
I've
just
never used darkness
completely-
before.
it does not
I've never used it
completely
before.
rob your ability to navigate.
Okay.
It
cool. Just wanna
alters
check.
targeting optionals and other things, especially if it requires sight in the spell description. It doesn't just make you bumble around in the dark like an idiot.
Okay.
Oh, where am I?
But he
Especially
does,
since
he's still in it.
especially
Does
since Loxodons
disadvantage.
have very good senses besides their vision, excellent sense of hearing and smell.
Fat fuck ears. Yeah. Okay,
Kalos, you're going
so
to
you-
have someone swinging at you wildly in the dark. If they
Okay.
hit you, well, I guess you should have dodged.
Disadvantage. yeah.
Disadvantage. Because
Yeah,
I'm
because of
dodging
the-
and because of darkness.
Well, I can only have
And
so much
darkness, yeah.
disadvantage. So. Across all of these different rolls, I believe only one has a chance to actually hit, and there's a total as a result of a 12 plus 8 for a dirty 20.
Nope, I'm hasted right now, so it'd be a 22.
Well, everything is underneath that, so that was the highest roll of the potentials. So then everything else is swinging at darkness. Dauntless is next. You're
And
pretty
I
far
was
back.
not specified with like any of this, so can I see like any of this going on?
You are not. You just have a giant bubble of darkness. Giant fireballs being cascaded down from this guy on a ship, hitting Laszlo, Krios, and Kalos, and you just got out of the wagon. And Varys is doing fucking like Super Smash Brothers fucking
Dodge moves.
He's
yeah.
doing
Ike, like.
No, he's doing what's it called? Wave dashing.
Can I see the guy in the boat?
The
15-foot radius
What's the height?
sphere.
I
What's
don't
the
think
sphere?
so.
The point of origin, so 15 feet up as well.
Okay, so then there would be at this angle you would have to scoot. Is
Yeah, you still can't see it.
Alright, can I prepare a spell attack? In
you
the event?
may.
Alright, the first time I see a pachyderm, he's getting a fucking...
Who's being
Firebolt.
racist now?
When I see a pachyderm, he's getting a firebolt.
Okie dokie. Well, if the
Who's
trigger
laughing now?
is a pachyderm, then we'll see which one apparates first. But if you are preparing an ability, I guess you can pass it over to Varys whenever you're...
Yeah, I don't think I can do anything else, so...
Varys, you've been excluded from the darkness spell's effect by the Staff of Black Omens. Everything here is free game, and in fact, the creatures on the interior, you can shoot at them with advantage. Just take that in mind.
Oh, because they can't see. I was going to say, I thought that was only melee. Okay, cool. All right, I'm going to take advantage of that then.
Sorry.
Okay.
Oh, god, that one out there.
That
I
was
can follow for more, guys.
okay. I am not actually going to physically move my figure, but I did the math, so I'll just kind of, instead of just going through the craziness of trying to,
Okay.
I'm going to move close enough, which is basically I'm going to move my movement closer so that I'm within 30 feet. I'm going to use my bonus action to use the planar warrior on this guy who's already hunter's marked.
Special marked as well, right?
Yeah, so all right.
Hunter's Mark
So-
2.0.
I'm gonna read
Now,
this item.
question for you, DM. What
Me?
kind of armor are these guys wearing?
These guys are for the most part wearing, according to my calculations, leather armor.
Leather. Okay, so not heavy armor. All
Oh
right.
my god, they're gimp elephants.
All right. These guys are big. I'm not going to waste
Varys
the
is wearing
razor's
leather
edge.
too. What do you?
I'm wearing leather.
Gimp skull.
You're all wearing leather. We're men. We're big plate.
I'm going to assume
Thomas is literally a woman.
I'm not going to waste the razor's edge arrows
Right.
because they probably have high con.
What does that say about them, though, Henry?
You know, right?
All right. Cool. I'm just going to use regular arrows on them. So, all right. So first guy that I marked, we're going to, and I'm going to be teleporting back 10 feet each arrow that I do. So,
Stab one of them with your arrows, it's dead.
all right. Guy number 1. Let's see what happens. At advantage. That is a 20 something. That's a 28 total.
Yes, for future reference, our calculation for armor class is 16.
All right.
If you want to just expedite those.
My calculations say you get
Okay.
Plus 2d6, right? Because he's marked.
2d6 plus my
Yeah.
2d8. So I have. So it's basically. I have all these out, so I'll roll them here. All right. Okay.
Have you not moved this round as well? You can do a braced.
No, I
No, he has
moved
no
up. So
cover.
I.
You need to have cover.
All right.
Yeah,
Let's. So this will
It's
all be. In,
Gears of War. You need to have cover.
this will all be in force damage. Okay. 6.
They have no
8,
resistances, so don't worry about it.
11. 21. 28 damage. 28 force damage on
Criminy.
that first.
That's one shot. Well, that's dead.
That's dead. Okay. Cool.
Let me take this guy off the turn order.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm basically gonna repeat next turn because each time teleporting, I'm gonna attack each of these guys once. So,
Let's take
guy
him
number
up.
1,
The guy on the boat does have that cover, so let's see
That
if that
cover.
can.
but I have advantage on guy who's next to Kalos, right?
Correct.
Or no? Okay.
He's in darkness, that's why. It's not as a result
Okay.
of being next to Kalos, though.
The darkness.
All right, we're gonna attack him first because I don't want. I'm too lazy to pull out a d20. Just roll them all at once.
Too lazy, he says.
That is a 19 to hit.
I'm looking for a 16.
Okay.
They need to be legally
I wasn't-
legal age.
I wasn't
in,
sure.
what's
I
his-
wasn't.
Jesus.
I wasn't sure if they
Alabama?
were because they were two separate types of minis that they had different ACs. Okay.
I don't want to have legal age of consent in my search history, so I'm not going to look that up.
Don't, yeah, just-
It's different in different parts of the world.
Yes, it's
In some parts of the world, it's incredibly depressing how young it is.
how low it is. Yeah,
Yeah.
in Mexico it's
Alright.
12.
I think they raised it actually because it was so bad.
All right, so
There's 13 now.
I think it's 13.
Oh, come on!
12,
No,
12,
actually-
12 damage on Kalos' friend.
Okay,
All right, and
you say
roll them.
friend as if he's gonna invite him to his birthday party or something.
of death.
And then on guy on the
My-
boat.
My other boss in hell is gonna save you a seat.
I think this misses. 19, you said. For this guy, 'cause he's-
The guy on the boat has plus 5, so that'll bring his thing to 21 armor class.
All right. Cool. All right. So that misses, but I do take another shot at that guy.
What?
All right. I moved, but
He screams.
I ended up basically net zero as far as movement. Used my stuff. Gonna end.
Kalos, you have a whole assortment of one guy in front of you.
It's great. I'm gonna cast Fly on myself. I'm concentrating on 2 things now.
You can do that?
So yes.
Whoa, it's almost as if I gave you an item that does that.
Oh, you got the
Appreciate
brain
you.
spike?
It's not the brain spike
it's
in
not
this
a brain
campaign. It's
Oh, yeah. that's what I was like.
significantly less intrusive in
Got
this
the
campaign.
fucking what was it like brain freeze if he fucking gets him
Yeah.
wrong or something. Oh, brain.
So, and then afterwards, my movement speed becomes 120 because now I'm flying because of 60. So, wait, is that what fly does? Wait, hold on, give me one second.
Gives you a fly speed of X.
But does
something.
haste stack and
believe-
affect your flight speed?
Yes, because it's
Yeah,
my
yeah, it does.
it's my movement. It's my movement.
Not your
speed.
walking speed. Okay.
Not my walking speed. Yes, 60, so 120. So I'm gonna fly up. This guy's gonna take an attacking opportunity on me.
You can
Because
smell your
I
movement.
am
Yeah,
swoop
yeah.
over here. But yeah, let me know. What do you
Well, wait,
Swiping
can't
at-
he if he's blind, or?
He can still attack even if he's.
And he's got
blinded.
disadvantage. Yeah.
He has a disadvantage on it, which is why it's a good risk to even do so. But in either case, he can still swing because he's not
I
paralyzed.
got 22 AC.
Wow, I rolled pretty good, but maybe it's not that good. The lower of the was a 14 plus 8 is 22 exactly. So
Oh, that one hits.
he's gonna swipe at your ankle as you try to leave. You might break your concentration. Who knows? Who knows?
Oh, there you go.
Fucking his
yeah.
head might blow
Fuck
up.
yeah.
The
Who
moment-
knows? Who knows? Fucking is 10 damage.
Mm.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
DC 10.
yeah. Just beat a 10.
So
This will be the one you wrote fails.
just to put it in perspective, though, my saving throw for Constitution is a +7, so I have to roll a 3, and I'm at advantage.
I rolled a 3.
One of them was a 2, though. The other one is a 6.
Bad, dude.
So,
Those
11.
fucking 3 off, mate. Like,
yeah, I was yeah, 11. I was really hard.
my head nearly died.
I'm basically invincible. Why does my head hurt so much?
Ooh!
And now,
Firework.
as my hasted action, I will fly over to this fucker, and I want to tackle him to the ground to get him off the launcher.
Well, that's gonna be a grapple check there, Mon Shelley.
Mon Bucko.
And as my reaction, I will give myself a +5 to that one.
I'm gonna pee on him or something.
Dude, suplex him into the water.
Pee on him, fly by, and just fucking tackle him.
This guy has really good athletics, so I'm going to use that as my defense. You must use athletics as the personal offense.
Yes.
And we're going to do a contested roll in terms of my bonus. I have a 1, 4, 5 is 7. No,
145. Oh my god.
no.
You ain't breaking through that.
No, this plus. No, 13 plus 7 is 20.
I got a 22, 5 plus bonus.
You
5
are
plus
grappling
7.
him.
Yes, awesome. So I fucking have him to the ground, and I'll end my turn. That was my. Hold on. That was my hasted action.
I'm gonna hold him here and have my way with it.
That's what I was gonna make this go.
No, Kalos, no!
Bonus action. Krios is gonna try
There
to
the game
repair
starts.
the damage that was done to him, and I will
Gonna lick
do
his
that
wounds.
off screen because it's 2d8.
I'd
I'll
say
end
lick
my
while
turn
he's
after that.
tackling someone.
No, the cat! Oh my god.
He heals for 10.
I made Pulp Fiction
yes,
jokes
10.
before. Don't take it literally.
He's not about to die. Okay. Sorry, Les.
Oh.
There you go.
Okay.
The zone,
seeing
your
as
turn.
this guy's blind and it's my 3rd attack, I get to make the DC higher. But I need to get rid of the thing, but this is the last guy, he's not going to be moving. 5, 10. And I'm going to blight this man at the 4th level. But I'm going to make the DC even higher.
But what if he fails?
I think it increases it by 2.
Yeah.
Is that correct? 18 com.
Come on, Con. These guys don't have scurvy because they've been eating their
Eating
Vitamin
good, eating
C,
fish, eating
They eat
people.
their meat.
and roll. 10.
I'm sorry, Bucko. Into the sea.
Jesus.
39. He's not undead, is he?
No. I didn't
He's
do
just a normal
zombie
type of
pirates.
guy.
I'm going to shrivel this whatever he is, and I
You
will.
like peanuts so much, I'm shriveling you into one.
Loxodon's skin is already kind of wrinkly, much like an elephant, so to make it even wrinklier, almost causes it to have enough folds that it almost make a smooth surface. It's almost like pavement of a road. It's technically very rough and bumpy, but if you go fast enough, it's smooth.
Okay, so that is that. And I'm going to bonus action use a charge of the new item to do a cantrip.
Okay.
And that is going to be Chill Touch of 120 feet at the target Kalos has just tackled.
Well, yeah. Am I on top of him at this point? No,
Grappling
right?
doesn't mean that you've taken him to the ground. That's another thing. Grappling is, realistically speaking, you have taken one hand and grabbed onto them,
Gotcha.
effectively anchoring them to the floor, losing them. They can't use their movement.
That is a 17 hit.
That guy is technically. Did you make a ranged spell attack? Is that what it is?
Yes.
And he
120
does
feet.
get the bonus from his cover.
So it misses.
Yes.
Okay. And there's my turn.
Pass it over to Null Fighter, the one that's on the ground, I think. No, wait, it's the one on the ballisty. Well, Kalos and the guy on the boom rod, or the boom bringer, excuse me, are currently grappled. Which doesn't mean he's helpless, though. He can take his hand off of this ballisty boom bringer and use it for his one-handed weapon. He can swing even if he is in grapple, because he does have only one hand required to swing this. No advantages perceived or disadvantage as a result of being grappled. Just perks you can take to enhance grapple, but you're not that kind of guy. Swing!
Fighter, not a lover.
That is a 2 and then a 0 on the dice. So,
What do you mean a 0?
2 and then a 0, it's 20.
Oh! Okay.
It's not as exciting anymore because I can't crit.
You can thank me for my back for that one.
I just think, see, my assumption going forward was I assumed he was designing our encounter with the assassins back before we knew the specifics. I'm like, oh, he's doing the math, and he realized he can't have us. He can't be doing crit damage on us.
For like 4 assassins.
56 damage each turn is bad.
I was the test subject on that fucking.
Kalos, you're gonna get hit for some slashing damage as he
Do it, baby.
takes from his scabbard his slicey sword. Sorry, not scimitar, not falchion. Cutlass. There you go. Other curved sword. Took me long enough. He's gonna hit you for a total of 8 points of slashing damage. You do need to roll concentration DC 10 because he's hitting you.
Yep.
Alright, real quick, I gotta go to the bathroom.
Just pee yourself.
I mean, your turn is
Just
next.
soil
Your turn is next. Just so we're...
Alright,
If you go now, and then you'll be ready when you're back.
I got a, wow. I'm so glad I have such a high thing. I got an 11. Jesus. Rolling really low today, guys.
Jesus.
A natural 1, and then a 5.
What about the other fucking...
What do you get the
like,
advantage from for your
Plus
con save
15
from?
rolls?
I got
Warcaster.
Warcaster.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, even though I technically don't need it, because my armaments become my focuses, which I didn't know. So technically, I don't need it. But
Well, the Constitution saving throw thing is kind of a big deal.
yeah, it's kind of a
kinda
big deal. Like
nice.
right now.
Well, Null Fighter tried to hit you, and he does have more than one attack.
Okay.
Because these guys are kind of matching you guys in terms of multi-hits to some extent, so they can hit 3 times total. So let's see the second attack. That's a 2, so never mind. Next one's a 16 plus 8 for 24 to hit.
Yes.
Smoke is still
Jeez,
there.
a big hit.
One more hit. For a
It
total
is,
of...
yes.
You take
I could
6
drop it
more
if you'd like
points of
to.
slashing damage, and that's 1 more concentration check. DC 10, not impossible.
19 plus bonuses.
Alright, well, never mind.
So you said 8 was the first one and 6 was the second one.
Correct. Let's pass it over to Dauntless, who's going to do his turn really quick so he can go pee.
Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Can I see around the smoke?
At this
Probably.
angle, I think you'd be good. It's relatively around Varus was a good spot to be hanging out to skirt around the darkness.
Yeah. You right? Yeah, you'd be able to see him.
It's right along the edge.
20 times 5 is 100.
It is. Good job.
Oh no.
What?
Alright, I'm gonna firebolt that guy.
Alright, he does have cover, so it's gonna be harder to hit him.
That is
Alright.
3d10 boppins. 21.
Does 21 hit?
Yes!
Whoa!
Alright. 3d10.
Yeah.
Throw that in there.
No resistance to fire
Alright,
damage, so...
15 damage.
And... Oh, this guy actually hasn't taken any damage yet, so... Kalos grappling him does not do damage, he's just holding him.
Presence alone kills him.
Well, he takes damage.
Alright, go relieve your bowels, or what have you.
Back.
Varus,
With a
you're up.
firebolt.
Alright.
Oh,
You can see this guy in a tussle, swinging at Kalos with reckless abandon, and
He's
Kalos
got.
is...
But he is targetable, right?
He is targetable, he's not inside of any kind of darkness or smoke. You don't get any advantage against him as a result of Kalos grappling him, unfortunately. He would need to be completely restrained for that to happen, and grapple is not restrained.
Okay.
Do I have to call that, like, as I'm doing
You
that, or
have
is it-
to take a very special
Ah,
feat.
okay,
I
cool.
think it is the grappler feat.
Alright,
I
so
just
what I'm
wanted-
gonna do is I'm gonna use my bonus action to move Hunter's Mark to that guy, get my money's worth out of this one cast of it.
It is a very cost-effective spell.
Alright, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use one of my charges in my Valkyrie armor, and I'm gonna basically fly up 30 feet and give myself a +3 bonus to this next attack roll.
Good, good. Use all the items I give you. I didn't make them just because I feel like it.
Okay, attack number 1 with the +3, so this will be +14. Let's see.
Plus 14? Oh
is a-
my lord!
This is a 30 total to hit.
Fucking Jesus fucking hell!
I don't think I have to tell you. That
I'm fucking holding this guy by his
Oh
neck,
my-
and I just see like a arrow just between my two fingers just land. It's- oh
Holy,
shit!
holy moly!
Alright, this is...
Have you ever seen in those movies where people don't know how guns work, and then they'll show like a guy holding a pistol, and then it goes into a first-person zoom, and for some reason it has a fucking red dot sight?
Yeah, where did he get that from?
That was Varus.
That is
Oh my
a...
God.
That's 14 damage on this guy.
Right, right.
Alright, I will use the second attack without the +3, so this will be just my other attack.
A little taste of what's to come.
That's too dark. I'm not even gonna try to read that.
You throw it in the back, like what you
Just get a flashlight.
And that is a crit.
Wow!
20.
You guys can crit.
Alright, I'm gonna roll.
I feel
I'm not
better
gonna.
about
I'm too lazy. I'm too lazy to fish out the
I'm
dice.
sorry
I'm
for
gonna-
having a back.
I'm gonna roll
No,
this.
it's honestly
on-
so that I can introduce the elite actions that I want to put in.
Elite actions.
You know, the ones where you don't stand
I'm
in
just
the
gonna roll
red.
this on the board.
If they could crit as well, that'd be very bad. Oh,
That is a 35.
Oh.
That's 35 damage on this guy.
Oh,
Jesus.
God.
Wait, was it 30? Hold on, was it?
Well, I get +7. That's those are the dice plus my +7 bonus.
Oh my
35.
god!
Have you been
Well,
calculating? What was
that
How much
+7
was
is
that?
all
30?
Callus's. Is Callus's? It's the bracer plus the magic bow.
You
So
say
it's
35?
35 total. Yeah.
Okay. This guy is dangerously close to meeting Kalos's boss. The
Callus is next. So,
The other one. The other
The
one.
other one.
The one. The hot
How
one.
many bosses does Callus have?
Full. What is it?
He's his own boss as well.
If
That's
you,
that one,
if you
right?
count
Don't-
anyone at the university, I guess. I get Master.
Oh, man,
I
he's
guess
really
you could say
dishing
Summer
that-
Watch because
he's dishing that soul out. is
So
what he's
Master
doing.
Summer Watch, Master
Master-
Dolan.
Master Gautier, if you want to count that for his enchanting teacher.
You
got so
whore.
many
Morgoth the
bosses.
Deceiver.
You're a whore.
Yeah, Morgoth the Deceiver, and now you got the Crystal Spark family. Honestly, if I had to name you as a character, I would put Hose Ain't Loyal. No offense.
It's okay.
He's just high in demand.
I'm a very well. I'm passed around in the enchanting.
This is
No,
what
no,
people
no.
wish would happen when you got out of university in real life. Is you got this many job offers.
Please give me jobs. Yeah, but it's not that.
It's a fantasy game though.
Living out our fantasies and getting job offers.
Oh, sorry.
God.
Anyways, I think you had
Ooh,
another
I got
attack.
I got real seconds. Right.
Oh, is that all your attacks?
I only get the third attack if I attack 2 separate targets. So it's like it's 2.
okay.
So basically,
I see,
I have
I
to
see.
attack 2
I
targets,
let you
and then
live.
and
Well,
then that third attack has to be on then again a third target. So if I have
Well,
if there are 2 or
well.
less targets, I can't. It's
Where's that
it's,
siege breaker for?
It's something with my subclass. It's
Okay.
Have you gone?
what's
Are
it
you the hunter
Yeah.
subclass? Is that?
No, I'm
He's
the
a
what's
void.
Yeah.
Horizon Walker.
Horizon
yeah.
Walker.
Yeah. Well,
I
let's
think
see if
Hunter
Henry can
is
kill
good.
him.
I could probably whack him in the face if he wants.
Kinda
I
hurt.
think the
Um,
siege breaker is a hunter one.
It is
by
hunter.
default,
Yeah, it's one of the like multi-attack defense or
You
something.
can
like that.
yeah, as long as you have a
Yeah.
creature within range, you can attack basically everyone.
That
Pretty
and
gnarly,
what's it called?
Bunch of guppos. Would
What's
be
it called?
really useful if you use hexagons.
Oh
what's the-
my god, yeah, that'd be fucking brutal.
Question for you.
Gloomstalker also lets you have an extra attack on your first turn, so you can attack 3 times. Just whatever.
Okay, you
Wow.
could like a good opener, like
That's a good alpha strike.
Yeah.
Gloomstalker.
Question, DM. In order to let him go, is that an action or is that free?
It's free to let him go, but emotionally, that's where
You don't need to let him go to attack him, though, do you? He could still grapple him and then.
he would need to swap his weapon to the one-handed version. You
Yeah.
cannot swing
Oh,
the two-handed
I
version
can't.
with the grapple.
Do it for fashion.
Which I'm gonna let go of him, free action, and I'm gonna fucking take out the axe, hit him 3 times.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Wop
What's that- what's that he
wop
got
wop
there?
wop wop wop.
Are you even gonna need to hit him 3 times to see that damage?
So let's see. The first one definitely hits with my bonuses. The second one,
3.
I think the second one would have missed.
What's your bonus?
Second one is a 15 to hit.
So that would miss.
That
So you got
would
plus
miss.
12 to
and
hit.
then
The
yeah,
other one's an 18,
and then the
so
other one's
that
an
would
18.
hit. So
hits.
technically, 2 hits.
Okay. Each of these will have Arcane Jolt. 'Cause
Okay.
the overkill.
Okay.
I don't think we know about the overkill of you went haste fly. Like,
Yeah, you guys
this guy's
don't
been
know.
starved of combat this long. Like,
You know, like when astronauts do their like Geoforce training and like their skin is pulled back against their face,
yeah,
and they
he's
look
moving
like
that
20
fast.
years older. That's just Kalos soaring through the air, going.
Careful, it might be permanent.
28 damage in total.
All right, please describe in great detail how you viscerally murder this pirate. This guy has
Oh.
7 health left. Oh, sorry, 6 health left.
Because it was
knocked off so
completely
much
overkill. I just wanna split him just right in half, like from fucking tip of his head all the way down, just one solid, just swap.
So your engagement with this guy involved you flying over at high speeds, landing on the deck of this now marooned ship. Kalos loosed several arrows in just his direction during this time. Some of them embedded themselves in his boombringer, and a couple of them landed very key shots in very vital areas, causing this guy to visibly wince in pain and draw so much blood that if this guy was a dragon, you could probably fill up your entire thing right now, but he's not a dragon. So, in either case, you fly over, wrench one of his arms off of the boombringer, causing him to pivot around and angrily draw his sword at you. Swing a couple times, you deflect some of them, but catch a couple of them in the dings between your armor. Finally, you retaliate by letting go of his shoulder, kind of shoving him backwards to give yourself a little bit of room, because great axes, you kind of do need to either choke up higher on the head, if you want to get relatively good dexterity of movement, or you can just shove them back so you can choke lower, which allows you to use more momentum of the actual axe head itself. So you let go of him, you kind of give him like a little nudge with your foot to kick him back a little bit away from his ballisty, and then you bring it as a big overhead, like a lumberjack swing straight down. The anatomy of this guy is kind of weird because he does have the long tusk in front, and the trunk, not the tusks. So you're bisecting him down the middle, leaving the trunk kind of like a little noodle just hanging in the air as you bisect him down the middle. He doesn't have any time to bellow or anything because you basically split his lungs in half. And then you feel an electrical jolt as it tingles down from the base of your the shaft of the axe itself, causing not like a static electricity of a balloon, but more like you accidentally stuck a fork into an outlet, but not enough to hurt you. In fact, it almost felt like an adrenaline rush, because you do trigger supercharge.
Got it. The end my turn. Laszlo, it's your turn.
There's no one left.
I get rid of the darkness. We got a whole pirate ship to loot, I say to Callus as I dissipate that. Oh, good job! I wrote some notes in my head of what you did. You did 20 damage. Plus...
I'll do you one better. We were going to hug the Sea of Embrace anyway, so let's just... Our boat now.
We're on the wrong.
I don't think we can operate a... How big's this pirate ship?
They crashed it into the dock.
Well, let's just loot it and...
It has a giant hole that would make the Titanic point and laugh.
Well, that's for the city to deal with. Let's just loot this fucking place, because those fuckers are dead. And, yeah.
Oh, if anyone finds a dagger, I'd like to replace the one.
Sure, yeah.
Fashionably late as usual, the guards come trundling down the dunes. What's going on here?
There was a pirate attack, and we were passing by on the road, and we thought to help out. They've been killed, as you can see.
And as Laszlo's explaining... I'm good.
You'd think you'd eventually get used to casting that spell, Kip.
God, I would think my body would, but apparently not.
Wait, why are you throwing up?
Haste.
Oh.
Yeah,
what
so...
speed does to a man.
Do that.
We saw it going by, and then it crashed into this dock, and then all manner of slashing and piracy occurred.
There was a couple of explosions in the middle.
All sorts of piracy occurred. They
Am I
downloaded
wrong?
my torrent.
Many such cases of piracy.
The guard gives a little whistle, and sometime later a couple of camel-mounted cavalry guards comes trundling down the hill as well. They begin asking some of the fishermen eyewitness accounts, and others begin to pile up the bodies of pirates and civilians alike into a cart that has been emptied and brought by camel to dispose of the bodies so it doesn't decompose inside of the Sea of Embrace.
Okay, since this is like a legit city, are we like not allowed to fucking...
I was just about to say, Adam, and between them getting the car and everything, could I have looted the bodies? I have attempted to anyway in front of the guards.
Well,
see if...
That's an.
I'd rather go on the ship.
That's kind of a video game
Oh, the ship,
contrivance
yeah,
of just
okay.
like looting things with reckless abandon. But if you
What
were
if you
just a regular
pretend to be an
person
investigator?
that you just saw people murder each other, and the other one begins like patting down the bodies and like putting stuff into their pockets greedily, and like passing money to each other, and it's like, yo, check this out.
I think at least Callus would have probably gone onto the ship, considering he's near to it, just to see
I
if
would
there's
have
any more.
looted the ship at least. Yeah.
To see if
Could I
there's
have
any
looted the
more.
ship?
Well, how
combatants,
big's the ship like? Because it's like these
Is it a
guys showed
fucking
up.
galleon or like a little fucking dinghy?
Considering it was only ran by 4 guys, it's not an entirely huge warfaring frigate or anything of a cruiser class. It is reasonably enough that can be manned by very proficient seafaring folk, although there's only 4 of them, and it does have this mounted thingamabobby on it, so it's big enough that it doesn't have the boombringer cause it to tip forward due to the weight.
If I'm able to help Callus, like go to check to see if there's more combatants and like loot the ship, I would be able to. But if I'm too far away and I'm conversing with the guards, it's understandable.
I lean into Lazo. I'll talk with the guards. You guys like.
Okay.
I'll distract the guards.
I walk over to the guards. Does this happen a lot where you have suicidal pirates crashing their boats into the docks?
No, Madam Morgemoth, this is not a usual occurrence. Typically speaking, these folks are only outbound to the farthest parts of the sea, and the only time we see them come this close to the coast is if they're forced to restock for whatever reason. It's during those times we're usually more attentive to when they come in. They usually don't just barrel into the thing. This, I guess brazenly would be the appropriate term. If they were still alive, I would probably ask them if they've been drunk driving. But, I'm not sure if I can test their corpses for alcohol poisoning. I'm not a doctor.
Well, that makes 2 of us, but I do have medical strength. I walk over to the bodies. I'm going to check for signs of alcohol. Well, not
how the
alcohol.
fuck you
How
gonna
the
test
fuck-
him for
yeah,
being
I don't
dead?
think you
I know it sounds weird, but I actually know how you can test this. It's not through their blood. You would actually cut them open and look at their liver.
Oh, I was just gonna take a whiff and see if they reek of booze.
I mean, you could do that too, but who's to say they don't just booze bathe?
That could be their fragrance.
What?
That they...
Yeah, they could just
You
spray it
don't booze
around.
bathe?
You've never been to one of those
you don't know anything about their culture. Don't judge
You
them.
know, you've
No,
been to one
I-
of those spas where they beer bathe?
Why the fuck? You'd be really fucking sticky.
What? Depends on the kind of brew you make. Not all of them have to be sticky. It's a jacuzzi with beer. You ever been to one of those? I
No.
haven't, but I've heard about them.
You haven't lived.
It's actually not any different than a regular jacuzzi because your body doesn't like absorb the alcohol through your skin.
Osmosis at drunk.
All right, well,
beverages.
now
That'd
you've
be
got me
horrible.
curious. I go over and I give a whiff. Do they reek of booze?
Well, that doesn't need medicine check. That just needs a
Which
perception
one are you?
check.
Which one are you
Alright.
getting? Because one of them has no like. I've
I look
blighted
at the
one.
one
of them.
most intact and not cursed.
Definitely
with
not the one that
scars.
Palos had a hand in doing. So probably be the one that you clunked in the head with a hailstone. Because that was his
Although-
death bill.
Although because he split right open, right, I could just really just look at his liver.
Arguably, yes, it could be easier. So, depending on your perspective.
So stupid.
Alright, well, I'm trying to think which would look worse. If I go digging around inside the corpse, that would probably make the Mordremoths more mad, versus me just kind of, yep, whiffs like booze. So I'm going to just give the old smell test.
You know, people avoid their bowels when they die.
Shit everywhere.
Yeah, well. Alright, you said that was a perception?
Smell based, but you have any advantage on smell based perception, so it's gonna be straight.
Okay.
Unless you're some sort of dog.
$11.
Hard to tell in this mess of gore, flesh, and sweat.
Well, he doesn't instantly reek of booze, I say to the guard. So I'm not 100% sure on that. Look, I
To be honest, we're not entirely that hung up on the reason why. The damage has been done, and we'll clean it up as is, but, I suggest that, you let us take care of this, ma'am. We don't want to get your hands dirty.
Alright, in all that time of me smelling bodies, what do we find on the boat?
Kalos, please make an investigation check as
yeah.
Dauntless is smelling things.
Am I
Would
able
you-
to give him advantage?
You would have to have snuck onto the boat. If you wanted to. You can sneak. We do have activate stealth, that's a thing. It's our catchphrase, alongside
I'm
not
just
a
gonna
doctor.
go on the. I'm just gonna go on the boat.
Oh, he is brazenly? Alright.
Yeah.
One of the guards does like, hey, where are you going?
I'm going to check to see if there's any remaining pirates on the boat with who else we were fighting with, and then we'll, yeah, make sure this place is fully safe.
We just hear elephant noises and punching sounds.
Get him!
Well, Kalos, do your thing.
Is it advantage?
You would have taken the initiative check first before even waiting for Laszlo, honestly.
Okay. Alright. So I'm gonna give myself a +5 to this ability check. I only got one of those, 2 of those left. So this plus bonuses. $16 plus 5, 21.
21. As you go down to the lower deck, it's a relatively shallow, it's not a full hull that you'd find on a three-masted ship. This one only has one large one and a couple of 2 miniature ones that help with stability overall. Not so much for actual propulsion, although it does help to some extent, alongside the rudder and all sorts of other things like an oar on the side. So, you go below deck, it does require you to crouch down, not quite on your hands and knees, but just like little teabag squat. You shuffle around down there and begin to see all sorts of things that have been affixed to the side of the interior hull so that they don't rummage around too much, unlike your wagon. Some of them are fastened by ropes or have been set into little cabinets that can be drawn out. You pull open a couple of cabinets out of curiosity, and some of them are filled with literal junk of just like scrolled up pieces of paper, twined up rope that is no longer fit for proper use and kind of really should probably just be disposed of. Used condom or something, I don't know. And then eventually you get to the back of the deck where there's a large, comically decorated treasure chest.
Oh, yes.
It is chained to the floor with two chains on either side of their handles, and affixed and bolted into the bottom. So if you wanted to remove this thing, you would obviously need to remove the 2 chains on either side. And there is a very, very ostentatious locking padlock on the lid itself. The lock kind of resembles that of the head of some sort of creature. You can make a nature check if you want to discern what creature it is.
Man, these rolls today are great. Holy shit. What's nature?
Nature
Wisdom?
is
Intelligence? Nature is the knowledge of applying something, so it'd be intelligence, if I remember correctly.
It says intelligence, yeah.
Mhm.
So, 9 in total.
Yeah, monkey.
It's a monkey. Just gonna check it for traps.
That's a separate roll, investigation. Let's see if you can break your streak.
Alright, let's go.
Are you sure you're rolling a d20?
You shrieky, you've been getting high rolls.
Nah, selective perception says that you only
There you
notice
go.
the roll
See,
rolls.
that's a high roll right there, baby.
Hey, there's the high roller.
28.
28. You notice that there are enough traps that if you tried to count them on one hand, you could probably fit them on one hand.
So there's 5?
Yeah.
Nice. Alright, I'm going to pop a little...
Headbutt the thing.
No.
Would I be able to get on this in looking at what he's doing at this point? Or
One of the guards is attempting to stop you because he wants the guard of the city to take care of the investigation.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll cause a mini ruckus to allow my friend to have more time.
Karen mode activated.
Wait, do I see this all going down?
Yeah, everyone's on the dock, because, like... So let me move the miniature so that it kind of resembles this. Well, this guy's dead, so let me just knock this guy out.
Let's just put the dead body.
I'm gonna put Kalos on this little dinghy. That represents him on the boat. This is this is you, Laszlo. And then let me spawn in some minis for the guards.
I beat the guard up.
I eat the guard.
He's dead now.
Alright, if I see Laszlo going to make moves to get on the boat...
I'll kill him! I'll kill the fucking... No,
I swear I'm a fucking killer!
I would...
So you're about to get on towards the closest portion of the dock to the gangplank, and one of the guards comes up behind you. Hold on, citizen. Let the guard take care of this.
I'm with the princess.
Wait, hold on. Laszlo, is everything alright? Did you hear something down below deck? Is that why you're going towards
I want to just double check. There's already someone in there. I won't be a moment. Let me have a look.
I'm sorry, sir. Let the guards take care of this.
Come with me then.
You've already done enough.
Come with me then.
You stay here.
How about we go together?
Are you on the city guard?
If I may.
Yes, princess.
We did take care of the threat. He's just trying to make sure that there's nothing else that's going to explode out of the deck or whatnot.
I would prefer that if you let us take care of it. You've done more than enough.
I heard.
And meanwhile, Varys found the nearest intact crate, and he's just grabbed a seat, and he's just people watching because it's like,
people will be people.
Yep.
Well, I guess even if we fail to convince them, we are delaying things for.
If anything, he's still got the. Technically, I got 8 hours of this hunter's mark if I don't drop concentration. So I'm also looking at the lens.
Moving on the guard accidentally, like oh.
So I'm looking through the lens, peering through.
Buddy.
Krios just is like.
Krios will actually be standing next to Laszlo, and so
I'm gonna start chit chatting with the guard. If you look behind you here, there's the one eye fucking.
Not to distract you or anything, but have you ever
Run on the
Have
thing.
you
No,
ever been distracted before in your life? Well, I never
no,
thought
I
about
can't
it.
think I have. I'm just gonna say, I know this one is a little bit dishevelled in appearance, void of all moisture. But do you recognise any insignias? You were saying this might have been a problem previously. Is this a known group of pirates?
I would say well known to some extent. They don't exactly
Okay.
chat to everyone about who they are, nor do they have any kind of moniker that they just announce at any given time.
Sure.
You can see their Jolly Roger up there and determine who it's from.
Mm.
And you can see that it's a skull and crossbones, but the skull is of that of a pachyderm.
Wait, damn.
A
I
what?
forgot to check if anyone's
Pachyderm.
alive.
What's a pachyderm?
It's a scientific name for an elephant and anything in that particular kind of genealogy.
Elephant.
I go to check like the citizens because no one checked if they
They're
were like
dead.
alive.
They're all dead.
Yeah, but we didn't check that. We saw them fall over and bleed, but it's like normal people don't just like write them off as dead instantly.
I
They're
think
dead.
that you're right. Go ahead and make a medicine check.
All right,
You think? You thought
I'm
about it.
not dead, I'm not dead!
Because I thought like, wait a minute.
I guess I
hold on.
gotta put him out of his misery.
This guy's got a pocket watch. I guess he's dead.
Oh, it's kind of starts explaining the pocket watch.
All right, I rolled 18. Do I have to roll for each of the people?
No, I think it's a general enough, just like bend down, check for their pulse and signs of life, and move on to the next. One of them was completely decapitated, so I don't even know if you want to try that guy.
Yeah, no, he's.
I stick my fingers in him. Is he dead?
God
No, he's
damn it,
dead.
Henry, Jesus Christ.
Henry, give him a wet willy here.
Sir, can you hear me?
Get out your finger out my ear.
I know you don't have a head and therefore no longer any ears, but make some kind of noise or movement if you can hear me.
You know, I know
Alright,
some
well-
lizards can decapitate their tail. Can you
Are
do
you-
that with your head?
Are you a lizard?
No, I completely write off the decapitated person, but I'll
Alright,
check
well-
the other two.
You check the two. One of that was already kind of dispatched by the time you guys got here. Another one was slashed across the back as he was attempting to flee in the direction of you guys when you were coming down the hill. Unfortunately, you check down, and in the meantime, he has received a deep cut. So much so that he basically had his spine, I guess Jimmy tapped would be the wrong word.
Jangled, didn't.
It was slashed diagonally, and it did essentially almost bisect
The
his spinal cord.
C3 part is gone.
Cards. Now, if you notice right here, they almost cut the C3, but they chipped off C4.
Well, yeah, I'm not a doctor, lest I forget. So yeah, I'm just gonna keep trying to powwow with this guard. And like, well,
Make a distraction
if-
check, then.
is this a performance? you
Yeah.
think?
I used to. I remember whenever we played Pathfinder, when I first bought that, whenever my friend Kevin would try to do something like that, he was like, "I want to roll distraction," and I'm like, "Okay,
Oh,
fine."
Hold on, I need to check to see if Blade Song gives me any bonuses.
The
I
fuck?
still have that up. It's technically within the. Nope. Okay, yeah, 13.
I'm gonna roll a counter insight check from the guard here. That one.
He's
You are the
enthralled
most.
by Lance
You are
Read
the
and weep!
most. You are the most enthusiastic and entertaining person this guy's met all day.
Oh, you know it. Don't inflate my
Meanwhile,
ego further.
Let's go ahead and see what Callus is doing in the ship's hull. He's squatting
okay.
down and is kind of doing a Mission Impossible thing of like trying to, you know.
Mind you, I'm still flying, right? So I'm off.
You can do the thing from the
Oh my
movie.
god, you are suspended off the ground doing the, like the arms out,
little sweat.
suspended. Oh, that's great.
You gotta use that for
so
your recap,
first
Henry.
question: do I hear the commotion of the guards outside?
Yeah, me
Make a
smooth
perception
talking.
check. Because it is kind of here through an entire ship, essentially.
No, well, just off of my natural perception. Like, I don't want to waste time. Like, do
Oh.
I hear it?
No.
It would
It's-
be what 12. Oh,
Yeah,
10. total.
definitely not.
Okay. So I'm just that I don't know what's happening, so I'm just gonna pop something into my mouth and give myself advantage on dexterity checks for the next for the next hour.
It's
I
an
believe
hour, yeah.
enhanced ability gives that to me, right?
It's an
Yeah.
hour, yeah.
Okay.
Eat some bubblegum candy and you blow a bubble and it makes you
cats?
feel.
You're doing cat's grace.
Tastes
And
like catnip.
yes, Cat's Grace, the one that gives me advantage on dex. So at this point, I'm gonna see all 5 traps. I'm gonna take out my thieves' tools and I'm gonna go ahead and.
So some of them are more complicated than others. Two of the traps, of course, are the ones on the immediate left and right, holding the chains down. There's a mechanism on the handles that if these traps, if the chains are suddenly, say, removed as a result of you, like, cutting the chain, the tension that is placed upon these two will cause them to pull inwards as if there's a spring mechanism on the interior of the chest that would cause it to maybe draw some deadbolts, causing the chest to lock even harder. You probably need to, like, get a fucking Jaws of Life to get this fucking thing open. So if you disengage any of those inappropriately without giving it enough slack and disarming the actual spring mechanism, you're going to make opening the chest significantly harder. So let's start with those.
Okay.
There's 2 of them total, so 2 rolls respectively.
So these are the hardest ones, right? These 2?
Depends on if you fail.
Okay. Let's not have those. Okay.
Don't fail.
Okay.
Don't
So with
fail now.
advantage, let's go. Oh, natural 20, 29,
Nice,
first
nice.
one. Nope, actually that's a 30 in total. Oh, no. Yep, it's 10. 30 total. 30
The first
total.
one you go over on the left. As you are suspended in midair, you use your very free movement to kind of turn upside down almost, so that you can get a good angle on the spring mechanism. It's tucked away just underneath where the handle touches the chain, in such a way that if you accidentally try to lift it right now, your fingers would essentially, 1, get caught in the chain mechanism and probably get pinched really bad, and 2, activate the mechanism itself, causing the deadbolts to fall. You go ahead and find a location where it attaches, and you begin to lower the tensile strength of the spring by essentially just, like, pulling it apart ever so slightly, as if you're, like, unwinding one of those Jack-in-the-Box springs with a little windy thing on the side. You're essentially doing that in reverse to release some of the tension. You need to do that on the other side. Same kind of check. I'm gonna sneeze.
Bless you.
Dude, it sneezed.
Look at this, boys! Another natural 20!
You
Alright.
fucker. You got some cursed dice, man.
I did.
You got...
You've
been rolling
so
hot shit.
out of another 30.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna repeat the same thing. It's the same exact locking mechanism, just on the right-hand side.
So now you've done
Of the
both
lock.
of the crazy lock mechanisms. So
Alright.
now
What you've
now
gotten
it's...
to is a 3 parts. As previously described, the skull shape is, to you, it looks like a funny monkey, but that's because you failed to check. It's actually an elephant.
Actually, a what?
Monkey!
It's actually an elephant.
Okay.
Oh god,
to
you
you,
fucked
you
it
saw
so
the-
bad.
You fucked it up so bad, you thought funny monkey. It's not the
It'd be
skull of a
funny.
monkey, it's the skull of an elephant with both tusks. Each of the tusks is a locking mechanism unto itself, followed by the overall padlock of the actual skull part, not the tusks. There's almost like a mini game that you need to do with the tusks. By essentially, you start to twist one of them, and it feels like there's a bit of tension on the line, and then you twist it the other way, and it feels loose. But then you feel the other tusk move in the same direction that you're tweaking on the left one, but then if you try to pull it in that direction by tugging on the one on the right, it feels like there's pressure, but if you move it the other direction, it feels like there is slack. So, go ahead and make 2 separate, again, checks for each locking mechanism. I swear if you get another... Okay.
25 for the first one. Alright then, 25 for the second one. Jesus, what the hell?
I mean, it is rolling with advantage, so it's pretty good chances for things to happen. You realize that both of these things essentially need to be turned in. One goes clockwise, and the other one goes counterclockwise. But you need to do it at a particular speed, or else you kind of do it too fast, and which will cause it to essentially almost break off the tusks, which would again activate a deadbolt system. You find and attune yourself to a particular speed. It's extremely slow, almost to the point where your hands are barely moving, and you're kind of just pinching your fingers together, causing enough tension to rotate them in a very, very meticulous and slow fashion. Meanwhile, Laszlo's chatting up this guard and has gone on to the topic of fishing.
Myself, yeah. I'd have thrown myself in there.
Have
a
you
few
seen
times.
me? I'm.
Look
I'm
at
also a
me.
fisherman, so it
would
was
you
kind of
please-
my duty to come and help these fishermen out. So
No, that's why even if the princess would have told me no, I would have done it anyway.
yeah,
Just-
I would have had to. You
They're
know.
my kin. They're my kinmen. You know.
Yeah.
I walk over to
And-
Varys and just ask him. I couldn't see because you guys had smoke up, but did like anyone get hit?
Oh,
I'm fucking. I got a little bit of
I
char
got
on
grazed
myself.
by
Like,
the
got hit
fire
twice by the
one of the
fucking-
fireballs, but I'm fine. Other than that, I can.
you just see Leslie's got
walk
like
it
probably
off.
a little bit of burn marks still occurring on like some part of him. Like,
You see
yeah,
Creel
he's-
slowly putting
he's
in
fucking
the
plucking
gashes.
out a crossbow,
yeah,
a bolt.
plucking
You're
out a
looking
crossbow.
at me. You'll see like some singe and like some ash and some singes and some.
Yeah,
burn
Leslie's
marks,
looking a bit
but,
rough
Like,
comparatively, and so's Chris.
All right, I pat you in the shoulder. I give you 5 HP.
okay.
I don't know if that helps. And then I walk over to Lazo. I give him 5 HP.
Ow.
That's it.
That's still hurting. You need more.
Yeah, I got fucking hit by some fucking contraption thing.
All right.
It's not very commonplace for them to have these contraptions, is it?
All
It's
right.
just
In
like-
total, I'm gonna give you 15.
oh, you saint.
Gareth, so
Yeah.
you still hurt?
I
didn't
can walk it
check.
off. I can walk it
I
off.
can look what
Alright.
happened, Chris. I broke my protractor. I'm gonna
You,
cry.
you see that Creos points to your hand and to him, and he's like, "Bro, please."
I'm dying here, please.
I give it
I don't
a
think he
shot.
can heal
don't know if it-
Creos.
I don't know if you can heal him actually.
I do not believe Hans Leon would work on him.
Yeah.
I think it needs
No?
to be either you fixing it or like the repair thing cantrip, whatever.
Mending.
Mending,
See what
yeah.
I got.
Repair thing cantrip. Yes.
Well, it kind of makes sense.
All right. You have the last mechanism.
Last one. All right, baby. Let's
It
go.
is the
So
skull
advantage.
of the funny monkey.
Funny monkey. I'm gonna add a +5 to this one for my
Funny
last
monkey.
Flash of Genius. Okay.
Good
then
fucking thing is
I
advantage.
don't think I
Yeah.
needed it.
18
but-
plus what? Like,
15. So like.
what? Have you got expertise?
No, well, +10 plus. Well, I do have expertise on thieves' tools. Yes.
Okay.
I've got needles
Dang.
and thread. I don't know if I can repair you.
So what?
Then you will
33
made
for
of metal.
the
surface.
Kinda made of
33
metal.
for this last one.
Yeah.
What?
33 for this last one.
Well, I haven't engaged a lock in my games that never ever need a 30 on them, but we'll see.
Is Zen hiding inside this suit of armor right now? What is going on?
I'm just glad I have advantage. That's all.
Yeah, that's kind of nice.
You disengage the lock by taking the two little tusks from the... For some reason this monkey had tusks, you're still wondering about that. You take the tusks and you place them into the eye sockets where you can find that there's actually a receiving mechanism that you kind of can use as a lock picking. You begin to poke at it and you can feel tumblers and little pins moving. Eventually you get into a rhythm of poking one, causing it to slide into place, causing another one on the right hand socket to be opened up for removal, and you do this for 3 times on each side. It's a very, again, meticulous process, and any kind of slip up or sudden tweak of the wrist in an inappropriate direction would cause the whole thing to, again, do something bad. Eventually, though, you do focus all your attention on the last couple of pins, and you can feel a click behind the head of the funny monkey. The little bolt holding it all together drops, allowing you to twist the skull and move it off of the little loop that holds it onto the chest.
Alright. I'm gonna slowly prop it up, but at the same time looking for more traps inside.
You can... I don't have my fucking goddamn soundboard anymore. I was gonna play The Legend of Zelda, you know, opening a chest. That's Final Fantasy, you fake gamer! What the heck was that?
I have
Oh
never
my
played
God.
it. I've only played the Phantom Hourglass, and it's like 10 years ago.
Why is that the one you played?
I don't fucking know. I'll
At
play
least
the
it
new
was
one.
Spirit Tracks, I guess.
I'll
Jesus
play
Christ.
the new one. What was he get? I'm on Andrew's boat with that one, yeah.
You say Zelda, but like the only one I liked is fucking Breath of the Wild. I
Have you
guess
played the other
Breath of
ones?
fucking
I
nice.
played Ocarina. I played Majora's Mask was pretty alright, but I played the 3DS versions of those, and people get weird about that.
Those ones are generally lowest on the rung for most people. But yeah, let's well, you're kind of ruining it by making a check, because now you have to like look underneath the lid and see if there's a funny monkey there too. Fine, roll your funny monkey check again.
Funny monkey. Look at that natural one.
Sort of one there,
Fuck
Man,
me.
get-
Plus
24
15, so,
total.
yeah,
Get
fuck
your
yeah.
dice out of the river.
Yeah.
There is a final trap
Ha
However, it is not something you can immediately disengage with your thieves' tools, as it is a magical trap.
Ooh. Oh shit! I am. Shit! I don't know if I'd be able to do this one. I'm gonna cast Dispel Magic on it.
What level? It does matter.
Basic. It's level 3.
Okay, roll a d20 and add your spell modifier bonus. So, int.
What is this? 14 total.
You point your finger at it accusatorily and say, "Go away." Unfortunately, the slightly blackish purple hue that emanates from just underneath the lid that is betraying this trap's intentions doesn't go away.
Damn it!
It simply just lingers.
So I used haste and flight once. Wait a sec. So I have one more level 3. I have one more. I'm gonna try it one more time.
Alright, this is going to be more difficult because you're repeating the same exact process.
Oh,
So
actually, you know what? Since you said that, ignore this roll because I'm not gonna do it. So ignore this one. Even though it's probably gonna be high.
I got a
no.
fatty, sick
Okay,
level
you
spell
see,
going there.
Laszlo, you see Krios get next to you and
Okay.
try to like
Body the guard? He's gonna fucking...
Uh,
go, go,
he's,
go!
no, like you see. Oh fuck.
you know the
Pretty sure I'm
tabletop
looking at the
thing where you
cat.
get behind and I push?
Where is the princess and Varys?
Speaking with the other two guards who have now come down here to inspect the location, they are beginning to pile up the bodies onto a cart. Both the Lexus?
Sponsored.
Loxodons.
Elephant Man.
Yes, and the civilians.
Okay, so they're doing something else. Fuck. Ah. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do it one more time. I can't get Laszlo's attention, so
You
he
just
can
come
and
out.
do it.
Like, up to you, though. Yeah, go for it.
I'm gonna look at it and say, "Fuck, I can't do this one."
Need the old man's help.
Need the old man's help. How am I going to distract the guard?
Well, I've got him in my pocket right now. He's like...
Chris is telling me that you're distracted by the guard, so you can't help me right now.
Anyways, I got this pearl this one time that was like this big.
Wow, that's a big pearl.
Yeah. I don't know.
With the chains being could I just take the chest itself?
You could. It's not exactly subtle, but, you know.
You are flying, right?
Yeah, I'm still flying. Well, how long has it been, Dio? It hasn't been that long.
5 minutes.
So, and looking behind me, is there a window that goes out?
You're currently
that
in
the
the hull
guards-
of the ship, so if
Nah.
anything, no, there's no window, but there is a gaping hole where this thing crashed into the dock. It is
Yeah, but
technically
that's-
underwater.
It's underwater.
Mhm.
Okay.
And this
I'm gonna
contraption
take the
is beginning to take on water, so...
Yeah. I'm gonna take the chest. Yoink. And I'm going to hold. Can I squeeze through the hole that's in the hole?
How
no? Is
thick
it like
are you?
fully dug in that I can't do anything?
How thick are you?
Well, I'm wearing. You know what I'm wearing, DM. So you
And
tell
you're
me.
uh
Am I thick?
5'6".
5'6", and I'm thick.
And you're carrying a chest.
And the chest itself is actually quite big. It's the same size that you would find at the end of a Skyrim dungeon.
Oh, okay. That's pretty fucking big.
So
looking at that
reasonably,
hole-
you could probably... The logistics of it would not be you just carrying the chest. You'd probably need to drag it along, push it out first, swim out yourself, and then try to drudge it up from the bottom of the base of the lake.
Is it too heavy for me to pick up?
You haven't
Like
tried
full?
yet.
I'm gonna try it.
Make a strength check. You're strong, right?
Nope.
Got those weak nerd arms.
All this axe swinging and you don't do any kind of lifting. Jesus, that thing went on for a ride.
Yeah.
Did you see that?
Yeah. It was on a 20 for ages, and it fucking went...
So what was that? 16? 15?
I said a
What's
50.
your
It's
strength
17 total.
17. 15.
He's not got
plus
weak arms.
three.
If he's got a +3, he's fine. He's fucking
I
strong.
got a
Most of the
plus
bonus
2.
comes from the, other things, not so much
yeah,
as
yeah.
muscle
Yeah,
mass.
it's all the enchantments that I have, and plus the dwarven armor lets me actually pick it up because I wouldn't be able to otherwise.
You're not going to be able to pick it up. You are going to have to drag it.
Okay. And I'm flying, and I can't. Shit.
It's going to look
I
like...
really wanted to fly this thing out, look cool, set off into the sunset and everything.
It's only like 9 o'clock in the morning.
In the sunset of the morning.
DM, I wait 12 hours.
I play dead.
Looking at this very fine crafted chest, would I be able to determine that it's waterproof?
Intelligence check.
Okay.
It's an electricity trap. You're jumping.
He fucking killed all the fish.
It's a
in
fucking
the...
toaster.
Oh fuck, okay, 25.
You surmise based off of your intelligence and having done this whole thing that it is not completely waterproof. Especially on the sides where the locking mechanisms were, like on the sides, water would seep in. It is probably a chest that is expected to not be in water.
Okay. I'm not gonna take it. I did test it though. I'm gonna climb up. I'm gonna yell, Laszlo, I need your
Hello?
expertise. Get
All
in
right.
here.
I'm on my way.
Wait, who's that guy?
That was the guy I told you about. And I'm gonna...
Is he one of the pirates? The dude
No, no.
immediately draws his sword and...
No,
He is
no.
not one of the
Aggressive stance.
pirates. He is
No.
with the princess.
Look,
me.
before you guys showed up, one of ours just went to go make sure there were no more pirates.
Yeah, I'm gonna just go finish that, and I'm gonna
Princess, make a persuasion check again.
Riz check. Do it.
Sex him up. I mean... Oh wait, that's not right. Oh, Riz doesn't mean sex.
Don't you have that thing that gives you +5 as well, Andrew?
What thing
Oh
is it?
my holiness.
No, there's something with
Something with
your
your
class.
path or whatever.
yeah.
Well, yeah, I guess I could use that. I haven't used that.
Yeah, I guess I could.
I guess I could use
It's
it.
not,
Well,
it's
I
like
don't, that's
not
one
the
of those things
perfect
where
time
it's like
for
you
it.
sit on it, and it's just like, if I use it too early. Yeah, so +5
What's-
persuasion. I'll burn that today. I didn't need to burn it.
You got a really high number, didn't you?
35.
Yeah,
Nice.
yeah. I mean,
It's like
he used
potions
it.
in games, you know, like, oh, we might need this. You just use them.
I'm dying. We might need this later.
Yeah, hold on. It's like end of the game.
I'm
Right.
dying now, but I could be dying worse later on.
True, dude.
Yeah, 35 to recount events as they happen.
As soon as you say that, the guard immediately sheaths his weapon like, oh, yes, of course. One of your men, princess?
Yeah, well, that's what I was trying to tell you guys before. He was.
Sorry about the misunderstanding.
No, he was going to back up the one who's already down there, making sure everything's clear.
Alright, well, do whatever business you need to, and that thing's sinking very soon. You should,
yeah.
whatever business,
I'll
get out
I'll
of
go
quick.
there now.
Let's
and-
go see.
And we need to
I'll
start
go.
salvaging that ship for
Yeah, go
wood.
see what's wrong with him and
Sure.
why he hasn't come back up yet.
All right. I'm gonna head. Hey, I'm gonna walk over.
You see me flying.
Hello. Okay, it's still flying.
Still flying.
Okay.
I'm gonna need you to do your highest level of this spell on that thing right there. Look at the fuck. Look at the. Okay, hold on.
I'm
Before you
drowning.
do that,
Help.
before you
fuck?
do that, right?
Press control and you can move up and down.
Look at the
Oh.
weird monkey though, right? Like, why does it have tusks?
What's my?
You immediately tell that is not a monkey.
Yeah, this is weird.
Right?
Monkey. Yeah.
You should have seen the locking mechanisms. It was fucking gnarly. I don't know why they made a weird
Good
monkey
job.
with tusks.
What do you want me to do?
I'm a slowly crack it open.
Okay.
And I'm gonna need you to do this spell right there.
I'm gonna do 6th level dispel magic.
Alright, you don't need to roll because I need something that is either cast from a 5th level or higher. So you dispel the spell.
Okay.
Okay.
It's,
So looking at the trap now, the boat's sinking.
What have we got? Time is of the essence. I feel like
Do
I'm
I
in
have
Crystal Maze right
to?
now.
Yeah. Do I have to go ahead and disarm it, or is it completely disarmed?
No, the trap itself was the spell.
Okay. All right.
Okay, what we got in here?
Okay.
Nah, yeah. Fucking fling that shit open.
Da na 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 10 rupees. Okay. Imagine the old guys, that would be a funny prank, right?
Woohoo!
What do you mean
It's
you're not
just-
coming for next session?
I kind of got really busy all of a sudden.
You find encased in there a very nice, very thick, black book, the surface of which is covered in signs of age.
Wait, a black what? You cut out after you said black.
Oh.
You're thick black, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I could have leave it there and that'll be funny too. But
A big black.
Something with signs of age.
book.
Big black, thick black book.
Big
Okay.
black book. With signs of age. What? What the fuck? What the hell was that?
Are you good?
Big black.
Big
Nice.
black book with signs of age, such as the leather bindings on the neck, or spine rather, becoming slightly undone at the seams. There is a skull, slightly raised on the surface of it. It's not a drawing or a painting. It's like a embossed almost, not engraved either. It's like it's 3D. It's convex as opposed to
Okay.
concave. It is bound with a series of leather straps that go up and down it, crossing each other, making it so that the book can't accidentally be flung open. There is a dark aura about this book, forming in a literal black mist between the pages, as if something is breathing from within.
Oh, good God.
As
You
you
gotta say the
open this,
magic words.
as you open the chest and reveal this black book, the sudden interior of this hull becomes deathly quiet and filled with an ominous, dreary silence. Not even your own footsteps or breath can be heard, regardless of how hard you breathe.
Hell yeah.
An almost whispering sound begins to tickle the back of your minds, or maybe it's your actual ears. I would do this whispering thing, but I don't know if my microphone threshold would actually pick it up, but use your imagination. And it sits before you, the only object in this chest.
Looking at it, does it look like where it's laying is trapped?
Where it's looked like it's laying, is it trapped?
Yeah, like it's laying on the bottom of the chest, right? Does the bottom of the chest look trapped?
I need you to roll again, please.
God fucking damn.
What?
okay.
It's not free. Yeah.
Advantage. Oh, okay. So what's that? Investigation? 15 total.
It looks like you've gotten through all the hard bits and they've made way for the gooey inner center.
I'm gonna look at Laz. I'll take it out.
You
Yeah.
want to mage hand it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we should touch that shit. You got thing to wrap it in?
Go ahead. I have a backpack that I can
I have
put
an
it in.
idea. Let's just throw it in the box with the Yanmin Doomsday Globe. I'm sure.
No, I'm not saying
Perfect
that.
combo.
Well, Krios is carrying that, so
Well,
he's
okay,
over there.
I'll get the fancy
we'll-
fucking headscarf that I got, mage hand, and then I'll like mage hand it onto that, wrap
Hold
it
on.
up
Let
best
me-
I can, and
Let me
then
pull out the backpack. I pull out my backpack from my bag of holding that I will never fucking use until this moment. Good night. Alright, whenever you're ready.
okay, and then I mage hand it, and then drop it in the backpack.
Well, hold on there, friend. Have you ever put cotton candy into water?
Oh no.
Oh god, does it
No?
just...
Oh no.
The mage hand, as it gets closer to the book, much like as the previously described cotton candy in water, begins to dissolve as if there's a surface that is eating it away.
Oh.
No touchy.
No touchy.
Well, Laszlo, if, I'm always the one that does stupid shit, right? So, just give me a sec.
I wouldn't touch it.
I'm gonna go over.
I wouldn't touch it.
Oh,
Please
it's not
don't
like
touch
we're, it's
Please
not like
don't
we're,
touch it.
It's not like we're gonna leave it for the guards to
I know,
find.
but just
it's either
wait a
us or
second.
them.
Can I do detect magic on this thing before you fucking touch it?
Oh yeah, I guess we should have done that before earlier.
Yeah,
so.
just hold your race car bed, and let's just test this a sec. I'm gonna do detect magic to see what's emanating. I can gauge or maybe what could be emanating off of this, but
Checking.
just to double check.
Does Laszlo explode from the wild magic?
You are casting a spell.
Yeah, 88.
Darn it.
Always worth it. It's always worth a shot to.
Fire
bring it
explode
up.
would be funny.
Would
It'd be
be
funny, bro.
funniest. Alright, automatically detect all classes of magical items alongside their whoozy whatsits.
Mhm.
Magical item. Book. Category. Evil. Well, that's not.
Evil.
Well, that's not magic. Well, that's not a
No.
school of
It's
magic.
so evil. It doesn't. It's just. It's
It's
just
really good.
evil.
Like
It's-
it's flipped over to good. Is that
It's
bad?
just permeating
Cool.
the N word.
Guys,
Okay.
he's not wrong.
There you go. See,
It's permeating large amounts.
Oh,
N-word.
he's gonna get
Yeah.
cancelled.
Oh, necromancy.
Yeah, let's not touch it then. If Mage Hand doesn't work.
I mean necromancy, by the way. I just got to clear that up.
Necromancy.
Just got to clear that up for the vibe.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, listen.
You
Out of
got,
both
you
of
got
us,
a career ahead of you. And
I do.
I'm old. And I already got some necromancy on.
Let's have Varys do it.
Varys, come here, we need help. Let's to maybe not, get you killed prematurely. Do you want to do a 50-50 split to see who picks it up?
I mean, listen.
Or I
if,
pick it up.
We
I
can-
mean, listen. If you're offering, I'll let you pick it up.
Okay. If
Do you want
is there
the
any other
backpack? Here's
ideas
the backpack.
before we proceed with picking it up?
I could have Krios pick it up.
I like that you guys are playing like
Okay.
rock paper.
Remember the last
scissors.
time we had Krios pick something up and then we had it turned into the leprechaun thing?
And then I hear that voice in the back of my head. But do you remember last time we let Krios?
No,
I
ignore
just-
me. I'm not.
Top of the
I just
board
like
until
the
you let it.
idea. I just like the idea that you guys are playing rock paper scissors as to who's to grab the evil book. It's just like
Listen,
It'll be
if
cool
you go
book.
there, I
Alright,
don't
best
have
two out of
anything
three.
to back you up, unfortunately.
Okay.
To help your mind
Checking,
at ease.
checking.
And
One,
I think
two,
you're a little
three,
bit more in control of your
4,
mind than
5,
I am.
6.
Do you want to go for it?
Checking.
This looks evil as fuck. This looks bad.
Evil as fuck, but it's
I
not
I don't
like
see
we're gonna...
many things
maybe it's just
exuding.
mean.
But listen, it's not like we're gonna leave it for the guards to find.
Check.
Magic went a bit weird.
Yes.
Is there anything mundane? Do you have any like?
Hello.
I have in my bag of holding. By the
Testing.
way, DM,
Testing.
how's the water level looking in here?
Rising to the point where you can feel it becoming soggy on your shoes.
In my bag of holding, I have. Now that would help us out in
Does
this
it?
moment.
If I put like a crowbar near it, does it start destroying the crowbar?
You begin putting a crowbar as if you're to prod it.
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Do you have a spare crowbar? You got thieves' tools, right?
I do have another crowbar.
I'm gonna
yes.
try and latch part of the leather bindings onto like the bottom of a crowbar like loop to see if I can like pick it up without touching it.
I love crane games. Make a dexterity check.
Okay.
Are you Blade Song still?
I am.
There you go.
But I think that's only acrobatics. Oops. Oops. Like,
14.
Sweaty. Palms sweaty.
Ooh.
Aloe
Wow.
spaghetti.
I'm gonna be ready with the backpack. So like,
Oh. Okay.
You loop it through one of the hooks inside of the leather loopings. Immediately you feel a chill, as if you just stuck this end of your crowbar into liquid nitrogen, causing it to almost snap freeze. Your fingers become clenched so cold around the actual crowbar itself. It almost feels like it's gonna get frostbite any second now.
Okay.
You fling it over towards the direction of Kalos.
Get in the backpack. Get in the backpack.
You alley-oop.
do I get it in there? Do I get a check?
Let's do some basketball. Go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw.
Everybody.
Advantage with these again. Oh wait, no, is that just
Saving throw.
ability checks?
I think it's only oh god, let's check. Enhance
It's
ability.
It's checks.
It's checks, then it's not this one. This is a saving throw.
Okay. Alright, Adam, my bad.
Otherwise it's
I'll
gonna hit
reroll
you
it.
in the face. You guys delete your dice when you're done with them? Jesus.
I can't delete mine.
Just do it.
17 total.
Although you're nervous, this is a relatively enclosed space, and the book doesn't get much airtime, so it's a kind of just an underhand toss, realistically speaking. But if I could put slow motion on this, I would.
Dude, it hits the edge of the backpack.
Oh god! Part of the water starts to freeze slightly, and like, oh
I
god.
get it in there. It's like, okay.
Zip that fuck up and
And I
get the fuck
fucking
out
zip
of
that
here.
shit up and I put it on my back and I go on out. Wait. Was there
Put it on
anything
your
else
back,
in
like-
here, by the way, Diablo?
Nah,
Oh,
everything
yeah.
else was basically just crap.
Was there any rations?
No.
I don't want to ration near that shit. Like,
Okay. So
ration will laugh back. Don't put it on your back necessarily. I don't. How do we nonchalantly get out of here? You had a backpack on already, maybe.
Well, I'm still
Yeah.
technically flying, right? So I can just
Well, just fly away. To
just
the
fly
car.
away?
Yeah. Fly out.
All right.
yeah.
Well, just picking up ahead, yeah.
Sure. I'll merge back out as just.
Wait,
And I
no,
fly
I'm not
off.
even gonna bother.
You see
not there.
Kalos fly up and away, while Laszlo kind of just walks.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All people are dead in there, and
Where's he
yeah,
going?
sinking. He's just don't want to get wet, so more than he already is. So he's just drying off in
Want to
here.
get wet. We're in-
Yeah.
You know how
Right.
easily that's going to dry off? We're in a desert.
But he's flying, so he's getting off quicker.
Well, I want to know what you found in there. What did you find?
This freaky chest.
Okay, what was in it? How is it so freaky?
Well, it looked like some kind of weird monkey on the front. According to him, it was a loxodon's face. Yeah,
Wait, was it a monkey or was it a loxodon?
I don't fucking know. Loxodon. He said it was a monkey. I don't. Young. And yeah, the big hole, and I don't think there was anything else in there. But it was all chained down and stuff. So that's
Did you open the chest?
yeah,
Are you guys okay?
And?
we're okay. Yeah.
Was there
Was it-
pirate treasure in there or something?
Yeah.
All right.
May I see it?
It's in the air right now.
Oh my god.
Princess, can we speak with your friend?
Well,
I mean-
I just want to preface this. It seems quite a bad item that's been
I'm
in there,
trying
and
to
we're just
talk to him
So
right
then
now.
he's flying away with it then.
no, he's flying over there just to land.
What's
away from
wrong
the
with it? Is something wrong with him now?
No, he's fine. It's just very necromancy, and extreme emanating a black mass or like a mist around it. So
Well,
what we're doing is we're just going to go land over there, away from the boat, and then we can talk about it.
Oh,
But
for Christ's sake!
Not to touch, because I tried picking it up with a crowbar, and the crowbar got very cold, and we flung it in a backpack, and then
All right,
yeah, so-
I turned to the guard.
we're just trying to be as careful as possible and to not possibly harm any other people.
All right. In addition to being of the Morgermoth family, I am also an acolyte of Osiris. I do have some experience with otherworldly things. Let me take a look at this.
We're gonna need to catch your friend, I think.
He's not fleeing. He's just going over there.
Yeah. I can do that more easily. Let me see what my retainer has gotten. If it's got some sort of religious significance, or if it's something's wrong with it.
We're gonna send one of our guards to dispatch so we can start dismantling this. The rest of us will stay with you.
Cool.
Yeah,
All right.
Maybe
Yeah.
keep a couple.
Be careful.
steps back.
You never know what magical items can be.
I start waving Krios down.
Kalos.
Excuse me.
Cat-
Yeah,
I
Cri-
Are you waving at Krios like, yeah, right here?
I
Krios
don't-
lets me know. It's like they want me back.
I
Cats out
start
of the
waving
bag.
Kalos down like, hey,
You see Kalos doing figure eights in the sky, drying himself off.
sit down somewhere and let me look at your evil thing you found.
Your big black cut off.
Book.
If you could tell that I'm doing like the biggest sigh while I'm flying, you could just see that. But if you can't, then it just looks like I'm just shaking. my
Damn, why
hand.
can't I just have this crazy evil item?
That's not the only thing. You can feel something dripping down your back.
Oh, what do you mean? I'm feeling something.
It's not water.
Oh god.
Uh oh.
You
What do I
feel
see?
something growing in moisture behind your back.
Do
You
we
kind of
see?
you kind of cock your head back behind, and you can see that the pool of black ichorous liquid is beginning to seep out wherever the backpack is holding the book,
Ugh.
as if it's leaking.
I immediately fucking land and take it off my back.
There's a big black spot on Kalos's back and inside of his backpack. Then now he is putting on the. Damn, I ran out of B words.
On the brown.
Brown.
On
Brown
sand.
All right.
Yeah.
Where does he land? Where does he land?
I probably land like a solid
Sand.
120
Alright, put your
feet away
thing-
from you.
Put your fucking thing down.
It is down, fucker.
Where? Hold on. Let me
All
find
right,
it.
everyone, calm down. Let's just
Princess, does your
clinical.
retainer always swear at you?
Sorry, it's the heat of the battle.
Wait,
Adrenaline's still coming down. You know how it is.
Can
And
someone
I point
else
to the
move him? I
guard.
can't move him. Just move him like in the middle of the desert, and I'll move my character over him.
All right,
I'm over here.
We're gonna do an analysis. It's
Alright,
necromancy. It's bad. Let's do a
Yeah,
see if it's really bad.
Hold on. I hoof
Have
it
either
over
of you
him.
tried to identify this yet?
No,
I
'cause you have
hoof
to
it over
touch
to
it.
Kalos, and I touch him, and I cast Protection from Good and Evil.
Good call. Good call.
Dealing with more brain fucking bugs. Jesus.
Yeah, well, we don't have protection from good and evil, princess. Okay, you're the one that cast that.
Everyone
can
calm
cast it.
the
I
hell
don't
Alright,
know.
I
down.
cast it on him. I cast it on him.
Okay.
Right.
So
Cool.
because he can't, what does that do?
I'm glad you asked. Let's.
What does it do,
open up.
Mr. Andrew?
Makes your pee-pee small.
Let me open up.
I don't
my
want
web
that.
browser.
Too bad.
Tough.
I'm already an old man now before my time. I can't
until
afford.
the spell ends.
ED sometimes strikes
about 10
people as young as
minutes,
25.
You can't be. You
protection
can't be.
grants,
You can't be
I
charmed.
can't be
or
charmed,
possessed.
frightened, or possessed by them. Okay. So because I have this knowledge that I've got this thing, I'm gonna cast Identify on it.
It's a
gonna
spooky
stay-
thing to do in the first place, considering where it came from, what it looks like, and what it's done. Having this protection from good and evil on you, you go over and
As
place.
he's doing that, I kind of wave stay, like, seriously, 40 feet back, all of you.
Come over to me near this cool palm tree, please.
Back. I wave
Back
it
it
all,
up.
everyone.
Back it up.
Oh, boy.
Beep, beep. Come over
Just
there,
me and
Varys.
Dottie.
We'll just chill and see what happens. That thing looks fucking bad. Guards, hey, seriously though, she's not joking. Come over here. I'll tell you more about fishing stories.
I think we have different things to worry about right now, but I'll hear you out later.
Okay. Hooked. Got him.
Got him.
Alright, so. Kalos begins to incant the identification spell on this here big black book.
Mm-hmm.
Now let me just go over ahead and read something on the protection from good and evil.
Can't be charmed, frightened, or
Got it.
possessed.
Okay, so,
Yeah.
well,
Good thing it lasts 10 minutes, and the other spell's 10 minutes. We might have to cast it again, because if it's 11 minutes.
Wasn't it only 10 minutes if you use the ritual?
Oh yeah,
version?
I'm not casting it as a ritual. It's just regular. It takes me a minute to do it.
Okay. Yeah.
a minute later, you try to identify the black book. The whole while, the rest of you notice that a small, and then increasingly getting bigger, pool of black ichors begin to pool around Kalos's feet as he is holding this book for identifying.
Kalos.
They begin to almost bubble as if it's boiling tar, but Kalos doesn't feel that beneath his feet. He is very preoccupied, almost concerningly preoccupied. His eyes are staring forward, as if he is trying to glance at something several thousand feet in the distance.
Alright, I step away from the increasing black pool. Kalos, I don't want to hurry you, but you are surrounded by evil, potentially.
Evil?
Actually, while he's doing that,
Can we go get
I
the chest?
okay, while he's doing that, I use Divine Sense.
Yes!
I need to get the Mermaid Man thing as on my soundboard.
Yeah.
I can tell Consecration, Desecration, Celestial Fiend, Undead within 60 feet.
Technically speaking, it's not
All
consecrated,
of them.
because consecration is typically a good thing.
Hey,
Is it desecrated?
Specifically the pool of black ichor that's pooling around him, not so much the actual ground itself.
Alright, Kalos, I don't want to alarm you, but that black liquid is
Evil.
Pretty bad.
I'm gonna guards. Let's go get some of the and Krios. Go get some of the that chest that this thing was in originally. It's apparently quite heavy, but I think with a group of us we could probably drag it out. And sound good?
One of the guards is like, hold on, I kind of want to see what happens.
I kind of want to see this
How
black
much,
ichor not
how
spread
much
too much
material do we have as far as like the? Because I don't have any. Because I know we need. There's a
What?
material cost to protection from good and evil. What?
further. We've got some left over from a while back.
Okay.
It's
'Cause
a
I,
silver
I,
powder.
I, that's
Yeah.
a subclass spell for me, so I always have it. So, but so
Mhm.
I have it ready to go
Wow.
if we need it.
You can just do it.
Well, I need to. It's a spell. I got to use
Yeah,
a spell
yeah.
slot, but like, it's part of the subclass, so I always have it equipped.
Sick. Okay,
just in
well,
case.
yeah, I would like to try to persuade a guard, oddly, and there's anyone else that's got like strength.
Curious.
Is the
We'll go
pool,
with
okay,
you.
is the pool increasing in size?
It's increasing in size to the point where it's approximately a 5-foot diameter.
I'm
What's the-
attacking it. I divine smite the fucking pool of goo.
Okay.
Are you gonna be device smiting me then? Because
I'm hitting the
holding that
floor.
shit.
Hitting the floor. Do I
Let
make an
the
attack roll
bodies
against
hit the floor. Yeah.
All right. Uh, 26.
You divine smite the goo that is forming around Kalos's feet. The sudden burst of radiant energy causes a small circular shape to move out of the way, revealing the sand underneath it. Eventually, much like sand in the desert, it begins to coalesce back into the spot where it once was, refilling the hole.
Callus, I don't mean to rush you, but this is not looking good.
Do I hear him at all at this point?
At this
I'm still
point, you're
concentrating,
kind of tunnel visioned. You ever
Yeah.
been like in super hyper focus mode and you just can't hear your mom yelling at you to do
Yup.
the dishes?
Has
Am
it
I-
been more than a minute?
Yeah, am I
Uh,
picking up that this has been unusually long?
This is a very long minute, and we're getting down to the nitty gritty. But as soon as this is happening, you can see now that from the bubbling tarry liquid that's pulling around Kalos's feet, you can see something pop up from it that's not a bubble. Almost looks like a little finger, and then it gets longer and longer.
Alright, I divine smite
Almost
that.
makes a whole tentacle.
Divine smiting it.
Oh god, a whole tentacle! No.
I'm divine smiting the tentacle. If I may.
You may.
You may. Could be a cool guy. Could be a totally cool guy.
Wait, chill.
Hey guys,
18,
just
18 to hit.
What if it's Hades? He's here to
Hey,
check on his
guys.
boy.
18
Yeah.
hit, and I'm gonna roll for damage this time. Because fuck this.
My boss, no.
Coming out. Whatever's coming out, I'm putting it right back where it came from.
Or so help me.
You don't get to invade my dimension. And I'm gonna cast this at a second level. Because
Oh.
fuck that thing in particular.
While he's doing that, actually, let me test. Actually,
me and Barrett's like, oh, this is kind of very good.
I want to see the. It's an action. I'm gonna use detect portal to see if it's an extra planar portal. That's only an action, so
Ooh.
I can do that instantly.
Let's
Is
go
it
ahead.
undead or a fiend?
It's neither technically. You're attacking an animate object.
Okay. Alright, just because I do extra damage. Alright, I'm gonna do the radiant damage first and the physical damage, just because I imagine those are different things.
They are different things.
Alright,
Now,
insofar
Bash,
as radiant damage, I deal 17.
You guys just see Dauntless playing whack-a-mole with the...
Get it, dollars. I said,
And then in terms of physical damage,
Who's Dauntless?
oh
it's
wait, I also do lightning damage, that's right.
I got
Alright,
this deuce thing, yeah.
so 12 physical damage, and then the lightning damage,
Lightning.
6.
So what's that total? Right.
So 17 radiant, 12 physical, 6 lightning.
As you cast down, it causes a burst of energy, a sudden smacking sound, and then a little bzzzt of lightning, all at the same time. It's a nice
Good
little
taser
light show. It causes the pool to dissipate in the area where you struck, and then begins to coalesce again.
Alright, Kalos.
Give him the minute to cast the spell.
And he's done casting it.
Ah.
At the same time, Varys does his thing.
All right, get your ass out of the pool.
Let's see. What is your thingamajig, Varys, specifically?
It's basically within. Let's see. It's within 1 mile. Any. It's. Are there any extra planar portals? Basically, I'm trying to figure out if this thing.
This would not be considered an extra planar portal. No.
Yeah. Okay.
It's just evil as shit.
Evil.
Thank you.
How evil? What are we?
Man, this
On a
this
scale
music
of
really
1 to
doesn't.
evil.
Evil. What's he gleaned when he's?
Yeah, what do I glean from it?
Well, that's all the suspense taken care of. Let's get to the actual other part.
Very fucking
Get
funny.
out of the goo.
You can hear Dauntless speaking to you, but you're not entirely sure if you can understand what he's saying. It's kind of just like a cat meowing at you. It's like, what the fuck do you want? You hungry?
Ooh.
You got a shit?
Hold on, I'm gonna try and do something here.
Hold on, let Adam speak, please.
So, let me give you the name of the item first.
Oh,
'cause
yes,
that's gonna be
let's go.
fun.
Uh-oh.
The Book of Evil.
No,
Just
Oh.
No, it's not that. It's
The evil book.
Erases, erases name of book.
Evil.
no, it does actually have the word evil in it. So, you
Oh,
spell,
hell
you
yeah.
son of a bitch.
There's been so much evil we had to assume, like the good book of evil.
No,
The Evil Book of Evil.
well, that would just be silly. Anyways, this is known as the Black Tome of Evil.
Why do they got
really?
that?
Go ahead and make an Arcana check as well, because there are other known names of this thing that you might have read across. That's a violent throw.
All right, now that he knows
Oh.
it, he's still not.
Too
Ooh.
violent. Too violent.
Too violent.
Alright, you're
11.
You've never read about any of its other monikers, so
Alright.
you just get the Black Book of Evil.
I think that covers a lot of it, though. You know, like,
Yeah,
it's a
it
good
covers
thing.
it,
Like,
a lot. What
Gallows
does it do?
Moon.
It does a whole lot of things besides what it's doing to you right now. So, in cases where this thing is not properly contained in a sanctified location or a sanctified object, as deemed by a priest of 15 levels or higher.
Of Evil.
No, it has to be actually a good priest. It has to be
Oh.
a good aligned priest who sanctifies the container that is holding this book. It has to be level 15 or higher. Cleric. Or paladin.
It's-
let him speak, please.
So, this book needs to be contained inside of some sort of sanctified container, lest it perpetually emit black ichor. This black ichor is essentially necromancy distilled.
Constantly distilled.
Is the essence of the N-word.
Adam.
Right.
Oh,
Necromancy. I've already disclaimed of what the
true,
N-word
true,
is.
true.
Context clues, people. That's how you still get cancelled, because people take things out of context. Anyway, so this is essentially a book of distilled necromancy and evil. In order to read this thing, you must be able to have 1, the ability to read. 2, you cannot already be evil in terms of your alignment. And 3, you need to read this thing over the course of 72 hours straight.
Oh, God.
No sleep.
72 hours.
72 hours straight. You cannot stop. Shit your pants.
God damn it.
This
I
book
swear,
needs-
that's gonna be the longest poo, too. It's like you just have a book and you're just taking massive shits.
And it's got black ichor coming out of it.
Yes.
All the while.
The
Okay.
entire time it's going to be bleeding out this black ichor. So, you need to read it in 72 hours straight. If you break that at any time, you, for the rest of 1,000 years, cannot attempt to read this book again.
Okay.
Elves probably get like 2 chances. If you do complete the process of reading the book, 2 things happen. 1, Your alignment changes to evil.
I'm evil.
2. You become undead.
Oh god.
And can become... sorry. You start to become undead, and you may begin the process of becoming a lich.
Oh shit.
This book comes with the formulas for the creation of your phylactery and the components required that will kill you to put your soul into the phylactery and all sorts of other things. So essentially it just comes with the recipe for lichdom. People in proximity to you will essentially become slowly corrupted, regardless of their alignment, and, you know, other relationship duties to them. And by close proximity, I mean physical proximity. If you are within proximity of a person reading this book, by the time this person finishes, if they finish the 72-hour period, you may elect to become their thrall for the rest of your unborn life.
Alright, I'm hearing a lot of negatives here because we're not evil. What's the positives?
Being a lich, you are effectively immortal, unless someone kills you and destroys your phylactery.
But Lich is bad.
That's
Lich
just
is
personal
bad.
preference. You gain access to a variety of necromancy spells, and they all get buffed. I'm not going to go through the whole list of them because there's a lot. Not only that, you are essentially immune to certain types of damage and conditions, like poison. You are vulnerable to holy things.
Get Dordlist.
There's a huge list of things. The primary purpose of this thing is becoming a lich,
Gotcha.
and not all of them are detailed in the book. This is more or less the instruction manual on how to become a lich. This is an extremely delicate process, and even after you finish the 72-hour period, you still need to actually concoct the potions, create the phylactery, and cast the appropriate spells.
Liches for laymen.
Gotcha. Okay. Now, because you told me all of this now, does Daedalus's warning of "Hey, snap out of it. Hey, start moving," come through?
Well, have you ever watched a series of movies called The Lord of the Rings?
Alright.
You know
They
the
hurt
character,
him,
you know
okay.
the character Smeagol?
Oh no.
Alright, that's fine. That's fine. If he's not doing anything, I have a plan.
I'm gonna kick the ball out of his hands.
I throw the folding canoe underneath him, and I say Zephyr.
Okay, well, so just for the purpose of this thing, it doesn't just explosively unfold. It is.
Oh, god damn it.
It's
That's
what?
I
No,
thought
it
it was
doesn't. You
just
can't.
throw
No,
him.
no, it doesn't just explode out. It begins to unfold like origami. So it begins to unfold.
Okay. Now, DM,
I
subconsciously, could I tell Krios to get that fucking box?
as soon as you are stop focusing so hard on this really neat book.
Well, I did say it would unfold right underneath him. Does it at least knock him over?
It kind of just begins to... You ever try to inflate a balloon in a confined location, and the object that's blocking the balloon is too heavy for the balloon to move through force, so the balloon kind of just squeezes its way out? Because the folding boat is not intended to use as a combative purpose, and takes an unoccupied space. So
Alright, I say collapse. Alright, plan number 2.
So I just want to check out
10-foot pole, and I just whap it out of his hands.
He can't be charmed. Is he not charmed right now?
that is not a charm.
Okay.
I'm gonna take the 10-foot pole and just start trying to whap it out of his hands.
Alright, well, make a contested check. You're on defense, Galos, so...
But
Right.
What do I roll?
Contested roll.
Either way, it's the same shit.
Athletics?
Ooh, you don't have to be that much. Just 8. You gotta beat an 8.
You never know. Athletics it is.
Known athlete. Thought of us.
I rolled an 8, but I have a +4. So
God, don't fucking start out like that. Jesus.
Fuck.
12. So I whap the book out of your hands, and with one arm, I grab my folding canoe that has been shamed, and with the other, I kind of like clothesline you, but like put you in a headlock and start pulling you away from the evil book.
You see that? Well, it hasn't been an hour yet, DM.
It's been like a minute and a half.
Oh, good.
No,
Then
no,
you're floating. That's even easier.
Yeah, I'm floating.
So I just kind of headlock you and then hover you away.
Fling you away.
No, I just walk.
You hear me yell at you hear me say, "Don't fucking let anyone near this," and I fly off, and Krios just starts booking it to the chest, and he grabs both Varys and actually just grabs.
I'm weak. Don't
Varys. Grabs Varys. And
Varys doesn't have all that muscle either, but okay, I do come. On my way out, like say, maybe get ready. I turn to Laszlo. Maybe get ready to like disintegrate that book if need be. Like,
A huge pool of ichor begins to form around the book where it lies in the sand.
Keep shooting it with shit. Guards, this is an evil book. We need someone that's not evil. This is a very bad book. Look at it. This looks bad, right?
Yes, it looks bad.
I'm just saying to them. I can't. I just we need to get some.
As I flew off, I would have yelled, "It's a book of evil." Evil.
Okay, evil. Fading away. How far away are we from the city?
Well, he can
2
fly.
hours? No, not 2 hours. Not 2 hours. You actually got basically outside the gate. And maybe like a 20-minute walk.
I want to run into the city. I'm going to say to the guard, make sure no one comes near here. I'm going to go get some priest or something, because I don't fucking have the facilities to deal with that fucking shit. Dollars, I'm going to take the camel.
Yeah, I mentally tell my camel to ride
the camel.
him.
Ride him?
No, ride him.
Well, he said so.
Run!
Alright, I am going to use Mold Earth to kind of pick the book up.
Good old classic campaign 1 strategy of burying the MacGuffin.
No, bury it.
I'm gonna like the sand underneath it. I'm gonna try and make like a stand, like a music stand, but like with earth and keep it off the ground and like an altar sort of. but, like,
Who's a good priest?
and
Go to the Ra priest. I got Ra drip, so they'll believe in me.
I blinked
Never-
on my ghost vision. Do I see anything?
Are you... Kinda? Not the whole ghost, just a part of it.
Fuck do I see?
Anywhere around the black goo is essentially little fingerlings. Not the cookies. No.
Tasty treats. You want to eat them?
Little fingers like begin poking out from the surface of the black ichor and like kind of like grasp and then like fall back underneath the surface. They are invisible to everyone else, but if you imagine that you turned this on when Kalos was reading the book, they would have been like grasping at his shins.
Yeah, you guys hear me audibly like whinge.
Ooh, they touched you.
Ooh.
Once me and I don't know, by this time would me and Krios gotten it? Has everyone, me, Varys, and Krios got into the box yet at this point?
At this point, the box is underneath the deck of the ship. Reasonably speaking, you could fit 4 people in there, but 4 people grabbing onto the same chest would be logistically impossible. You can only probably have 2 people grasp onto it at a time, so pick your 2 champions.
I'm gonna give advantage to Krios to pick it up. Is that... I don't have athletics, so...
He's got the movement thing as well. You can carry
I'm
the size
proficient
of
in athletics and strength saving throws, but like if it's something like that, but I don't
He's
have.
got that.
Do you
He's got that
wanna-
larger thing, right?
I have a low strength score though. If that's
Do you
okay.
want to give Krios advantage?
Well, I don't know if it's an athletics check.
It will be a
That's-
strength check.
Oh shit.
I can't. I'm no aid to that.
Krios is gonna try to pick that shit up.
Make a strong check.
Ooh. Plus his bonuses. That is going to be I believe it's going to be a 30. Yep, 30-20.
With one swift motion, and not really anyone else helping, kind of just like having their hand on the edge of it, but not actually applying any force. It's really just the Krios job. So he yanks it by one handle, and begins to do like a one-handed behind him sprint up the staircase with the thing, and immediately just flings it over the edge of the ship onto the sand, where it embeds itself ever so slightly. He then jumps over the railing of the ship, lands in the sand, picks it up back again, and runs towards you.
I fucking mentally tell him to start running towards the book.
He books it towards the book.
Ah.
He eventually runs up close enough and begins to stop when he gets in close proximity to the pool of Black Acre.
And I yell out, Johnny, put the book in the chest!
You insane? I'm not touching that.
Fine, you see me fly out and fucking scoop it in there. Just pick up the book and place it in there.
As your ghost vision is still on, as soon as you see Kalos fly over and grab the book, you can see like two little ghost arms. One of them grabs it, like touches him on the shoulder, and the other one, like with the back of its fingers, like caresses his face before he flies off. He grabs the book, swoops it out, and then the black ichor begins to almost seep into the sand below it as if it was being absorbed. You fly over, and Krios very helpfully opens the lid of the chest.
Funny monkey box.
Yeah. And he opens the lid, and there you can see a little indentation of where the book was resting at one point.
And
So,
put it in
wait,
there.
now that the box is outside, what does it look like exactly? It's got like a fucking skull on it?
Elephant skull.
Elephant skull.
Or a monkey skull, depending on
Yeah.
Depending
how
on
you
your
look at it.
perspective.
If you're an idiot.
Hey!
I'm not there,
I've never gone to a zoo before. Okay,
What is this, a monkey? Yeah.
It's a beautifully ornate chest that is has a series of holy symbols that essentially act as those paper talismans that you would put like in Japanese places to ward off evil spirits, but they are religious symbols of this nation.
So
From
I'm
all
looking
sorts
at
of
it,
people.
and it's just like super fucked looking.
No, it's actually a very nice chest. It's just the thing that's inside of it that's fucked up. Or was being put inside of it
okay.
now.
Just
I would like to
deciding
run-
How hard to admonish that someone opened.
I would like to use the camel to run to the Osiris temple. Considering that Dauntless has probably got the most sway with the Osiris folk and has conversed with them the most. I'd like to look for the head priest.
This way.
Dude, I gotta fucking piss, guys. Oh my god. I've been holding this in forever now.
Well, the time dilation here is much shorter on the end of the people on the beach, considering you have to run to and from
Yeah.
where you are. Overall time dilation is going to make it so it's a longer span for you.
Okay.
You get onto the camel and eventually shamble back into the city. There you can go ahead and make your way over towards the Osiris temple. At this
Okay.
time of day, it's very active. It's about 11 o'clock a.m.
Mhm.
You push your way through the crowd until you can finally find someone who is probably worthy of their station.
The biggest hat there is.
They don't wear hats.
What is it, the reed thing with Osiris? Long-brimmed hat priests have a crook and felder pitcher in their person. That's what I have at the Osiris temple. Is that, unless that's wrong.
Wide-brimmed hats? What the fuck?
I have long-brimmed hats. Priests of Osiris have a crook and flail depiction on their person. That is a description I have of the priests of the Osiris temple. Is that not correct?
They shouldn't
Or
have
is that-
hats.
Oh, you described them as having like reeded hats when you.
Might have been the gardeners, but not the actual priests themselves.
Well, I would like to try and find the head priest that was previously conversed with.
All right, make your way through the crowds, pushing through people and asking where the head priest is.
Mhm.
And eventually, some guy comes up to you and is like, "What can I help you with, my son?"
Hi, you know Princess Hualong, correct? You've had a conversation with him a few days ago.
I believe so. Yes, the
They
Morjamoth
you're
princess.
on their path to enlightenment and all. I remember they mentioned to me. They're currently in a little bit of a dilemma right now, and they are in dire need of a priest to perform some rituals against a highly evil. I should
There's
say
no
it
time
better.
to explain. Get on my
Yeah.
ghost camel.
They have summoned a steed that I have used to get here at post haste. We're just outside of the city. It appears that pirates have brought a very evil item to our shores. It is spreading black ichor out onto the ground, a pure necromancy, and this was the first place I thought to come. We need your help. I don't know if sermons are happening now, but they may be worth being delayed unless that gets into the water supply. It seems to, yeah, it's very bad.
Okay, go ahead and make a persuasion check.
Oh, that's performance. How do I dispute that? Ignore this. It is the wrong. It's the wrong one.
Too bad.
Yeah. Well.
Oh, too
7.
bad. Too bad.
Well, if they don't believe me, then the whole city goes down. So.
Well, unfortunately, them's the dice. You're
Yeah.
not entirely sure if they need to believe you or not, and you're considering asking these people, "Hey, come out of the city limits with me. Trust me, bro."
Well, I'm a bodyguard of the princess, and I wouldn't have come here if I didn't think you'd be the best for this.
I'm
It's
sorry,
very bad.
son. I am a bit busy right now.
Okay. Well. If the whole water supply is filled with necromancy, I will know who to say didn't help in the time of need.
I won't take your threats idly. Leave this place.
I understand. I'm going to another temple.
I'll take my business elsewhere. You just lost a customer.
Yeah, I'm going to the Temple of Ra. I'm gonna go to another temple.
I'm back. What'd I miss?
I just.
Laszlo is unconvincing.
Did the book make it into the chest on our end? I hope so.
It would have. And like Kalos tosses it into the chest, slams the door shut, looks at his hands, which are covered in black ichor, and kind of like shakes them off.
I'm gonna go rinse them off in the water supply.
What does it taste like?
You wouldn't.
I wouldn't do that. I'm not that dumb, Varys.
Is that chest actually some kind of magic that it'll keep the stuff contained, or?
Well, it seems that it was blessed by a good priest, so yeah.
You surmise that you specifically asked Laszlo to dispel it. So.
Oh.
Well.
Oh. Well then. Never mind. We need a priest. Dottie, you're not. You know. We need to take it inside of a temple or something.
Is it leaking out of the box?
Well, you go over and look at the box, which was recently slammed shut. Now, have you ever seen a pot boiling over when you're, like, cooking spaghetti or something? And, like, the little foamy bits are coming out of the end? Imagine that foam was black. So, yes.
Okay. And, Laszlo went over, right?
You're just going to find a dragon.
I've gone over to another.
Pirates.
I've gone over to another temple now.
Okay.
The big pantheon. We might be able to find someone.
Look out into the water. Is there anything out in the water?
Water. Make a perception check.
12.
12. You look out over the horizon. It is still about to hit noon, but there are... It's raining outside. Not in game. You can see something that is... kind of looks like little shadows underneath the surface of the water. Could look like fish. until he realized Dems ain't fish. A series of skeletal dregs begin to pull themselves out from the surface of the water. They're covered in algae and seaweed, all dressed in spooky, black auras. Some of them have armor, some of them are completely bare, but all of them have murderous intent in their eyes. We'll continue this next session. Also, you guys level up because we technically finished Laszlo's thing. I'll post that in Discord because Pat's not here.